Thank you. Okay, I forgot my clicker. Okay, thank you very much, guys, for coming today. And before we start, since now you know me, and I usually don't do that, usually I don't tell anyone who I am until the very, very end. So if you don't like it, you don't know me, forget about me. So let's start to get to know you. And why are you here today? So let's start with you.
Hi, my name is Anna. I'm a technical consultant with a cloud computing organization. So I look into regional operations and business development. And I'm here because my partner is going to class. He couldn't make it today, and I want to start helping him, as a side partner. So there's a lot I thought I could learn for myself and for him.
Okay, fantastic.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
My name is Benjamin, and I'm here because I really want to be more aware of my emotions when it comes to doing business. Because I realized that it's kind of an up and down all the time. Like there's setbacks and success. So kind of just understanding how that works and how it affects my decisions as well. Basically. I'm very curious to hear this.
Okay, great. Thank you, thank you.
My name is Vignesh. Like everyone said, so I was very interested in the title. It was emotional strength for entrepreneurs. But I think it applies almost everywhere. But
True.
it's a very interesting thing because the biggest obstacle is usually just yourself. Yeah, like you put up a wall on what's possible and what's not possible. So all that happens inside your head. So let's see what emotional strength can help me achieve here.
Great, great.
Okay, so Tim is here, good morning, and I'm a freelancer. Currently working on different IT projects, and I'm here just because of some curiosity actually. And the title is nice. I'm also interested in startup environment in UAE. Also, I've been to many startup events. Not the winner, but usually on the second or the third place. So why not actually to learn new techniques, how to handle actually such a business.
Great. And what's your name?
TS or
TS. Okay. So thank you again for coming, and let's jump into it. This is for me is really challenging. I usually take between 3 to 5 days to speak about emotions. So putting it in 2 hours is really fun to try. So let's see how this will work out. So I will start with some questions, and let's see, what do you know about emotions? So what's your definition of emotion? Do you know anything about that?
Feelings?
Feelings.
Yes.
Okay.
In one word. So basically, depending on your mood swings or depending on your situation, how you feel at that point of time and how you express those feelings or emotions.
Okay, fantastic.
Connect it with movements, even like emotions, because that's what it felt like to me recently as well. Like as I just said, going up, going down, like feeling good, feeling bad.
So it moves.
It moves, yeah.
And it's really a bit weird because people will always refer to emotions as feelings. And do you think there's a difference between emotions and feelings?
See, the way I look at it, every feeling or emotion, it has to have a neurochemical basis for its existence.
Yes.
So a feeling could be just like a low dose of some neurochemical reaction happening in your brain, and then when there's an overload, you could call it an emotion. You can get really excited, or you can just be like mildly happy. And it's like the difference between like taking a little bit of, like having a little drink and having a lot of drink.
So the little drink is the feeling,
Yeah.
and the bigger drink is the emotions. Okay, interesting.
Actually, I'm not expert in that area, so I'm just.
So you will have the right answer.
Yeah.
So try it. You will have the right answer.
For me,
Gut feeling. what would it be?
Yeah, I mean, for me, this is like just, yeah, some kind of actions or responses from our body based on the environment. And yeah, I wouldn't make, I don't know actually what exactly is the difference yet.
The difference between them. Okay, fantastic. So this is emotions in general, and I will tell you the difference between emotions and feelings in a minute. Before that, let's go to something more difficult to answer, is what are negative emotions, and how do you deal with them? And I'll tell you how people usually deal with them, but let me hear from you.
So negative emotion is something that makes the other person uncomfortable. So let's say you do something that makes the other person uncomfortable. Now, making yourself comfortable or uncomfortable with that is a very subjective matter of personality. Some people retrospect and it's like I was wrong, and some people just feel no, that is my point and I stand by it, but the other person might still be hurt.
And how usually do you deal with your negative emotions?
Well, for instance, for me, it takes a while. I need like my space to retrospect like the entire equation.
Okay.
And then I'm more like old school, so I like maybe would just, think about what was my fault, what was the other person's fault, and maybe try and come to a neutral ground. If it was my fault, maybe just apologize. If it's their fault, maybe just try explain it more politely.
Okay, fantastic. And how do you deal with your negative emotions?
First of all, I don't call them like negative emotions. For me, everything
Great.
is like a challenge. So
Okay.
for me because what I realize is that, I still don't know what's my full potential. So based on all these small challenges, I can somehow explore my full potential. So for me, I'm ready to handle such things, and I don't pay much attention to them. So if there's some kind of difficult day, I just want to learn from it. This is my way.
Great. So when you talk about challenges, you're talking about what's happening in the day, not how you feel about what's happening on the day. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly.
This is what I got.
I don't put much attention to the emotion part because I just want to be practical.
So you ignore them and focus on the learning. Is that correct? Great. How do you deal with the negative emotions?
Yeah, I deal with negative emotions. So last 2 years, I've actually been working with one very specific kind of meditation that really focuses on that aspect. So how it works is, like a very brief summary is, you have all different kinds of emotions, but you react to your emotions in a very specific way, very subjective way to you. So this kind of, the process of this is that you want to be more positive even with negative emotions. You want to be very accepting of anger, of shame, guilt, feeling like an idiot.
So you want to bear them in a way.
No, you want to be as positive as you can be, and if you keep practicing, it gets easier and easier.
Yeah.
And so you put a positive frame around a negative emotion rather than putting a negative frame around a negative emotion.
Yeah.
It's one option, basically, one possibility.
Is it working?
Yeah, I think so. I feel good.
Think so.
I feel good.
Okay, fantastic.
It's very much what everybody else is saying. For me, I think I try to relabel them or like negative emotions, or just look at them from a positive point of view, or also like what helps, and that is not always, I don't always manage this, it's very difficult sometimes, but or for me, gratitude, I don't know if that's an emotion or a feeling or whatever, but this one really helps me to, let's say I'm even trying to be grateful for challenges or negative emotions that I can learn. So that's the one I use most of the time to remorph
The gratefulness,
like
yeah.
gratefulness, and then it works sometimes.
Sometimes.
But the more I practice, like you said, it actually works.
Okay, great. So,
In this thought, so I think, it works sometimes. I do that as well. Like I think about the positive things that have happened. But sometimes things are like not up to you. Like the emotional baggage you don't have the control to that situation.
So because sometimes it's not in your control, you cannot do anything else, right? Okay, great. So people would usually use 3 strategies to work with negative emotions. And before I tell you the difference, let's see how people would deal with them. And tell me from your experience, how's that? The first one is that we will try to ignore them. So I will feel fear or sad or frustration or whatever, but I'll try to ignore it. Okay? And when I try to ignore it, do I really ignore it? You'll always feel something, right? Because it's there, it's living with you. As if you're carrying a bag and you said in your head, I'm not carrying a bag, I'm not carrying a bag, I'm not carrying a bag. But are you carrying the bag or not? It's still there and you still can feel it, but you choose not to focus on it, but you're carrying it. So this is one thing. The other thing is, if you cannot ignore it, then you're going to have to bear it. You're going to live with it. You're going to say, I'm angry, but I don't care. I have fear, but I don't care. I have frustration, but I don't care. I'm strong, I'm So try to bear it. And then usually that will also not work. And if this also does not work, hello, then you come in. If that also does not work, then people would go to the last one, which is really amuses me, which is competition. So you come to me and you say, Yusri, today I'm really very sad. And I would say, but I'm more sad than you. Go to your wife and tell her, today was a really very horrible day at work. She will tell you, what about me doing with the kids and doing that and doing this? She will try to compete with you with her negative emotions. And let's see who have more negatives than the other ones. And these are the strategies. These are the only 3 strategies that people use when they deal with negative emotions. And usually it will not work. It will work for some time, but then does the problem go away? It doesn't. Okay? So after a while, you'll find out that I didn't do anything because I bared it, or I ignored it, or I competing with it. And competition is really nice because you're talking about it, so you feel like you're good. I'm not really carrying it on my back, I'm carrying it with me. So me and my sadness, me and my regret, me and my kids, and me and my work, me and my stuff. Whatever is making you feel irritated or have negative emotions with you, you're competing with it. But is there a way that we can actually deal with our negative emotions, and are they really negative or not? So to answer this question, we need to answer first, what are emotions? We really need to understand what is that. So emotions are different, and how we get them depends on how you deal or understand a certain situation. So the first difference between emotions and feelings is that emotions are the reaction that we get from an external event. So let me give you an example. What team did you support in World Cup?
Well, I was actually supporting. I was supporting France.
France. Okay, fantastic. So if France would have scored a goal on the final at the very last minute of the game, how would you feel? Very last minute. Joyful. And what do you usually do when you're joyful?
Maybe just make some noise, celebrate with friends.
Okay, so you'll do noise, you will jump. What do you do when you celebrate at the last minute if your team scored?
Pretty much the same thing.
Show me.
What?
Show me. What do you do?
Just, I mean, let's see. I would just just let us scream or something.
Scream.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
You don't want to do that now? You can do it? Yeah. Okay, so come here. Show me how will you be excited? Exactly. So this is how you do it. So you will scream, you will jump, you're left, right? But how long will that last? The jumping, screaming, and hugging someone next to you. Few seconds, maybe few minutes, right? If this is the finals and the final game and all of that, so it will last for a few minutes. But do you continue your day jumping and dancing and doing like that? No, right? But how do you continue your day?
Well, you're happy. So
You're happy. So what would we call the first one? Joy.
joy.
And the second one? Happiness. What is the difference?
One is short term, one is long lasting.
Exactly. So one is short and one is long. One has a high key. So joy, we jump, we dance, right? We scream. But then happiness. How do you live by when you're happy? It's a low key, right? Now I'm happy. I'm not dancing, I'm not jumping, I'm not screaming like her, but I'm happy, right? So emotions are the reaction of an external event. Feelings are the reaction of emotion. Does that make sense? So an external event will happen, I'll get emotion, and then once I get the emotion, I will have a feeling to that emotion. And this is how we do it. So emotions are your reactions to the external events. But is it only the reaction to external event? Let me, I forgot to tell you about the good news and bad news. Okay. So the good news, let's start first with the bad news. The bad news is that because now we know that our reactions are emotions toward the external events, now we have bad news, or the bitter news is that we cannot get rid of our emotions, especially the negative ones, because you cannot control external events, right? So whatever external events happen, you will have to have an emotion. This is the bad news. The good news is they are not actually negative emotions. So there is nothing called negative emotions. And I know that we've spent years and years and years and we've been brought up people telling us there is something called negative emotion. It's not true. It's a big lie. There is nothing called negative emotions. We have, as he rightly said, we have negative events. Emotions are not negative. What happened is negative. So we have negative events, challenges in life. Our emotions are separate from that. So we have emotions. So whatever we have, it's called emotions. Not negative, not positive. They are emotions. Okay? And as a result of our emotions, we get what we call feelings, which is a wrong word. What we get is, when we fall in love, what do we say? What do you say about yourself? When you are, I am in, yes, put one word before love. What would it be? I am in, no, after you have fallen. So after you have fallen, where are you?
Different state or
Huh? State, exactly. So it's not feelings, because feelings are hot, cold, right? Soft, hard. This is feeling, right? If I put my hand here, I can feel something. So these are feelings. But what we call feelings are actually called state. So I'm in a state of love. I'm in a state of sadness. It's a state. And how do we produce this state? From external event. Emotion, and then our state. So do we now understand how can we reprogram our emotion? How?
I have a hunch.
Yeah, tell me about your hunch.
Yeah, so basically then it comes down to how I perceive these emotions. So the emotions, I have to live through them anyway.
You perceive the emotion, or how do you produce the emotion as a result of
Of the
external event? Then what do you need to perceive? What is the thing that you're perceiving?
the emotion.
The external event.
The external event.
So how you understand the external event, create an emotion, and then the emotion will create a state. So let me show you this in a drawing. So an external event will happen, and then you're going to get this external event through your 5 senses. And this is the model that they use in NLP, so neuro-linguistic programming. Anyone have been in neuro-linguistic programming before, NLP?
I will heard of it.
Yeah, good one.
I never
No, 2, okay, fantastic. So this is what we call our communication model. In the NLP world, they would call it communication model. And the communication model refers to how we communicate with our internal stuff, so our emotion, feelings, and all of these things. So an external event will happen, and then through our 5 senses, we're going to get this, and then we're going to create an experience. And then depending on our experience, we will create a meaning. So let me give you an example. If, what happened? I'll tell you a story better. So I was giving a training, and then the lady, assistant lady who was helping me in the room from the company that I went to give the training, she was pregnant. And I was carrying big box of stuff, and I was going out of the door, and she was coming out of the door as well in front of me. So when she left the door to slam in my face. So one of the attendees was sitting there. He ran quickly and he said, Yusri, I'm really sorry, she didn't mean, and ta-ta-ta-ta. Do you think I should be angry? She slammed the door in my face. Yes, no?
It depends on your state of mind at that point.
Do you think it depends on the state? Yes, it depends on the state.
Well, if you're trying to that box, you would be angry, but if you just lift
But why would I be angry? Why would I be angry? Yeah, but why? Why did that make me angry? From her? Am I angry from the door or from her? The door. The door. So I will go to the door.
the action of the door being slammed.
That angered you more than her walking through the door.
Yes,
So it was the action of the door slamming rather than her walking out and not leaving the door open.
exactly. So what does that mean? Exactly what you said. It's my perception of what happened. If I give it a meaning that she purposely did that, I will get angry. If I get a different meaning that because she's pregnant, she has her own load, couldn't focus on what she's doing, she didn't notice the door, do you think I'll be angry? No, right? If I'm speaking right now and one of you guys started telling me, Yusri, I have a question now, and you interrupted me. Again, I can get angry if the meaning I get is that you are interrupting me, or I get really happy if the meaning I give to this event that you are excited to ask. So who is responsible to create an emotion? Me, the event, but I'm responsible for the meaning I give it to it. So my wife would come to me, and I'm working on my laptop. I have 2 startups, 2 kids, 2 cats, 2 partners, 2 investors.
Only one wife.
Only me.
Only
Okay. Yeah, only one wife now. Yeah. And it is recorded. Don't forget. Okay. So so 2, and I'm working on my laptop, and she would come to. She would go first and do all the makeup, all the stuff, and she looks fantastic. And she comes to me, Yusri, I want to speak to you. Not now. Yusri, I need you. Not now. How do you think she'll feel? In her head, what do you think the conversation that will happen?
You're not prioritizing her.
Yes, she's not a priority. I don't love her anymore. I'm getting old. All of that stuff is happening there, right? And it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger every second. Now, why is this happening? Because of
Expectations.
the interpretation of
No, her expectations
her expectation.
of you.
Yes. And before that, it was the meaning she gave to the external event that I did, not now. This is the external event, not now. Or even I didn't hear at all what she's doing. I didn't look at what she has done. She spent hours in front of the mirror doing things, and I'm... So she gave a meaning to that movement that I don't care. Now, could she have taken another meaning? Yes? What was a different meaning?
She could think of it as you trying to provide for her and yeah, creating more income or whatever, trying to provide for the children and her. And, you know,
Okay, so this is a really positive meaning. I'm focusing on what I'm doing. I'm busy. I'm trying to provide for her and the kids, and I'm working really hard. But does that mean that she don't take what she needs, or can she still take what she needs?
Yeah, but later on. Once
Later?
done-
No, I mean now. Do you think she can take what she wants now?
I don't think so, because you're invested with your breakthrough and your
Exactly. Now I want you to impersonate me. Now you are the one who's doing all of that. Okay? So you're you three. Okay? And I'm Mariam. And she will hear me saying that. So this will be another conversation. Okay? So, so what I will do is I will come to you and I say, Yusri, I know you're very busy now, and I know you have lots in your head, and I want to speak with you for 2 minutes. Can you give me 2 minutes? What do you think you'll answer me now?
Are you sure it's going to take a minute?
No, you tell me.
If it's really important, tell me what it is, or if it can wait.
Exactly. So now what happened?
Now she would probably give it a second thought if it's actually that urgent or it can wait.
Exactly. So how did she come to act differently? What did she do? Yeah, and she communicated. And before communication, how did the communication came right? Because she changed the meaning of what I've done. So the meaning that I've done, it's not, I don't like you, I hate you, we're old, all of that. It's, I'm busy. So I understand you're busy, so I come to you and I say, I understand you're busy. Can I take a couple of minutes? Can I take a hug? Whatever. Whatever she would say, I will do, because she now understands what is happening. Does that make sense? Yeah? So because we get the emotion, so the emotion that she brought, what would we call it at the beginning, before she understood, when she understood that this was bad? What was the name of the emotion that she created? What was the name of the emotion?
The rejection.
Rejection, right? So she took the rejection and then she acted on the rejection, and how do you think it will go after that? It will be a big fight, right? And this is what we do, because we don't understand how it goes. So an external event will happen, we'll receive it with our 5 senses, and then it will go to our experience, and then we will create a meaning. Once we create a meaning, we will have an external representation, internal representation in our head. So our head does not understand words, does not understand anything except pictures. And this is why we call it internal representation, because it will create a picture. And the picture in your head may be colors, cats, dogs, whatever it is. It does not have to represent the actual thing. So if you think about your loved, your wife or mother or anything, the picture in your head can be anything. So if your mother could be a carrot cake or an apple cake or whatever, it doesn't need to be the mother herself. And we'll do a test right now. And then once we create this picture, then the mind will create our state. And once we create our state, it will affect our physiology, so how we sit. So people will talk to you about body language, and then they will come to her and say, why are you crossing your legs and crossing your hands? You're probably feeling scared, closed, not open, all of that. Are you feeling all of this? Or cold, simply, right? Or maybe, I feel comfortable this way, right? Have you ever felt comfortable that you have done that? Because you are comfortable, right? So it doesn't mean anything except if there is something happening. So our physiology will be affected by whatever is happening, and then we will make our own body language, and then through this body language, we will create our behavior. Does that make sense? So external event will create an emotion, emotion will create a state, the state will affect our physiology, how we move our body language, and then our body language will affect how we behave. So behavior is whatever comes out of your mouth second. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. So this is how the whole thing goes. So what does that mean? It means that we can control our emotions. Isn't that right? If I know,
Control our reactions.
we can control our reactions. Exactly. So we cannot control our emotions. Because why?
Emotions are internal, reactions are external.
Exactly. So emotions will happen anyway as a reaction to an external event. So if they happen anyway as an external event, what does that tell you about it? Why do they happen? Why do you think the purpose of having them?
You know how to act.
Exactly, because it will tell you how to act depending on the meaning you give to them. So if I said Yusri is busy, I will behave differently. If I say he's rejecting me, I will behave differently. So it depends on the meaning. But your emotions will tell you how to act. And this is why there is nothing called negative emotions. They are all emotions. But because people before that didn't understand them, didn't know how to deal with fear, anger, frustration, and all of that, they didn't know what to call them, and so they called them negative. And what do you do with negative emotion? Nothing. So you will come with all of your frustration and you go to someone and he will tell you, play music, go to the gym, run. What do? You go running and you go to the gym. When you go to the gym, how do you feel? Fantastic, right? It all goes away. But when you go back to your bed, what happens? It all comes back, right? You go play music, fantastic. You come back, bad. Because you're not actually listening to what is the emotion is telling you. So you're trying to do the three stuff that we said. People will deal with negative emotions with three stuff. Either they try to bear them, ignore them if they couldn't, and then compete with them if both other strategies fail.
It's like a placebo effect, you know, because you assume it worked for them, or at least you assume because they said it worked for them, it might work for you, but you actually don't know if they were affected by it in a long term.
Exactly, and this is why people get stressed. So what is stress? Stress are many negative emotions that you are keeping inside and you're not dealing with them. And then in a little while you'll understand why stress happens and why it doesn't really matter whatever pills we take, it doesn't work because it's not in your physiology, it's in your head. And if you understand the meanings of your emotions, you can fix it really very quickly and very simply.
Is there something you said people may compete with them? What do you mean compete? Like generate other emotions?
Okay, so this is what will happen. I will come to my wife and I say, today I had a very horrible day at work. She said, Yusri, who cares? I had a more horrible day with the kids. And then I will tell her, yeah, but my boss did that, but your mother did that, and but my ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. And then we'll keep competing with them because we cannot do anything about it. And so this is how competition works in negative emotions. You'll sit with a friend and your work is stressful, but not as stressful as a startup, and startup is not as stressful as being a manager, and it's not as being starting my life or ending my life. And we're all competing with negative emotions because we don't really understand them. We don't know the reason for it. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay. So let's do a test and understand the cycle that I told you. So what I will ask you to do now is I will ask you to close your eyes. Okay. And then I will tell you a story. And then through this story, you will experiment two things. How internal representation happens, and how do you feel with the story. Are you ready? So when I say 3, you will close your eyes. Okay? Don't close your eyes because you're looking at the camera, so you don't do that. All right? 1, 2, and 3. Okay. So the story goes like this. You won your lottery. You've seen the numbers now on TV. And you made $65 billion. First thing you do is you call a limo. The guy comes to your house. Now you can see your house as you can see it. It's totally up to you. It's your house that you're living in now. But the limo is coming to take you to your dream vacation, and this could be a nice little island, big island, jungle, desert, wherever you want to go. The driver comes out and he puts the red carpet. And then you walk through this red carpet to this really nice limo that has your preferred color. You go in, you have all your drinks, all of the stuff, nice music, and he drives away to the airport. In the airport, this nice jet that is waiting for you, you just bought it and you're very, very happy. You have $65 billion and you built the airplane in a couple of days, and it's designed for you. So go in, take your best seat, sit next to the window, and now you can hear the jet roaring and taking off. You're between the skies. You can see all the blues, all the colors, and you're relaxing, having your favorite drink. You arrive to your island. You go down the runway, another red carpet, and these beautiful girls and guys wearing these roses around their necks, dancing, playing music, cheering for you, and then you walk to the beach. You're barefooted and you can feel the heat of the sand under your feet. And you can hear on the background some kids playing. It's not noisy, it's at the very background, giggles of kids. The sun is not burning, but you feel the warmth. And your feet are getting into the cold water, so you have this nice mix between hot and cold and all of that. You go to your seat, you sit down, and the waiter is coming with a big bowl of ice cream. Your favorite taste, flavors, and everything. And it comes to you, and you get your scoop in it, and you put it at the tip of your mouth, and you start tasting it. Ah, onions. It's rotten. It's full of flies. Ah, and open your eyes. What happened? What happened? Nothing happened. Okay, so you didn't go to the onions.
It was like I was in the middle of my sleep, and then I was having this dream, and then it drifted, and then I just woke up.
Okay.
I suddenly remembered my trip to Maldives, so when you were saying all of that, I think it's just maybe brought a little bit of memories and kind of like, where I picture myself and stuff like that. So.
And how did you feel throughout the story?
I don't think a specific feeling. It was more of all pictures
And these pictures that you saw in your head, how did that make you feel? You were smiling when your eyes were closed. So it brought good memory, happy.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
No, I was shocked
Why?
because I was feeling good and picturing sitting there and eating ice cream. I normally don't really like ice cream, but then I thought actually now when I'm trying it, it's sort of vanilla ice cream. It's nice, I like it. And then you put that one with the onions and so I even tried to put in so much effort to taste it. So then that's kind of a shock, really.
Exactly. So, but you felt it, right?
Yeah.
And what was easier for you in your head? Was it the sounds, the feelings, or the pictures? Pictures were
It's like soothing and relaxing.
okay. And then how did that make you feel?
Exactly, relaxing.
Relaxing. All right.
I'm still traumatized
By the onions.
the perfect vacation, 65 billion.
And what was easier for you? Pictures, feelings, or pictures?
Easy for me, beaches.
Pictures. Okay. And how did you feel through the journey?
All right, nothing special.
Okay.
Yeah, sitting, visualizing the whole experience was nice. It was relaxing.
Yeah, for me, yeah, like meditation combined with pictures.
With pictures. Okay, and some people will find pictures easier to come, some other people will find sounds are easier to come, and some other people will feel the heat of the sand and the water and all of that easier. So people are different, but what does that tell you? That if we made up an external event, and we all know it's not true, right? But even though it's not true, it created an emotion. Now, some emotions can be good, some emotions can be bad, but is it really bad and good, or is it the meaning that we give to it? So because you know it's a story, it's an imagination, but you still gave it a good meaning, like I like what I see, it's reality, so you felt good, right? Because in your head, if you're saying that this was just an imagination, would you have felt anything? Probably not, right? It's just saying we know that we are in the assembly, we're sitting in a chair, probably not so comfortable, all of that stuff, right? And then you will not feel anything. And then this will be another choice of giving my story a different meaning. Does that make sense? So in a nutshell, things will happen around you, and whatever meaning you give to whatever is happening will create an emotion. Keep repeating that emotion, you will create a state that will not change. I'll give you an example. Do you have any manager, friend, someone that in your head said, I don't trust him anymore, I don't like him anymore? Do you have had this experience before? Okay, so why did that happen? I will tell you what happened. He created one negative event. You had a negative emotion. You said, he's my friend, I will bear it. He did another one, and then he did another one. And every time he creates a negative event, he creates a negative emotion, and then you create a negative state. And what will we call this state at the very end? I don't trust him. So keep repeating negative events, you'll create repeated negative emotions, you will be in a technology assembly world, you have installed a negative state. Now, do you think we can uninstall it? Yes? What can we do?
Change your interpretation, replace it with a different emotion.
How can you do that? How can you replace it? What do you need to do?
Change how you interpret something or have a conversation.
This is you, but what about the guy who created all that? Can he change it?
Who created the distrust?
Yes. So what does he need to do?
It means you understand that this creates a negative state of you,
And then what does he need?
then change the act.
Okay. So I'll,
Change the way it's perceived.
exactly. So one of the things that will happen is I will do one thing. Let's say I will get my wife to be upset. So now I want to make a recovery. So I'll go buy 150 dirhams, roses and stuff, and then I will go home and say, sweetie, I'm sorry. And then she takes it and then she throw it and she don't speak to me. And in my head I would say, why she's having a big fuss? I mean, this was only because we were talking about my socks that is always lost and I always cannot find it and all of that stuff. It's not a big deal why the roses didn't work. It's simply because I have done so many other things beside the sock thing, so I created a negative state. So one set of roses will not fix that. I need to clean the dishes, external event, and then feed the kids, external event. I need to work hard. I really worked hard to create the negative state, so I really need to do another set of external events, positive one, create a set of positive emotion, and then reverse the state. Does that make sense? So one act will not do because I really worked hard to create this negative state. So when you go next time and amend with your girlfriend, wife, mother, don't expect it's one thing. If you've been creating a whole big pile of negative things, you need to create another big pile of positive things so you can create a different state of trust. And this is why when you have the same issue with a colleague in a work, you don't trust him, it's because he have done so many negative events. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. Do you want to take a break? Yes, no, we can, we can, we can't, we can't, we can't, we can't,
We can.
we can't. We can?
I am in no position to say that. I'll let the others.
Okay, so let's have a break, but in a different way. So I will ask you to stand up. Because how many trainings have you attended before, guys? How many? Yeah, so like billions, right?
Oh, okay, not that.
Okay,
A few, like one each month.
one each month.
Countless.
Countless.
Five.
Five.
Tough number countless times.
Countless.
5 plus.
5 plus.
Yeah, a few. Something
Few.
like that. Only 4?
4.
2, 3.
No, not here. I mean anywhere in the world.
Oh, like for workshops in general.
Yeah.
I lost track.
Okay.
In the past year or just
In your entire life,
60?
60, 50.
Also,
So many.
thousands.
Thousands.
A lot.
A lot.
I stick to the fact count. What is
Countless.
Countless.
Yeah, no idea.
No idea.
Probably like 10, 20.
10.
More than 100.
More than 100. Okay. So how many times from out of these countless numbers have you chosen to go yourself? So nobody drove you to go or invited you go or to push you to go. You said, this is really good for me. I want to go. How many of you have done that before? So just raise your hand. This is something that you have. So you have done it before. You attended something that you really wanted to attend to, except poor you. Never. You've been always pushed to today, okay? Okay. So now, how many of you, those who attended something that they really, really liked and they attended, and they said, yes, what we're hearing is exactly what we need. This is really very powerful for me. This is exactly what I need. This is exactly what will change my life. How many of you have heard that before? Like you attended something and yeah, it was great. And then how many of you out of those who,
Percentage starts with degrees here.
what is that?
Percentage starts with degrees here.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then how many out of these ones that you said, yes, this is it. Now I know what I need to do. And then yet you didn't do anything. How many? Come on, be truthful. Right? Forever. Why? Why do you think this happens?
I guess it's a period of time where you're like, really fired up that, you're going to do this very thing.
They triggered your emotions, but
Yeah.
you didn't.
And then after a while it simmers down and then you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, then, yeah, it's not going to work.
Like I said, they triggered your emotions, but you didn't use the emotion to
To build
action
on it.
happen,
Yeah?
make the external stuff.
And I'll tell you really the reason, okay? So it has nothing to do with your emotions. It has to do with exactly what you said. How can we take this emotion and work with it? And I'll give you the reason. Now, people will go and attend these workshop setup, and what do? Is that sit down again? And I want you to be quick, okay? Because I'm gonna make you sit, stand, okay? So when I say it, do it very, very quickly. You ready? Yeah? Okay. So they would sit, and as I'm speaking, or anyone else, you know what they are doing? Like this. What is that? You're approving it, right? You're saying good stuff, but like this. Now imagine if I'm doing the training and I'm talking to you like this. Emotions are really nice if you use it wisely. Your life, how would you feel?
Like what I'm thinking, honestly.
Yeah. Okay. So it does not work, right?
Do something.
Yeah. So when people just shake their heads, they would take probably 20% of whatever happening in the room, and then 6 months down the time, they will only remember or act on maybe 10%, 5%, because they didn't take it really in, all of it. But now if you're writing notes, what happens? Nothing, okay? Because if you're writing notes like this, what happens to the notebook? Usually it's forgotten in the car. 90% in the rest are in the car, and rarely it goes to your home. where it will again be forgotten somewhere under your bed. But what really works, you get moving when you're listening. When you say, yes, I want to ask a question, when you move your body, when you shake it, when you understand, when you stand up, when you sit down, when you have energy talking to me. You have energy. Show me.
Oh.
Whoa, yes. Can you scream now?
Oh, I saw that.
Still not? No charging? Okay, we'll try again later. Okay. So don't think that you got away with it, all right? So stand up. So whenever I will tell you something, when I say, does that make sense? I want you to tell me, yes. Can you do this?
Yes.
Yes.
Again. It didn't work. It didn't work again. So if I tell you, does that make sense? And you really having sense. I mean, don't tell me yes if it doesn't. But if it does, I want you to tell me, yes. Can we do that?
Yes.
No, I can hear, by the way, that they all said it, except you. I've been doing this for so long.
Yes!
Thank you very much. Okay. So if we have this energy, you're going to get a lot out of the day. And it's only 2 hours, guys, right? Which we probably having... How much time do we have left? Okay. Sit down. Okay, do we have an agreement?
Yes.
Yes.
Do we have an agreement? Yes! Yes. And I want you to say yes. Okay, can you do that?
Yes!
Okay, but with them.
Okay.
Don't say it alone, right? It doesn't feel good when you're, you know, so, okay, again. So, are we ready? If you don't do it with them, you're going to do it alone. This is between you and me, okay? Nobody hears that. Okay? All right. So this is how emotions are being created. So external events, we get a meaning, it creates the emotion, senses, state, physiology, and our behavior. Okay? All right. Now, how can we use this? How can we understand this? So let's explain what are emotions and all the set of them. And I know that you are more concerned with what we call negative, so I'll focus only on this because in 1 hour we cannot cover them all, but I will cover the major ones, the ones that we all have. Now, emotions are endless and we cannot count them because every one of us will rephrase them or give them a different name than the other. So let me give you an example. You all know love, right? Love. No, you know?
No, I didn't.
You know it? Okay. So we all know love, right? So this is what I want you to do. Bless you. And do you know what is a chair? Yeah? Okay. Are you sure? Okay. So this is what I want you to do. Since we don't have pen and papers, this is what I want you to do. I want you in your head, okay, to pick what love is for you in one word only, in your head. But pick the word in your head. Don't tell me, all right? Once you have a word in your head, what is love for you in your head, just do like this. If you cannot find what love is, then we have a different problem. It will need a different course. So when you're ready. Okay. We're waiting. Ah, you've done? Ah, okay, my bad glasses. All right. Okay. So you're all got it, right? Okay, cool. So we'll start with you. And please tell me what you have. Don't change your mind if you hear something better or nicer. Just tell me what you had in your mind. Attraction. Care. Care. Warmth. Loving. Hard. Hard. Warming. These are two. Yes, okay, but we'll take it,
Devotion.
Devotion. Abstract. Comfort. Okay, so different meanings, right? Who's right and who's wrong? What is that? Everyone is right?
Everyone is wrong.
You come here and tell me everyone is right. Don't say it when you're there.
Everyone is right.
Everyone is right. So how come everyone is right?
This is a personal meaning.
It's subjective.
It's personal, it's subjective. And how did we get these meanings? From our experiences. And how did we create our experiences?
From the external.
From external events. Does that make sense? So we had external events, we gave it a meaning, and we kept that meaning. But this is love, and I know I'm tricky, and I gave you something that can have a different billion meanings. But let's go for a chair. We should have one meaning for the chair. So now in your head, I want you to choose a meaning. What does a chair mean? When you're ready, do that.
Is it one word or?
One word. So no heart-seated soft chair, okay?
No, what are you talking about?
Chair.
What does chair mean for you in one word?
Okay.
In your head, when you're ready. What does it mean? What does it really mean for you? Okay, ready, 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 ready. Why are you doing it like that so I cannot see it? And you push it up, push it up, push it up. Yeah, okay.
Comfort.
Great, fantastic. So,
Comfort.
comfort.
I did put my thumb.
Ah, you didn't put it.
Furniture.
Furniture.
Comfort.
Comfort. Relaxation. Comfort.
Relaxation.
Relaxation.
Work.
Work.
Support.
Support.
Nothing actually. Like I don't put. I don't use
Comfortable.
Furniture.
Furniture. Okay, so from comfortable to furniture to work to support, these are different meanings, right? Total different meanings. So what does that tell you?
Chair is multiple words. No, a chair is multiple words. You can't
Yes.
say one word.
You cannot go and buy chair because you cannot know what it does mean. So, but what does that also tell you?
It tells you people perceive things differently.
100%. So even simple thing like a chair will have different meanings to it. So all of our experiences, all of our emotions will be different because the different meanings that we give it to the stuff. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Yes! Yeah, so I say, does that make sense? And you say yes, okay? All right. I'll test you again, by the way, right? Okay. So let's go and dive deep into our negative emotions. And let's start with one common one. What is one common negative emotion? Fear. Right? Fear is always, how many of you experienced fear before? Okay. Quickly, what was you afraid of? Give me something.
Anxiety.
Anxiety. From what?
Anything.
Anything.
An exam.
Exam.
Future.
Future.
losing money.
Losing money.
It's kind
Screaming in the room. It's very simple. Okay.
but like, my fear was kind of like, it came over teddy bears, but there's a story to it.
Okay.
My mom's slippers.
Slippers. Okay. We all have that fear.
Failure.
Failure.
Roller coaster.
Roller coasters.
Height. Altitude. Height.
Height. Okay. So these are all different ones, but let's take exams first because it will tell you the real purpose of this very, very, very powerful emotion, which is fear. So when we were young, they told us, don't be afraid, don't be afraid, don't be afraid, right? They told us that. Have any one of you managed not to be afraid?
No.
Never, right? Even the guys at war, do you think they are not afraid?
They're the most.
Yeah? They have fear. And the most courageous are the one who has the least fear, but he has fear, right? He has the least one, but again, he has fear. So what does fear tell us? So this is in your head what I want you to consider. Fear, or all negative emotions, are alarm. Consider it like a fire alarm. When a fire alarm goes on, what do you do? What is the first thing that you do? Panic?
Yeah, you run.
You run. First thing you do, tiririn, 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 what do you do?
I would even
Source of fire.
What?
You look for the source of
You look for the source of fire. So first you want to check if there is a fire or no. Now you know there is a fire. What do you do next? Run. If there is no fire, what do you do? What do you do? Nothing, right? Shout at the security guy. Okay, so this is what happens. So let's look at fear from the same perspective. I'm going to an exam, and then I have fear. What is fear telling me? It's an alarm. What is telling me? You're not prepared. It's telling you you're not prepared. So what do? You prepare. You get prepared. So remember, what was the first thing that happened when the fire alarm happened?
Can I even check if that's actually right?
Exactly.
I mean, I am prepared, but I just feel like I'm not prepared. So I need to first actually assess if that's true, if I'm prepared or if I'm not.
Exactly. And so what do you call this? You want to check that meaning. Right? So exam is coming. What is the meaning I'm giving it? Is it an opportunity to fail? Or is it an opportunity to show people how good am I? Or is it no opportunity at all? Does that make sense? So if I have the fear and I look at the exam, and the first thing to check fire, and it's very, very simple. Just ask yourself, is this an opportunity for me to shine or not? And you will be surprised that only answering this question, you will know if the meaning is right or wrong. Because if the answer in your head is no, then now you know there is fire. Now what you need to do is get prepared. Does that make sense? And this is an enormous force and power that you have. No one else can tell you this except yourself, your emotion. Your emotion is the only thing that can tell you that you're really not ready if this is the right meaning that you gave to the exam. Does that make sense?
Yes.
How old are you? 21. So when I say, are you ready? You say yes, okay?
Yes.
Because I am 17 and I say yes normally, okay? Okay? Okay?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Yes, okay. So fear will be like the alarm. It will go on, it will tell you you're not ready. You're not prepared for what is coming. Now I want you to think of all the stuff that you just told me that you had fear from. It makes sense, right? You're not ready. So now what do you need to do for fear to go away? Learn to dodge. So what does that mean? Get ready, right? So tell me now, when you're thinking about your fear, tell me one thing that you know if you learn now, you will not be afraid of what you told me. One thing that if you're sure of, this fear will go.
That I can get ready?
Yeah. You just told me about your fear, right? What was you afraid of?
Losing money.
Losing money. Tell me one thing that if you have or learned will let this fear go away. One thing. I want you all to think of one thing in your head. Yeah, I know it's difficult. And imagine one thing. If it happens, you will be free of that. What is one thing that if you have or learned how to do, this fear will go?
That I can be okay even if I lose.
Okay. This is one thing. Okay.
I don't understand.
Think about it.
For me, it's positive reference experiences.
Okay. But what else if you learned, if you have, this fear will not exist? So research, confidence.
For me, it's like if I can be given assurance that I'm not going to die in the road, so that.
Okay. Because your word was everything. Choose one. Let's focus on one thing. Practice. Okay.
Multiple streams of comfort.
Okay. So multiple streams of comfort. So this is revenue and multiple streams of
Comfort.
comfort. What was your fear?
Future.
Future. Okay, so when you say multiple streams of comfort, means I can have many choices in life. Does that make sense?
Yes, multiple choices in love and money and like anything.
Exactly. So this. So think about it this way. If you now start working on developing this, what do you think will happen to the fear?
I'll be at ease.
You will be at ease. Okay? But I know what is preventing you probably now is other set of emotions. So when you are starting to think, what can I have now that will remove this fear, you're probably having another negative emotion that's preventing you from thinking about this. What was it? Panic. Time. So this is another fear, right? Confusion. 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 Okay. So I'll tell you multiple of them, and then this will get the confusion out, because when you say confusion, you actually want to tell me it's stress. I feel stressed with this question because it's so many things. Because what is confusion?
Too many choices.
Too many things, right? And if you have too many things, how would you feel? Stressed, because too many things. Okay, so let's first look at the categories. So I'll put them in 9 categories so you can understand them. The first set of emotions, and as I told you, people will express them differently. Number 1 will be boredom, impatience, uncomfortable, and these are the general stuff that we usually feel. You feel, I feel bored, I feel impatient, I feel all of these stuff. So this is one set. We'll call it for now boredom. The other one is fear, and then the other one is hurt, and then the other one is frustration, and then and then and then and then and then and then nothing. Okay, 9. Okay, out of this list, which one, each one of you pick one, say this is my main one.
I can't.
You can't.
Yeah, it's like you have like ups and downs
Of all of them.
Exactly.
Yeah. Frustration.
Stress.
Stress.
Disappointment.
Disappointment.
Frustration.
Frustration.
Probably alone.
Alone.
Stress.
Stress. Okay. Okay, so here are the steps. 5 steps to work your way with your emotion. Number 1, we need to listen to the emotion. Okay? Understand how you feel right now. And then, what is the meaning that you are giving it? And then, you tell me because I cannot see.
Is it true?
Is it true? So you check is the meaning that you gave, is it true or not? Does he hate me or he's busy? All right? Am I ready for the test or am I not? And then take action. So if my wife have understood the feeling right now of rejection, okay, is it true? No, it's not true. He's only busy. Can I take what I still want? Yes, I can. I just need a different behavior. So fear is like this. Fear is your alarm that is telling you, be prepared. Imagine that you have a door, and behind this door is a dark room, a room that you've never been into before. And then you have another door, and behind this door, again, dark room, but this is your room. And I gave you the choice to go inside one of them, and you can only go inside one of them. Which one would you choose? I don't know, I just forced you. I put a gun in your head and I say, choose one. Your
If
room.
you put a gun on my head, then I'd go in my own room.
The other room.
My own room.
So all of you said my own room. Why my own room?
Because you had a young student, so I would look for a comfort.
Certainty.
and exactly, uncertainty is there, dark room. But if you have another dark room, completely dark, and I told you there might be a treasure and there might be a lion or a snake, let's make it a snake, behind that door, it's dark. How would you feel if I tell you go in and take the treasure, or you might find a snake? How would you feel? It's dark. The room is dark. Yeah. Yeah, but how will you feel before you go to the room? So you will have fear, right? So what is fear telling you? Be prepared. So how can you get prepared? What do you need? Light. So what are you going to do? You get a flashlight. And when you have a flashlight, what will you do? Turn it on, open the door, and check. If there is a treasure, you'll get it. If there is a snake, you can go out of the room. So if I tell you, don't be afraid, am I doing you good or bad?
No, be like, yeah, you got to respond to the fear.
Right? So fear is good. I want you to be afraid, because if you are afraid, you will get ready. If you're not afraid, what are you going to do? You're going to open the door and go in. What will happen? 50-50 chance. You can take the treasure or you can die. But which are a smarter choice? Get ready. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So this is a very, 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 thank you very much, very, very, very powerful tool. Use it. Okay? Now let's go to the other one. Out of the list, there was one important one that I didn't mention. Can you remember which one I missed? Anger. You all noticed that? Why you didn't tell me?
You're the one doing the session with us. So.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, like, what if you know better than us?
Okay. Maybe, right? Yes. You're smart. Okay, so what is anger? What is anger? Let me first ask you, do we get angry or do we do angry? I want you to think a little bit before you answer. Do you get angry or do you do angry?
The language says get angry.
The language.
Yes.
What does the language say about do angry? What does that mean?
Is that when you're
I'll give you an example.
physically displaying anger?
Yeah, because it's
How,
right?
how,
So you can-
how long do you know me now? 1.5 hours. Okay, so I will give you an appointment tomorrow at 9, and I will tell you let's do business together. 9 exactly, I don't show up. How will you feel?
You could be stuck in traffic.
Depends.
I remember your words and try to assess the situation. Different.
Frustrated and sleepy.
Tired.
Very unprofessional.
You might be testing my patience.
A bit angry.
Okay, 5 minutes later, I'm not there.
There's a good chance I'm not there either. So.
No harm done. No, for the sake of the activity, let's say you're there.
The same thing.
Same.
I text you that I'm here.
Okay,
Yeah, probably I will start checking on you.
okay.
Yeah, but also check if there's actually, if I need to be afraid, you did it on purpose or you didn't do it on purpose.
Okay, 15 minutes, I'm not there.
I'd probably take my leave then.
You'll take your leave. 15 minutes, I'm not there.
I'll give you a call.
I waited longer, so.
Focus on something else.
Okay, half an hour and I'm not there. I didn't answer your call.
You too late. At
How will you
9.
feel?
I would just then start like
Okay.
that time.
Different version. Your dad, your mom gave you a meeting at 9. She didn't show up. How will you feel? How will you feel? Patient. Another 15 minutes. Because you know the flying slipper is there. So, so 30 minutes, he's not there. How will you feel?
Okay.
45 minutes?
I might be worried, but yeah, let's see.
Okay, so it's different, right? One, you choose to be angry. The other one, you choose to be worried. Do you do angry or you get angry?
You do angry.
You do angry. Because you chose to tell me that I am Iron Man, I cannot get sick, I cannot have an accident, I cannot be late, I cannot have anything, I have to be here at 9. But your dad, mom, sister, they can have all the excuses in the world. You'll still feel worried. Make sense?
Yes.
So it depends on the meaning that you give to that external event. Does that make sense? Okay, so what is anger? When you get angry, what does that mean? What is it telling you? And I'll tell you why I didn't put it in. Because when you are angry, you are afraid. Now I want you to think of all the situation when you were really very angry, and you will find out that you were really frightened. Does that make sense?
Not much.
Choose a situation, and I've been doing that for 20 years. Not once one find something that he was really angry. Tell me one example. Tell me, Yusri, this situation happened, I was not afraid. Give me any situation.
Not afraid?
Angry. Like, I was not afraid, I was angry. Because people will tell you, no, I was not afraid, I was angry. Like, as if anger is a better state. You know, as if being angry is like being a billionaire. Like, no, I'm not afraid, I'm angry. I'm from the angry group. Because I was born angry, because whatever, and it's all, okay? There's nothing cool like that. It's fear. And think about any situation. I'm walking in the street, and someone tries to pick on my wife. How do you think I will feel?
Disrespected.
And what is this?
It's fear.
It's fear. I'll show it as people would say anger, but it's not anger. It is a high level of fear. Does that make sense? If your boss is angry with you, why is he angry? He is afraid. Does that make sense? He's afraid about the target, he's afraid about the job, he's afraid about the project. If your father is angry from you, why is he angry? Because he's afraid about you, right? He's worried about, and he shows this, a very common example. Anyone here has kids? Okay.
Is that a genuine question?
All right. Yes, a genuine question. So, if we have kids, what happens? The kid is playing in the room, okay? And if you don't have kids, then you must have been a kid before, right?
Must.
So this you have. So you will have this, you remember this. The kid is playing in the room, and the mother is telling him, don't run, you'll hit your head, you'll hit your head, you'll hit your head, you'll hit your head. And then the kid doesn't stop, and then he hits his head. What happens? What does the mother do? She gets angry, right? And what does she do? She shouts, right? Ah! What is this? Is this anger? It is? Anger or fear? Fear, right? But she showed it as anger. And we call it anger, but it's not anger, it's fear. I don't know what to do, so I'm shouting at you, right? So there is nothing called anger, it's only fear. But anger is a different level of fear. So what is panic? It's fear. So I told you, when I chose the words, I chose them, but there is a spectrum of words. So when I say regret, what is another word for regret? Guilt?
Not getting that opportunity again.
Maybe you don't feel that. It's a different representation of a feeling, but in a sentence. But this is how you feel. Maybe I will not get this again. So it's a spectrum of things. So when I say guilt, take all the words that represent it. When I say fear, take all the words. But anger is one of them. And anger was made, why is it so quick? Why is it so quick? Why people always react angry before anything else? Because it was built inside us for only one reason and one reason only. To protect your life. So imagine someone is trying to kill you. How do you want to feel? Joy. Yes. Kill me. Yeah? You want to feel panic? When I'm killing you?
There would be panic, yes.
Yeah, but what will happen if you panic?
Die.
Exactly. What is the only thing that can protect you? Anger. And this is why when people gets angry, they may kill, because now they are capable of doing it. And this is why it's like 911. Consider this level of fear is like your 911. It will come to you when your life is threatened. And this is why when you are angry, ask yourself, because anger is the only thing that really needs you to check the meaning. Why am I afraid? And once you understand it, you will not be angry. I had a couple who came to me, they're always fighting together, and he said, my wife is always angry. And I took her to the side and I said, why are you afraid? I'm not afraid, I'm angry. Yes, why are you afraid? I'm not afraid, maybe he will leave me. Maybe I'm getting old. So it was all fear. Now, when she understood that she is afraid, now what is the next step? What do? We get ready. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. You don't need to shout, because I know you're trying to absorb it. So no shouting this one. Absorb it first. Does that make sense? You absorbed it. Say yes, but very good. Yeah? Okay. So this is anger. So there's nothing called anger. It's only fear. So what do we do when we are angry? Ask yourself, what are you afraid of? And when you know why you're afraid, you'll know that you need to get ready so you're not afraid anymore. Okay? So now, let's stand up. I'll tell you something that you need to experience, and this will tell you how to change your emotion, and then we're going to explain another one, which is frustration, because frustration is a really very, 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 very powerful alarm. When frustration comes to me, I get happy. So my wife sees me and she says, why are you so excited today? I tell her, I'm frustrated.
No, never happens.
Why?
How?
I'll tell you how in a second. But frustration is good news. When you are frustrated, you will be very, very, very happy. So come with us so you don't feel frustrated. Without the chair, come without the chair, and then you can sit back, come in the circle. Okay? So let's do this very, very quickly. Okay? So this is what we're going to do. Come next to me. So let's make a circle. Okay? No, inside the circle. Yes? Okay, cool. Now let's look this side. Yes? Perfect. And then we're going to walk. Okay, now what I want you to do is I want you to be sad. And how do people sad? How many nationalities do we have here?
India.
Algerian, Egyptian.
Swiss.
What is that? Arman.
Swiss.
Swiss?
India,
Pakistan,
India.
Bangladesh, Bulgaria.
Okay. So we have different things. So, but how people would express sadness when they are sad and different. So how do people get sad in India? What do they do? Do they look up or down?
I don't think it's an Indian thing. I think
Yeah, tell me.
down.
Down.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you sure?
Just bang their head.
Okay, so they look down. Okay. In Egypt, do they move slow or fast when they are sad?
Slow.
Slow. Same in India, right?
They become kind because we are expert in repression.
Okay, so
Very nice people.
okay, so everything slows down. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to look down. I want you to move slowly. So let's move slowly. Okay. I want you to remove the smile from your face. I want your hands to be loose. I want you to really look down, bend your back. It's sad. I know it's similar to zombie thing, but consider it sad for now. Okay? Now I want you to say this. I want you to say, this is a perfect day. I'm really very happy. No, say it really slowly. This is the best training I attended. Why are you laughing? Okay, stop. Why are you laughing?
The way
It doesn't feel like sad, right?
Congruent to what you're actually feeling.
Yeah.
What you're saying and what you're feeling is
It's yeah, it's
contrast there.
yeah. There is a contest. Okay, so let's do it now the other way around. Okay, so when you are happy, what do you do in Swiss?
Yeah.
Like this.
Like this, right? Are you loud or not loud?
Energetic? It's more
Energetic.
yeah.
Okay. Yes. Ask about loud. Are we loud? Yes, we are. We're loud. Okay. So remember this. We're loud. Are we looking up or down? Up. Up. Our muscles are tense or loose?
active.
Active. We're fast or slow? Fast, right? I'm sorry. Okay? So this is what we're going to do. Now, I want you to move really quick. Move in a circle. Move quick. I want you to clap your hands. Yeah, make like a beat, like as if you're dancing, as if. Okay, and now this is what I want you to say. I want you to say, this is a very bad day. I'm really very angry. This is very, yeah. Now, how do you feel? Stop. How do you feel? Happy, even though our words were not happy. Okay? Have a seat. So what does that tell you? If you are experiencing negative emotion, what can you do? You can move, right? Move, shout, go to the gym, play music, all of that will make you feel good. Does it solve the problem? No. Why it's not solving the problem? Because we're not listening to the alarm. Listen to the alarm, understand what does it mean, then go and act. Okay? Now let's go to one which is really nice. And to make this nice, we're going to have to do an experiment. And to do the experiment, I'm going to have to tie you. Oops. Can you do something? Maybe my wife heard me and this is why she's calling. Okay. Let's see frustration. Give me your hand. Stand up. Stand up. When I go to training, I give guys an exercise to do, and this exercise is about a bus. And I tell them that the bus is going to Germany, and they need to go to Swiss. And at the beginning, I don't tell them where the bus is going, but they know they need to go to Switzerland, and the bus is going to Germany. So at the beginning, they go all in the bus, and then after the bus moves, what do you think they discover?
They go in the wrong direction.
They go into the wrong direction. So they go out of the bus, they come back to the station, and then they find again the same bus. And this bus has 4 doors. What do you think these people do? Yeah, it has 4 doors, 2 in front, 2 in the back. What do you think they should do?
Jump off the bus.
The same bus. They came back to the station, they find the same bus. What do they do? Okay, so they should double check, right? Amazingly, they don't do double checking, they just go again in the same bus. But this time from a different door. So they go from the other side, from the left. They find themselves in Germany. They go back, they find again the same bus. Tell them, now what are you going to do, guys? We say, we'll have the same bus, but now we're going to get from the back door. This is what people do in the training. So what are you going to do? I give you a hint. What are you going to do?
On a different bus, I guess.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
It's always the best way. Tied up. Yeah.
Usually, when I do training, and I'm not getting money, so I tie people, and then I don't untie them until they pay. So it's a simple question. I want you guys to get out. Is it tight? Anyone? I did it tight?
It's perfect.
Yeah, but you're not feeling hurt or anything, right? Okay. So basically what I want you to do, I want you to get out of each other, guys, without cutting the rope or untying the rope. Okay? So until you do that, we can have another 2.
Can I skip that one or?
Hmm?
Can I skip that one? Okay.
You don't want to get that? You don't want to pay? Why? And you're gonna play
Okay.
because you're gonna have to play.
Alright. I saw this on TikTok, bro.
Yeah? You saw it on TikTok?
I don't know how to do it.
Why TikTok are doing my stuff?
Make them pay.
No, it's always
It's not a closed loop. I
It
just
is a
don't know
closed
why
loop.
it's not a
It is a closed loop. It's a circle, one way or the other.
No.
Not?
You were very, very close from doing it.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're going to do it all together. All three of you.
Wait, one more.
I think we'll do
There's three, okay.
No, not with you.
them together.
No. Okay.
Wait, so it's just us two?
Yes.
Oh, it's just us two.
Yeah.
Wait, no. Oh, wait. Yeah, go. No.
My hand is full. But you'll have to.
Okay.
That won't work.
You're done?
يفكوا هذه وخلاص نطلع منها.
Hmm?
Correct?
No. Ta 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 ta.
No, you're still tired.
You wanna get tied?
Okay.
Do you want to try or do you want us to do this with you?
If it's a close loop, if I get both my hands on one side of my head.
Yeah, exactly.
Untie yourself.
No, he said you can't.
Untie
You cannot untie yourself.
If
You
it's
can't?
not tight,
Okay.
can I just like slip my hand into
So what's the
one
objective again?
and then
Yeah, do it.
Just have to get out of this.
So what's
But
the
you need to be like
We need to
0 years old so you can do it.
like we
so I can't cut the rope or untie it?
Untangle, you cannot untie it, and you cannot cut it.
You cannot cut it, you cannot
Yes.
untie it.
But I want you to see what you're doing, okay? Yes, exactly. You're almost there. Yes, fantastic. Nothing happened. Okay. Yes. They are out. See, they are out. He's out. He's in. He's out. He's in. He's out.
We also need to get done.
Fantastic.
He's just saying what they're doing. They're not out of the rope. They're just out.
I think we should think about the problem. So we can't untie it
1 minute.
and cut it.
1 minute.
Can I not just? I'm not untying it.
I just feel the
No.
So I can't do it.
No.
Wait, what happened?
يا عليكم شغال.
Alhamdulillah.
Stop pulling it.
30 seconds. Yes, you're there. Yes. One is out. No, it's not.
Wait, now come back. Now come back. No.
there has to be like
10 seconds.
This hand needs to stay out of my
Shall I go back? You go inside.
Yeah, we did the same thing, bro.
Okay, then you
How do you feel?
happy.
Oh, fantastic.
Excited, but confused as well.
Okay.
Don't run to Google.
Don't.
No, we're not.
My entire life revolves around Google.
It's like this.
When I don't, I Google it.
If I don't know something, I Google it. It's not a closed loop. I can almost.
Okay, time.
Okay, sure.
Before you Google it. Okay. So let me show you what are you doing, guys. Oops.
We did it.
Yes, I know. Okay, let me show you. Have a seat. Let me show you what you're doing. So this is what's happening. You remember that I told you about the bus, right?
Yeah.
So what did you do? At the beginning, you came down and you asked the guy in front of you to step in, right? So he steps in. And then what did you find out? Nothing doesn't work. So what do? We really get very smart. Okay, let me go in. And then you go in. What happens?
Start again.
Nothing happens, right? So what do? Okay, now let's do something different. You do it. No, let me do it. So people keep going in the same bus. And then how will you feel? Frustrated, right? So what is frustration telling you?
To change direction.
To change?
Keep trying.
To change?
Direction.
Direction? Change?
Orientation.
Yeah, change the meaning of what.
Change what you're doing. Okay? Frustration is a very powerful message that is telling you stop doing what you keep on doing and expecting different results. Because we're doing the same thing. He's in or I'm in, it doesn't really matter. And then we really get very smart. Let's do it backward. Maybe if we give it our back, it will work. It doesn't. The same result. Okay? And then when it doesn't work, then he tries it with his back and so on. And we keep doing it. Frustration is telling you what you're doing is not working, change it. And when he's telling you change it, he doesn't mean you go in and I go in. It means let's change what we're doing. Totally. Okay, so let's do it together. And I was happy that you said it was not closed loop, because it's not closed circle. Let me try you. So what does frustration tell you?
Think.
Change what you're doing. Don't think he already did the thinking for you. He's telling you, don't do it. Do something different. And this is why, and this is why, when they give you this good advice of, when you feel stressed, play music, or when you play music, what do? Nothing. You didn't change anything. You're simply distracting yourself from the problem. The problem needs a different approach. So basically, stop going inside each other and coming in and out and in and out. And all what you need to do is really do something different. How did that happen? Okay. Do something different, and simply, I will take this like
there
this.
we go.
And do like this. See, you were very, very
Very
close.
Very close.
All right? Okay?
Let's loop this.
And I'm not showing you this, guys, so you learn how to do it. We'll talk about frustration. Okay, I'll show you after we finish. But does that make sense?
Yes.
Frustration is telling you, because I want you now to think about it. When you feel frustrated, when does it happen? When do you feel frustrated?
Something isn't working.
Yeah,
When something isn't working, right? When you tried and tried and tried. Now frustration is telling you, stop, think about what you're doing, change it. And when we say change it, you need to change it. So some people are looking for a job, okay? And I'm looking on LinkedIn. So someone else, change what you're doing. Instead of sending 10, send 20. Instead of sending 20, send 30. Are you changing? No. What you need to do is take your CV and go visit people. Do YouTube videos. Do something totally different. Does that make sense? So when you feel frustration, is it good news or bad? It's really good news. It's telling you stop because think about it. Can anyone else see that you're doing the same thing? Can anyone even notice it? Sometimes. And the majority of the time they will not. Your emotion is the only thing that will notice that you're doing the same thing. And it's the only thing that will tell you change it. Other people will not notice. If you came to me and you said, Yusri, I'm sending 10, but now I'm sending 20, they would tell you, good job. But your emotion knows, and it will not stop. It will keep hitting you and telling you, the bell will keep ringing. Stop what you're doing, stop what you're doing, stop what you're doing. And if you keep doing it, it will not work. Does that make sense? So this is frustration. So now we know fear. Fear is telling you to get ready. Frustration is telling you to stop doing what you're doing, expecting different results. We all know the definition of insanity and all of that. Yeah, right? So it's a very, very good alarm. So use it. Okay? And then what is anger? It's fear. So back to the mother thing. So when the mother is shouting at the kid, is she helping him? No. Why? I want you to take the shoes of the kid, and we'll close with this one. When we don't listen to our alarms, we'll do wrong behaviors, and when we do wrong behaviors, we'll get results. And this example is really, really powerful, because when the mother shouted, and let's look at the kid now. The kid who was playing, he's never been hit before. He doesn't know the experience. When he's hit, how do you think he feels? What is the first thing he feels? Hurt, right? And then after the hurt, what is the emotion that will come to him? Sad or fear? No, let's say he doesn't know anything. This is his first experience with getting hit. Okay? So he'll feel fear. If he is afraid and hurt, and he can see his mother next to him, what do you think he will expect? Comfort, right? Protection, all of that. But what does he find? Angry, attack. In his head, he will understand that when I am in the most hurtful situations, when I'm really hurt, when I'm really in fear, the closest people to me will attack me. And guess what happens year after year after year? When we are old or teens, when we do big mistake, what do? Do we go to our mothers and fathers? Usually not. Why? Because they taught us and they trained us, when you are hurt, when you are afraid, don't come to me, because I will hurt you more. Does that make sense? And this is not because they are not afraid. They are afraid, but they didn't understand the real meaning, that when you are angry, you are afraid. So if you understand why you have the fear, the mother could have solved the problem very, very easily. Why is the mother afraid? She's not prepared for her kid to be hurt, right? This is the preparation. So I need to be prepared. Prepared for what? For my kid running. So what do? I have the table. What do? If I want to be prepared? Remove the table, and easier, you can get some cloth and wrap up the table from the places, and job is done. Now when my kid is playing, will I fear? Will I be afraid? No. Job is done. I got prepared. Does that make sense? Yeah? So in essence, all of your what we call negative emotions are alarms. They are telling you how to deal with negative and challenging situation. If you really understand them and you check the meaning that you are giving it, and then you take action to get ready to change the way you're doing it, to be prepared, then fear will go. If any one of you have ever had fear of public speaking or talking to a group, if you have this fear, it's basically telling you, be prepared. And how do you get prepared for something like this? Practice. I'll speak with 2 guys, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5. My first time was in front of 200. I panicked so much. And I kept looking at them and looking at me. And like, what do I say? And I froze for like a minute, and it felt like a year. And then that was it. All right? Okay. So let's have 5 minutes of questions and we close. Any questions about any other feeling?
Can we overlap these negative emotions where, how do we overlap these negative emotions spontaneously with,
You cannot. It's a built-in alarm system. Use it. When you go to any angry management course, they will tell you you will not feel angry again. They are lying. It will never happen. You have to be angry. Why? Because it protects you against death. If I come, let's say you go to an angry management training, and miraculously, he made anger disappear from you, and now I'm coming to kill you. What will you do? Feel love, or feel what will you feel? Nothing. You'll die. You need to be angry. You need to feel afraid, so you get prepared. You need to feel frustration, so you change what you're doing. You need to feel regret, so you understand that the lines. So what is regret? Another important one. Regret is basically telling you you have crossed a line that you have put yourself. I said I will not do that, and I did it. So your emotion is the only person, if we call it a person, he knows that you have crossed a line that you have put yourself. So he's telling you basically, please respect your own rules. They are made to protect you. And all what you need to remove regret is to promise yourself that you will respect your own rules. That's it. And it's as easy as that. If you tell yourself, I know now that my rules are good for me, you will always respect it. Because once you cross, how many times have that happened to you? And you knew that what you're doing was wrong, and you do it. And then you feel regret. Does that make sense? And then they will tell you, don't feel regret. No, please feel regret, because if you don't feel regret, you'll do it again. And how many times have you felt regret and you did it again? Because they told you not to regret it. Does that make sense? So don't call them negative emotions, call them emotions. And they are alarm against all bad things that will happen. Use them. Does that answer your question? Any other questions?
We seem to be very advanced in civilization of people. Speak languages of people, software, magnificent things. But this is very rudimentary. Why have we lost touch with this emotions and their meaning? And how can we nurture this?
Because we were always taught, and I think most of us are still learning the same thing, that they will come to you and tell you, don't use your emotions, use your brain. And and that doesn't really work. Humans are built, you know bats? Do you know how bats fly? What do they use? Sonar, right? Humans are the same thing. We use emotions. Emotions are the most important thing that we. Why do you think we're doing anything in life? Let me tell you, what is your biggest wildest dream? What do you really want to do in life?
I'm not old enough to answer that question. Can someone
Tell me something that you want now, not something that you really want now.
money?
Okay, why?
Because I can get things.
Okay, and when you get things, what will happen?
I just get the thing. That's the entirety of it.
Yeah, and then what will happen when you get these stuff?
Some semblance of happiness.
Okay, what do you really need?
do I really need?
Yeah. Think about one thing that you really want.
Success.
And success. And when you are successful, what will that make you feel?
Then I feel more confident.
Okay. Tell me something material that you want, something that you really want in life.
Material. I'll get to the next question. I want to be fulfilled.
Fulfilled. And what is fulfillment?
Success, money.
It's an emotion, right? It's an emotion. What do you?
To basically close the next funding round.
Okay, and when you have that,
It gives us
what will happen? Security. And what is security? Feeling. So think about anything. At the end, what do you want? You want to feel something. And so emotions are very important, because at the end, this is what we want. Nothing really matters. What matters is how will I feel after I get it. And this is why happiness doesn't really make any sense. If I tell you, I want you to work to be happy, you cannot. Simply do all the things that you want to do, and then you'll be happy. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So this is why emotions are very important. Humans, like bats, we operate with our emotions. Things are happening in life and we emitting our emotions. They go, they hit it, we get a meaning, it reflects to us, and then we start thinking. Think about anything that you, think about the guy who thought of flying. How did it start? Do you think it started in his head or his feeling? His emotion. Okay? Imagine this, there was no flying, we don't know anything about it. And I was sitting like this and I saw a bird flying. What do you think the first thing happened?
Wow.
And what is wow?
Inspiration.
Yeah, what is wow? It's a feeling, right? Yeah, I feel I can do like this. Then he start thinking. When you buy a car, what is the first thing that attracts you to buy a car? Feeling, and then you think about it. Think expensive, nice, better, or, right? So always emotion and then anything else. And this answers your question. So people, because we were always brought to, don't use your emotion, don't use your heart, no, it's, okay? It's always use your emotions. It will not lie to you, but you need to check the meaning first. So first step, listen to your emotion, check the meaning, if it has the right meaning or not, then take action. As simple as that. Final 2 questions.
I have a question about what if basically you're communicating, you try to communicate your emotions, right? In a certain way, basically, that the environment can understand and can change when we're talking about, like, you know, what creates the negative state. But you're not getting maybe actually that that willingness to understand emotions, right? So what would be the best course of action?
So what you're telling me, I'm trying to communicate with other people
Yes.
on an emotional level and they cannot understand it.
No, it's not like you don't understand. You don't see the willingness to understand.
Okay.
When it comes to when the discussion, you know, where there are some people, what he was saying, there are some people who don't want to get, you know, in touch with their emotions,
Yes.
discuss this stuff anyways. They try to put barriers, like, you know, when those kind of discussions come into place.
Yes.
So I'm not even getting yet to the point of, like, you know, you understand it or not understand the emotion, but can we speak about that? Because, like, sometimes, you know, some people just like completely isolate themselves.
Okay. What you need to do is you need to take this picture that you're looking at and just reverse it the other way around. Let me give you an example. Now, if you go to a training, have you ever went to a training and instantly when you saw someone giving this training or session, you felt, I'm turned off? And then after maybe a couple of hours, you said, yes, I was turned off and I'm still off. And I know now that this is the end of our relationship. And has that ever happened to you? In any setting, meeting, whatever, right? So what does that tell you about what you're telling me? Who's responsible to get your attention and your emotion? Me or you? In that setting. If I really want you to be with me 100%, and I want to, it's my job, right? So my job to create certain emotions inside you that will make you interested to listen and work with me. If I fail in doing it, then I need to change. Does that make sense?
I mean, I basically genuinely believe in this, and I'm a public speaker, so I know that there are some times actually where you are trying absolutely to use the sandwich theory, right?
Yes.
Like you start with a positive actually emotion, you try to kind of trigger them to motivate them or to make them happy, or like, you know, remember any memory and stuff, and then discuss whatever you really wanted to do, and then you end it also with a happy ending, so that actually
Yes.
is like, you know, you get it into it. But what I'm talking about is basically some sort of people when you have like a certain kind of like a kind of relationship with them, when you are in the stress of like work and entrepreneurship and all of that, the type of discussions that you usually have are not emotional discussions. That's what I'm trying to say. And then all of a sudden, you are like, you know, bringing a different type of discussion that you want to say.
Okay.
So
Let me here ask you, when you say it's not an emotional discussion, what do you mean? Emotional like it's emotional, or emotional like what we are talking about here?
No. I mean, most of the time we're discussing numbers or like, you know,
Okay.
the logic.
Okay. Now, again, humans communicate with emotions. Now, it doesn't really matter if we're using numbers. So let's say I told you we didn't really make our numbers this month. How will you react? It's an external event, right?
Yeah.
What did it do to you?
Disappointed.
What is this?
Feeling.
Okay, so whatever I say, number, business, meeting, whatever it is, first thing it will create an emotion. Now, depending on the meaning that you are giving to the guy who say, so I can tell you we didn't achieve the number, and you give it a meaning that lousy, why did we hire him? He's not doing a good job. Or maybe I didn't help him enough. Maybe he needs support. Maybe he needs more tools. Will that make your behavior different? Right? So just to make it simple, think about it as a relationship. If I have a relationship with someone and he did something, and in my head immediately I gave it a meaning that this is the end of the relationship, how do you think I will behave? And do you think it will be different if I give it a meaning that this is the beginning of our relationship?
Yeah, I think what I wanted to say is basically how to make people open up. That's what I wanted to say. It's not about
triggers.
we're not trying to. Sorry.
You have to find their triggers.
That's a good one. Yeah, it's like because it's not that basically they're not motivated or we're not taking the right direction. It's always with a positive mindset that actually we want to help each other, right? But it's just some people keep closing up.
Who said that it is right? Remember the exercise that we did about the meaning of the chair?
Yeah.
Now you could be doing me the most wonderful thing, but my meaning is totally different. So when you're giving me the chair and you're telling me, Yusri, it's comfortable, I maybe look at it and say it's authority. So in your head, you're seeing it comfortable. In my head, I'm seeing it authority. So what do? Is you communicate with people, understand them, ask them how do they feel. When I work with my team, I always ask them, how do they feel and how do they want to feel and what can I do to make them feel that, because I cannot guess. And I don't need to guess. Okay? And make it a casual thing. We don't have time to this, but maybe next time we can do this. I'll tell you how to listen, because listening is not your ears at all. It has nothing to do with your ears. Ears are for hearing. Listening is a totally different story. And so you need to listen so you can get on the same wavelength. And this is why they call it emotion intelligence.
This is what I said, like exactly ask this question, how do you feel? And they're like, nothing. Obviously it's not nothing. Like, your body language doesn't say nothing.
And because most of the time people see, this is a taboo in our region, and not our region, in the world. People don't like to feel that they are feeling anything negative. They don't like to feel that they are afraid or angry, or it gives them a sense of weakness. So they will tell you, no, I don't feel anything. Like I told you, they feel more prestigious to say that they are angry rather than fear. Okay? So it takes time for them first to understand that emotions are a good thing. And actually, it is the only thing. Okay? But they are trying to be intellectual and blah, blah, blah. It's nothing. There is nothing called like this. You have to feel, then you think, you feel again, then you think again, and then you take action. I fall in love with the car. I took action. I bought it. I drove it. I'm feeling again. I like it. I keep it. I don't like it. I take a decision, sell it. I have another feeling, regret. It's always like this. Feel, think, decision, feeling, think, decision. Does that answer your question? So it needs work, and I know I didn't give you all the answers because it's only 2 hours. But it's next time we'll do another thing. Completion.
I'm glad to hear there's a next time. We'll schedule another one.
Yes, I'm so excited.
I enjoyed today's workshop. I hope you guys did as well. But thank you so much.
Thank you.
I mean, he's here if you guys want to catch him. He's here in 5 as well. There is a video link that I can share with you guys where you can just upload a video testimonial or what do you call it session? Not very long, 50 seconds, 1 minute, whatever.
I think if you registered, I sent it on email to everybody who's registered. I can send it again. So really appreciate feedback on this one.
All right.
Thank you, Yusri.
Thank you very much. So stand up.
Johnny, in the previous episode, we had the pleasure of speaking with Sugar Ray Leonard. It was an awesome final episode to the month of October.
Yeah, and I hope everyone enjoyed that. You know, there's going to be times where we're going to be offered to do some special things like that, and we want to take those opportunities and give them to you all. And I think it also lightens up what we have going on here to also bring in somebody who is so confident in certain fields and that we get to hear their story and also get to play outside of our box that we've made for ourselves.
And obviously motivating going into the half marathon, which we completed over the weekend.
Yes.
Wow, what an experience. Definitely had the pleasure of hearing Sugar Ray Leonard in one ear and this month's guest, upcoming David Goggins, in the other ear,
Yes.
cheering us on, pushing us outside of our comfort zone.
I know that both of them were in my ear at certain parts of that race, and I couldn't help but laugh. And what a great month we had, where we had got the opportunity to interview them both in the span of a week. Two elite athletes, up to our own pushing ourselves physically. It just worked out so well.
And I think the best part about it was having an opportunity now moving into the month of November to really focus on rebuilding confidence. As we've gone through the last few months, we've really focused on honing those social skills. This month, we're going to dive into the mindsets necessary to be successful in life. And a lot of us have found our confidence shaken for some reason. And in those moments where we have some self-doubt, we take on some criticism, and now our confidence is taking a hit. How do we rebuild that? And confidence is our bread and butter here at The Art of Charm. Building confidence and social skills is the main reason that thousands of people have joined us in our coaching program over the last 12 years. And at the same time, we're often confronted with huge misunderstandings and myths around confidence and how we build what that confidence is. Lastly, we want to start the month of November and the theme of rebuilding confidence by addressing 3 specific myths we hear all the time in our boot camps around confidence. And bear with us here, because this episode is laden with a lot of scientific studies. As you know, listening to us, we love understanding the science behind why we do what we do and how we can use that to our advantage to become more successful, both socially and in life in general. So you're going to hear some studies, cutting edge behavioral and social science, that we're going to drop in this episode. So stay tuned, get your notepads out. We are excited to dive into rebuilding confidence.
And I just want to preface that as well with the idea is, if you're listening to this and you think, well, I haven't had anything happen to me lately where I need to rebuild my confidence. Let's not get too high on ourselves. Understand that it's coming, right? Those moments in life that you're going to get shaken up, they come for all of us, and there is plenty of loss in everyone's future, and you need to be able to withstand some of those beatings that you're going to take, that the damage that you're going to sustain just by living, period, right? It's just going to come. So not only rebuilding confidence, but this is about how you're going to go about strengthening your confidence and getting ready for those moments that you will be shaken up. So this is for everybody.
Absolutely. And I know that we, over the last decade plus, have gone through those moments, those gut checks, those, wow, got my feet knocked out from under me. How am I going to get back up, dust myself off? And we use this exact science to rebuild our own confidence personally. So we're going to be sharing some of those stories as well. But we're going to jump right into the very first myth when it comes to confidence, and that's the idea of feeling confident first. And when we talk about confidence, a word that hops to everyone's mind is self-esteem. The concept of having high self-esteem is so prevalent in the self-development field that many of us work on improving our self-esteem in the hope of creating all these other benefits in our lives. And we always see successful people as having high self-esteem. So immediately we're like, I need that. I just need to have more self-esteem and I can become successful. The idea here is if I build up my self-esteem, then I will naturally be successful. That is the first confidence myth we want to talk about today, because science does not back this up.
No.
And I know Johnny and I are both children of the self-esteem movement.
Yes, we are.
Johnny, you had some pep rallies around self-esteem in school.
Absolutely. And I remember these fondly. And we have a guest next week, Stephen Hayes, who's going to dive into this in a very in-depth conversation. However, I do want to state that, yeah, we used to go to these pep rallies, and they were like every 2 months. And I remember specifically asking, why are we doing this? And I remember it being centered around self-esteem, and my teacher telling us how important it was for us to have high self-esteem. And, you know, in these studies, it shows that it has quite the opposite effect. And one of the other things is when you're being told this, and as a kid, you haven't been through much in life where that sort of gets shaken, right? You're growing. There's a lot ahead of you. So I think for the most part, a lot of children feel really good if they have a healthy home. They're excited. School can be fun. They have friends. They want to go play, and so they haven't had too much mess with them. So when you continue to be told that you need to have self-esteem, and that you're doing these pep rallies so that you can feel this way, you start to think, well, I feel good. My buddies feel good. Who are we going to these pep rallies for?
Right, who doesn't feel good?
Who doesn't
we
feel
got to
good?
pick on them.
Yeah, so then you start to see other children who you think, well, that kid, he needs self-esteem. And because we're doing these types of activities for him and the likes of him, then he gets singled out, he gets targeted. And we all understand when it comes to bullying, the science has come back that it was never about having some abnormality that people can zero in on. It's that first you're socially left out or shy or behind the mark. So then whatever abnormalities that you do have, they become
visible.
They become visible. They become the primary focus of the bullying. Because the actuality of it is that all of us have some sort of abnormality that can be pointed out to be driven in. But the minute that a child becomes weakened or starts to separate,
in the out group,
is in the out group, then that abnormality becomes the target.
And I think this is a classic case of science getting ahead of itself and realizing that correlation does not always equal causation. So this idea that successful people have high self-esteem, therefore we have to artificially inflate self-esteem, has led us down the wrong path. There's a very fascinating study done by Roy Baumeister and his team that was published back in 2003, and you'll find the link in our show notes. The study is titled, Does High Self-Esteem Cause Better Performance, Interpersonal Success, Happiness, or Healthier Lifestyles? Obviously big, lofty goals with inflating self-esteem. And in that study, the scientists came to the conclusion that they had not found any evidence to show that boosting self-esteem, for example, through therapeutic interventions or in school programs like Johnny's pep rallies, leads to any benefits and can actually be counterproductive. They further concluded our findings do not support the widespread efforts to boost self-esteem in the hope that it will by itself foster improved outcomes. Talk about a bombshell.
Not only is it a bombshell, we have to understand that when you're in these environments growing up, this is all you know. So basically, this is, you know how you would have a tomato plant and you're going to tie it up to a stick so it grows straight? We've now just tied this up to a stick going sideways. And the longer we continue to nurture and water this plant, it's going to continue to go farther and farther sideways. That's what we have here.
Yeah, it absolutely is. We had helicopter parents. Now we have lawnmower parents. We have participation trophies. No one can lose because no one wants to hit to their child's self-esteem.
Yeah.
In actuality, that is the problem. Self-esteem has to take a couple knocks, and you need to get emotional resiliency
Yes.
in order to survive in life. This is a long journey. So if we're just sitting here artificially inflating self-esteem, we lead to all sorts of entitlement, and obviously, as the science is showing, it's counterproductive. Let's dig a little deeper into the study, because they show that the efforts to boost self-esteem of pupils had no improvement on their academic performance. None whatsoever. You inflate self-esteem, that doesn't lead to good grades.
Well, and once again, we talk about the how wrong it is, because now the child feels good that they don't need to get good grades. Well, I'm good. I have high self-esteem. The grades, that doesn't matter. And now we have, these very confident, dim-witted people.
Overconfident idiots walking around. Here's another one. Job performance in adults seems sometimes to be related to self-esteem, but the direction of causality is actually not established, and it might be the other way around. Meaning, yes, when you start to perform well at work, your self-esteem gets a boost. It does not work the other way around. You get a self-esteem boost, and all of a sudden you start leaning in at work. And self-esteem has not been shown to predict the quality or duration of relationships. So artificially enhancing self-esteem, focusing on pumping up and boosting self-esteem has been counterproductive.
And let's just tie this self-esteem movement into a narcissistic tech world that promotes you being super and awesome and badass, and your curated Instagram that shows how amazing you are, and now you have this self-inflated esteem to go along with it. I mean, holy cow, we have a country full of blowhards.
Sadly, we've put our focus and energy on the wrong things. And here's the end. The end of the evidence shows that living a successful life leads to high self-esteem. Shocker.
Yeah.
Right? We don't need science to tell us that. It's pretty obvious from the results. The problem is we've been trying to draw too big of conclusions based on sheer high self-esteem, and it's led us astray. Now, don't get us wrong. The science clearly shows that high self-esteem is a good thing. We want to have it, but artificially inflating it and not building the emotional resiliency that life needs for us to succeed has worked against us.
And something you said earlier, confidence, core confidence, and there's a process to that. And I also want to say that we're making fun of all this, and I want to make sure that everyone who's listening to this is clear that we are not saying that we're above this. We've been caught into this trap as well. In fact, it is because of the trap we've caught ourselves into. I'm asking questions of what happened. Right? I was on the right track. I was feeling really good. And then you get to this point and you're like, well, wait a minute. How come I cannot bring into my life all these things that I want with how I've been going about it? Well, because you've been going about it all wrong. And so you have to ask these questions, what is wrong? And then you start to find out that the story that you've been telling yourself, which we're going to get into in a bit, but also the procedures and how we went after those things were wrapped up in the self-esteem movement, which once again, it doesn't get us to where we need to go.
Yeah, and everyone wants to celebrate the students with high self-esteem. I get it. I understand elevating them, but building resiliency, building emotional flexibility, that's where the magic truly happens. Because I know for me, when I finally had my comeuppance in graduate school and I finally got challenged and I was not the head of the pack, I was not elevated and celebrated like I was through my undergrad and even my high school career, that was a shock to the system. Yeah. And I looked around and I didn't have the tools to handle it.
You know, we get these letters all the time. In fact, there was one that just came in this week about a young man who had to do a lot of questioning himself and everything that was going around him when he realized that he wasn't going to be able to play pro ball. Imagine that one. Once again, your whole entire life, you have gotten value and have been celebrated, and you've gotten attention, approval, and acceptance for this one thing, and then that becomes your whole life, and now you can't pursue that any further. What are you going to do?
Yeah, we've had professional baseball players, professional hockey players, professional basketball players all sitting on the couch at boot camp.
What's up?
And their career is now in shambles and they're no longer celebrated for the one skill set that they put all of their value in. That's a tough place to be. Talk about taking a self-esteem hit.
Listen, you were there, I was there, some of the guys on the couch were there, and this happens in everybody's life. We're just not the people who've been picked out. This happens to everybody. Now, what happens when you get into that point? You can start drowning those feelings out and ignoring them through booze, drugs.
Right. A lot of people, even Sugar Ray last week talked about that. You put yourself in a situation where people elevate you beyond where you even find value or think of yourself as valuable, and all of a sudden it leads you to some dark places. And some people just sweep these negative emotions under the rug. I can't listen to that. I got to block that person on social media. I don't want to hear that. And
I will also say that, let's say that you curb taking it through, like numbing that feeling, medicating, right? So let's say you go to a different route. So shopping, video games, food, there is so many ways. It will manifest itself in one way or another unless you decide to ask the right questions, get answers that you are uncomfortable with, and then lean into those answers, looking to rectify them. And of course, that's what we're talking about when we talk about rebuilding that confidence.
And this is why our coaching programs all dig into this idea of the story action cycle. In fact, Core Confidence, our online group coaching program, talks a lot about this so that we can start to understand the stories that drive our lives. And we all have stories running in the back of our mind all day long, a narrative that we've built up. And sometimes these stories have been implanted and embedded from other people, strangers, teachers, coaches, and their behaviors around us. We've assimilated into this story, this narrative that drives our behaviors. And sometimes we're not even aware of this story. It's happening subconsciously. And thinking about it right now, how many of you even realize that there's a story driving your behaviors, leading you to listen to this podcast? So as we go through our day, in the background of our mind, it's going through this story. And it's basically our operating manual for living. Mm-hmm. It's how we run our day-to-day lives. And it is very effective because then we don't have to make constant decisions every single second of the day.
Well, that's exactly why we have it. If everything is on a conscious level, you're going to be worn out. You're going to be beat up. You're going to have mass anxiety because you have too many options ahead of you. That's why the story gets built. The story gets built on patterns that you see, and you will even place those patterns where they don't belong in order for you to feel safe
to move forward.
And you can make decisions now subconsciously rather than consciously, because if you were making every decision of every moment of every day consciously, you would be a basket case. And this is why those people who tend to be super high on the intelligence bell curve tend to be neurotic. They tend to be a bit jumpy because they're aware of way too much. And of course, we know what that looks like to people who overanalyze things, don't we?
Just a little, yeah. We've had a little bit of experience in that arena.
Yes, we have.
The problems start to happen when we don't like part of that story. For example, we might be sitting in a business meeting and we need to voice some concerns.
Yes.
Our boss is now telling us something that we disagree with. So what happens? Our mind starts to go through that story that we've had. Well, when I sit in a business meeting, I never voice any concerns, so I need to just stay quiet. And that's what we do, because that's our story. It's very hard to break from this story. Now, here we have a big problem, because we can't just take that story, tear it up, and overwrite it.
There's so much that comes into play, because not only do you have a story, the people closest to you have a story about you, right? Because they have to put patterns to your behaviors so that they can feel safe with you in their life.
And they start to get a little jumpy when you're not following their story.
Absolutely. In fact, they can get angry. And this is what makes change difficult because not only do you have to change your own story and your thoughts about how you're going to proceed about things, but then you have to also realize that it comes into play. We see it all the time of, if I change my story, if I start behaving differently, well, then what's going to happen to the friends that I have? Well, and we've talked about this. Some will not be too thrilled about that. In fact, they're going to be a bit angry and they're going to ask a lot of questions. However, what you will find is you will separate the good friends that you have from the bad ones, because your real friends who see these changes will start asking questions about why you're doing that. And when they see that it's allowing you to be successful and most importantly, happy in a positive manner, they will be there to encourage you. And also, they will look to change their own story.
Right. Now, it is the story action cycle. Meaning the story is running, the operating system, the manual is running, and then we take actions based on that story. If we want to rewrite our story, we have to break this cycle through action. And I know this personally. For me, getting into running.
Yep.
For the very first time, Amy invited me to a Barry's boot camp class. It must have been 2+ years ago. It involved running on a treadmill and lifting weights. Lifting weights, not a problem. My story said, AJ, you like lifting weights. Lifting weights is good for you. It's healthy behavior. But my personal story also said, AJ, you hate running.
Yeah.
And I had a lot of baggage around running. Running was a punishment in football.
Yeah.
I was the slowest one on the team, which often led to me getting ridiculed.
Right, yeah.
So running was not something I was fond of. It was not something that I had in my story as this is something that AJ does. This is something that AJ enjoys. So I had built up this personal narrative that I hate running. Now, Amy drags me to Barry's boot camp class and I hate running. Guess what? I hate Barry's boot camp because of the running. I did not mind the lifting of weights, but I was like, this sucks. I don't like this class. I'm forced to run. And oh, by the way, everyone else in class is probably ridiculing me, right? This is the narrative that's going on in the back of my mind.
Yep.
Now, I kept going to Barry's boot camp classes. I still disliked running, but I kept going. And slowly but surely, I saw my speeds tick up on the treadmill. I felt better and better after class. And then I just said to myself, well, what would be a challenge for someone who doesn't like running? What would be something that you're like, wow, I can't believe you did that. You said you hate running. And half marathon popped into my mind. We dedicated time. We set goals. 1:45 for me, 2 hours for Johnny.
Yep.
We hit it hard in the training. I hated running during the training. Finally, went on my long run, broke 10 miles, actually felt really good after it. Started to feel the runner's high, started to see my times creep down. All of a sudden, through all of those actions, the training, the long runs, the enjoyment that was associated with it, I started to change my own narrative. I actually enjoy running. I no longer hate running. I was able to break that cycle by taking a different action. So it's the story action cycle. A lot of us are unaware of the story. Now we've probably raised awareness around the story for you. We have to start thinking about ways that we can break that story action cycle by changing our actions first.
Well, it always starts there because that's the one thing that you can bring to a conscious level. And if you can get some wins there, then you can go back and start to change the internal of that story. And I want to give large props to our trainer and who coached us through this, Chris Ty Walker, because if it was, we were definitely, we fought him a lot.
Absolutely.
And he had us mentally, emotionally, and physically prepared for that marathon. And though I was getting worked up leading up to it, I just knew that 2 hours that morning was running, and it was going to be painful, and there was going to be a lot of self-talk and challenging ourselves, and I was ready for it, and I know you were ready for it. And though there was still some apprehension going into it, which we're going to talk about, but we were prepared for how we were going to deal with any of those questions that came up while we were doing that.
And 159 for Johnny, 144 for me. We both beat our goals going into it.
I want to say I also had a piss break, mile 6, so I could say there's a couple
Yeah,
more minutes.
all right. Could have shaved a little more time off there.
Yeah.
We'll give you credit on that.
Yeah.
When we take action, we start to rewrite that story. It's not the other way around, which is what this entire myth was about, right? It's not, I need to feel confident first, and then I'll start acting confidently. No, we need to start acting more confidently to start building that confidence, to start changing that story. I need to start running. I need to start logging some miles before I can start to truly say, hey, I don't hate running.
You know, and I think this is where people start to get a little bit nervous because people who are self-aware don't like imposter syndrome. We hear this question a lot, and I know that we'll be talking about it more in future episodes. And when you have to start acting outside the story that you've already written for yourself, it is going to feel weird. And we talk about this. It's B over A. We've already have a program pathways that are built up, which we call decision A, right? It's what we've always done.
Right. It's wired in our mind. That pathway has been firing for years. It is this story that we're talking about.
That's the story. And now all of a sudden, we realize that that story is no longer able to get us to where we need to go. We've come to that realization. So that means the story needs to be rewritten. So therefore, I must choose path B, which goes against the story. And now, though I feel awkward, it is new. I'm acting at a conscious level because I have to bring it to a conscious level to make it that decision. And because this is all new and there's apprehension and I've never done it before, it might not go well. In fact, it's going to be quite a mess.
Yeah, it's going to be painful. I might still hate running. It's going to suck on the treadmill.
But that's okay because we're going to act first. And if you are able to celebrate the little small wins that say that choosing path B is better than path A, we're going to shake it up. If we can see a few wins, then all of a sudden we can lean into I'm doing the right thing. I've made the right decision. And those small wins allow you to know that you're moving in the right direction, that all of a sudden, slowly, the story catches up now with the actions.
Yeah, and listen, there were a number of moments when we started training for the half marathon. My first long run, 6 miles, the longest I'd ever run, timing myself.
You were excited that day.
I was excited, nervous, and then I got my time and I was like, oh my God, 9 minutes a mile. How am I going to finish this half marathon? I thought 6 was the longest that I could possibly run. I felt awful. I go on social media. I'm seeing everyone else's half marathon times and their splits. And I'm like, I'm not as fast as them. What am I doing? Why am I doing this? All of those things crept in. But slowly but surely, the time started creeping down. The runs started getting longer. You started to feel a little bit better. You started to feel like, oh, okay, I'm seeing some improvement. Now, I certainly wasn't running 145 that next run, but that's the whole point. You start changing actions, and slowly but surely you rewrite that story, sentence by sentence, paragraph by paragraph.
I think that is the most beautiful way that has ever been articulated. How about letter by letter, word by word, sentence by sentence, paragraph by paragraph? That's beautifully put, and that's how that works. That's how that story is getting together.
And guess what? Over time, we started posting our times online. We started hearing from other people. Wow, you guys are running it. You guys are doing it. And they helped change our narrative, sentence by sentence, paragraph by paragraph. To now, I feel that I am a runner. If someone were to say, you're not a runner, I would laugh.
Sure.
But 6 months ago, I'd agree with them. I'm not a runner. I hate running. That is how we start to build confidence. It is a complete myth to think that you have to feel confident in order to act confident. We got to act first, and then all of a sudden we're going to rewrite that story, break the story action cycle that's led us down a path of feeling less than, lacking in confidence. The next myth that we want to talk about is this idea that some people just never fail. But before we get deeper into this, we need to address the other notion that ties into this myth, the idea that some people are born more confident than others. Now, There is research on this, the influence of genes on confidence, and it turns out that yes, some people are born with more confidence than others. There was a very compelling study done by Robert Plomin, who's a behavioral geneticist at King's College in London. What Plomin did was he followed 15,000 sets of twins in the UK from birth to adulthood. What studying twins allowed him to do was look at the influence that our genes have on our personality. Plomin was studying both identical twins, those that have the same DNA, and fraternal twins who only share part of their DNA. And what he and his team concluded after following all of these twins is that about 50% of our confidence is predetermined by our genes. That's arguably a lot.
Yep.
Now, scientists are still in debate about this. Some say it's less than that. They put the number around 25%. But basically, science is saying that there is something to our genes influencing our confidence. So while scientists haven't settled the debate, we can conclude that confidence comes from both nature and nurture, not just a small part that's really in our genes.
Well, I think that also goes with it being added to your parents. So if your parents understand, well, if it's genetically a long line of people in your history that understand how to walk into the unknown, ask questions, and slowly develop and learn skills, that fear is predetermined, right? Like, so if my great-grandfather and my grandfather and my dad, they understand this, and of course I'm being naturally taught this growing up, then I'm going to have a good understanding about it. So I will fling myself into things a lot easier than other kids were who this wasn't in part of their background, wasn't in their DNA, and they certainly were not exposed to it as children.
Yeah, and I can definitely feel it from my own experience growing up, that there were some things that my family felt confident in doing, and there were some things that they weren't confident in doing. And guess what? I happen to pick up on those patterns too, right? Some families tend to have academic confidence. Some families tend to have athletic confidence. But here's the thing. We have to dispel this myth that you're either born with it or not, because that becomes a convenient excuse not to improve yourself.
Well, I think you should look at it in the manner of confidence being a nebulous term. Like it's you can't really grab onto it, and we're going to talk about this in a bit. But if it's a black box, and you going out and learning new skills allows you to venture out into the black box, be a little bit more aware, paint more of that black box in, well, that's slowly the confidence of that register that you get. But there's always going to be more unknown. It never ends.
Right.
So the only thing you can do is illuminate certain parts of this darkness at your in due time as you're going to go out and venture into it.
Right. It's like those video games as a kid, right? You get the light, you get the flashlight, and then all of a sudden you're walking around the map and you're illuminating more of the map. And there becomes some areas of the map that are illuminated, and now you feel comfortable walking back through. I've killed those bosses. I've killed those ghosts. I know how to do this.
I've been here before.
But there's also going to be some other parts of the map where you got to walk in. You got to shine the flashlight on it. You got to figure some things out.
So to wrap that up, it's no one is born with an illuminated black box. So there's going to be discovery for everybody.
Some people will have a stronger flashlight.
That's it.
Their beam of light might illuminate more, but they're still discovering parts of the map just like you are.
And it will be going on forever. There will always be parts that until they venture into those areas, they're going to be incredibly unconfident about.
And now here's the thing, and this is why we want to dispel this myth, because social media has helped propagate it, that people don't fail. There are some people that are just successful at everything, whether it was the high school quarterback who now got the great job after school. It just seems like he keeps winning, and over again you see this, you feel this. Society propagates this idea, and then it becomes easy for you to assimilate into your story that, well, that's just not my lot in life. I'm not that lucky.
You know, I think we're getting to a part with this new technology where those things are starting to show a little bit better, where you can't hide you can't show only the good stuff. The bad stuff's going to come out as well because everybody has a camera. I mean, we can even see it with Elon Musk, right? He goes on Joe Rogan, and all of a sudden, everyone's screaming and hollering, and billions of dollars are being lost and gained, and you know, we're getting to a place where it's gonna be incredibly difficult to hide any of the bad stuff that you don't want people to find out about. And the longer you try to hide that, the more difficult it's going to be.
The more painful it is on you as well.
Yeah, the more painful it's going to be.
So understanding that, of course, if you never fail, it's easy to have a lot of self-confidence, but that assumption may sound logical, it's just not realistic. You will look at people that made a name for themselves, that have had a ton of success, and whether it's sports or business or even in history, and when you look at their story, all you see is that it also was full of failure. We read most biographies and autobiographies. You are going to find chapters around failure. You are going to find chapters around things didn't go as planned. I pushed through. I love listening to the podcast, How I Built This. They share countless stories of failure along their journey.
That's what to every perfectionist I meet who has trouble in moving forward, I go, name your favorite artist. Now Google that and write sucks next to their name. And you will see everything you need to go, oh, okay, I can feel better about this. It's okay to fail. In fact, it's going to be failure, which is going to get me closer to my goals.
And listen, there's one proven way to never fail, to never take a dent in your self-confidence, and that's to live life in your comfort zone.
Yeah, and that doesn't sound fun.
No, staying on the couch, never trying anything new. Who here would actually do this? In fact, that's why most of our alumni end up working with us in the coaching programs online or in person. They're sick of this safe comfort zone where they're not getting what they truly want out of life.
You know, and what's difficult is, and I was thinking about this the other evening, was there are certain episodes in my life where I have put myself out there or did something new or was trying something where the backlash that I had gotten from it socially was so, well, it hurt internally in that moment so much that it's permanently burned into my brain. And it's not permanently burned into my brain as a positive or what was that person's problem or anything positive. It is burnt into my brain of this is why you never step out ever again. And these moments, even if I look back at them, I can logically see my way around them and see the fault. But how at 45 years old, as of yesterday, how it's those moments are still burned in my brain. And any time that I'm doing something new, I have flashes of those moments and I have to roll forward despite the emotional pull that they have when they pop up.
Yeah. So that's an important point here. Those failures are still going to be there.
Yes.
We're not sweeping them under the rug. We're not turning ourselves into someone who is a shell of ourselves and who only looks at the positive and always dismisses the negative. But it's choosing to act even if you're feeling that discomfort. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, well, even at 45, if I see one of those people post something on Facebook, I still at this moment get angry. I go, what is this asshole saying now? And it has not, it is 20 years removed, but it is still burned in and there's still a feeling and emotion attached to that name, that person, that face. It's quite funny how those things are etched in permanently.
And listen, when we're exiting our comfort zone, there are two things that are guaranteed to happen. Number one, you are going to feel some anxiety. There's no getting around it. Your mind is wired for comfort. And when you are putting it in a situation that it hasn't been before, it's going to express that discomfort in the form of anxiety. The second thing that's going to happen when we step outside of our comfort zone is we are going to fail. We are going to make mistakes. We did not hit every training run that Chris had outlined for us.
No, in fact, there were some days where I was so beat up that having to go through that training that day, realizing how that I wasn't making it, put me in a place of feeling bad. But also, here's the moment where I'm going to persevere. I'm going to reach a new place. This is where the development happens. And in all this, as much as I want to quit or I'm upset in this moment, to persevere and only blast through that a week or two later, that is the biggest win. You want to talk about strengthening core confidence. There it is in that moment, to persevere and get the win on the other side, where failure was just happened.
And here's the thing. In those moments, you're going to have that voice saying, you said you hate running, AJ. Why are you doing this? You're going to have that voice of your high school football coach saying you're the slowest guy on the team. What's wrong with you? You're also going to have those moments where you're like, but wait a second, that training run I did yesterday, I was phenomenal on. And 2 weeks ago, I ran further than I ever did before. That's what we're talking about. Taking action allows you to drown out some of the negative voices with new experiences that show to you that you should feel confident in this area. And over time, those voices are going to drown out all of the negatives so that you feel even more comfortable moving forward. You know, we were laughing after the race. Man, I feel like I could have ran 15, 16, 17 miles. Why do we stop at 13.1?
Yeah.
Leading up to it, we were like, why does this thing have to be 13.1? So it's very easy for you to swing both ways if you are constantly pushing yourself outside of that comfort zone. Those training runs were outside of our comfort zone. They were the longest distances we'd ever run. They were some of the most terrifying terrain we'd ever run. Hills in Beverly Hills, going up and down side streets, dodging cars and traffic in Hollywood.
Yeah, that was certainly the most difficult part for me in the training, is running on Sunset or Hollywood Boulevard at 7 in the morning. It was quite scary, and there was no way of putting in my earpods and zoning out and just cruising outside. I would have been racked.
Now, let's talk about dealing with failure, because if we're trying to build confidence, if we're trying to rebuild our confidence, then failure is going to be something that we have to surmount to start building things. Now, first off, we are not going to try to tell you to suppress the pain or pretend that failure doesn't happen. That you're not going to hear that here. And science doesn't approve of that message either. You need to feel the pain of failure. You need to build the emotional flexibility and resilience to push beyond that pain. The second thing is, if you just took a blow to your confidence, well, yeah, there's going to be a healing process. You don't just bounce back. I'd love to run 10 miles today. My body's telling me, no, dude, not a good idea. You are going to have to heal up a bit. And lastly, you may feel a very strong urge to black out, block that out of your mind, not focus on that. Go to the other extreme, overindulge in self-pity.
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm such a failure at everything, and try to turn that into your whole narrative and story. It may make sense in the moment, but it actually does not improve where you need to be. Putting your head in the sand and pretending that it didn't happen is not going to improve what happened after that failure.
Yeah, and one of the things I want to talk about this is several different ways of looking at failure and diving into failure. For one, now that I understand the process and how it works, and I know that failure is part of the learning process, when I have the choice to walk into the unknown wanting and willingly, I can commit to the process, and I know what is going to happen. And so by committing to the process, I open myself up with a good sense of humor of how this is going to go, so I can laugh in the procedure and enjoy it for what it is, because there's some of the best laughs, some of the best moments, the best inside jokes that you're going to build with your accountability buddy in these moments. And we have many from this training. The other thing is, when you have a healthy outlook about it, and you understand how it works, then you can partake in overreaching, which is a difficult thing. You don't want to, if you don't understand how this works, overreaching and coming up short can destroy you, can work in the opposite way. However, if you understand how the failure works, how the learning process works, you can subscribe to overreaching, because to push yourself in the farther than you ever been before, knowing that coming up short very well may happen, but it pushes you farther than you would ever have been in. And the only time that I would suggest overreaching is when you fully understand how the learning process works and you're able to do that in a healthy manner. In fact, a lot of people, Bill Gates is one who supports overreaching. In fact, this is a guy who was selling software that he didn't even have because he loved that idea of going for something so extreme. But you have to have a healthy attitude about it in order for that to work.
Yeah, and this idea of either, oh my God, have a great sense of self-pity, or completely dismiss the failure, that is your brain trying to protect you from the pain, but it actually doesn't serve you. So throwing a self-pity party or pretending failure didn't happen is not a healthy way to learn that growth and learning process that Johnny was talking about in overreaching. Now, here's the other side of this, right? If our brain tells us that we're going to fail and embarrass ourselves, and then we do it, it's going to hone in on that. I told you this would happen.
Yep.
Don't ever do that again. So this is not how growth happens. And it's not how healing happens either. In order to be able to grow, we need to learn from the failure. And to do that, we first need to process the failure. And in order to heal, we need to accept the blow to the ego and then accept the feeling and move on. And here's some simple ways that we can do this. Now, number one, we're big proponents of journaling. And even in this race training, we used an app called Strava, which was journaling.
Yeah.
It was tracking our results,
Yeah.
where we ran, what our splits were. And over time, it started showing us, hey, AJ, on that 6 mile run, you ran this 1 mile clip the fastest ever. Hey, AJ, you ran this 1.5 mile turn, the second fastest ever. Oh, this was your slowest time on an uphill. In that journaling process, even in those days that, I felt, man, my times weren't where I wanted them to be, I could look back and go, well, holy cow, that first time I ran, that was a 9-minute mile.
Yeah.
So journaling allows you to, one, effectively process all of those thoughts and feelings and emotions that are inevitably going to come out of failure.
And I think, to go along with that, when you opened up Strava and it showed your splits, did it say failed?
No.
It gave you numbers. It gave you data points. It didn't say failure. And you make with those numbers what you want to make with them. And we've said this many times. We don't use that term failure in class. In fact, we don't use it as people because we understand how bad that is. Now, there are times where we come up short, and the only question then is, well, why did that happen? And what are we going to do? What did we learn? And what are we going to do next time? Failure is out of the equation. It just doesn't exist. And people want to talk about social constructs. Well, that is the biggest one that you could put together. It's right there.
I got a funny story. When we first moved to LA, we were trying to drum up business here in LA. We had strong following in New York. And at the time, we thought it was a genius marketing idea. We were going to put ads over urinals in local bars to try to get people to come check out our free course on how to talk to people. And
talk about one I'd like to forget.
Yeah, those ads failed miserably. But we learned, over urinal advertising, probably not the best place to find leads for our business.
Yeah.
Now, failure, if we looked at it solely as failure, well, a lot of us would be like, oh, gotta quit, gotta pack up the business, stop the podcast, give up. you over time start to realize that you're learning even when you're failing. And when you can change the lens on those actions and look for, well, what did I learn so that I don't repeat the failure? Now you're actually growing. As Johnny said, right? When we're growing that tomato plant, if we have the stick pointing straight up to the sun and we can guide it through, hey, what's the lesson here? What's the lesson? Stay on course. Well, it's going to grow and it's going to flower and it's going to give us great tomatoes.
Yep.
But if our stick is shooting out sideways, not getting any closer to the sunlight, well, you're going to have a pretty crummy harvest of tomatoes.
Yeah, and it's only going to continue going that way. And the other thing about the over the urinal advertising. Now, I'm sure that there are many people listening to this who their immediate thoughts of hearing that went, well, I could have told you guys that. Yeah, and
plenty of people have told us other things over the years about how to run the business.
But here's the thing. If you don't do it, you just don't know for sure. That is now X'd out. But if you get into that mode where, well, I could have told you that, well, then that sort of, that will pop up, that phrase in a lot of things if you've leaned into it. And all of a sudden, that becomes your mantra. Well, I could have told you that. That's in the back of your head. Well, it was right this time, so it's got to be right this time. No, it's not at all.
It's not how it works.
And until it has been tested, it is in the air. This is why every thought and idea is up for scrutiny. I'm sorry, and it doesn't matter who said it, unless they've given you the data and say, well, listen, I've already done that. This is why I could have told you that. And here's the data. Okay, now you got me.
Right, now I'm listening.
Now I'm listening.
And that's what we're talking about. Journaling is capturing that data.
Yep.
Journaling is an opportunity for you to take an account. How did I think and feel in this moment? Well, that run sucked. I still think running sucks. Okay, what are the positives I can take out of that? Well, AJ, you ran 6 miles. That's the farthest you've ever run. Okay, where do I need to work? Well, those were 9-minute splits. That's not going to get us to our 145 marathon. That's not going to get us to our 145 half marathon. Okay, now I can work to improve. That's the power of journaling. You have an outlet for your emotions and feelings. You have an opportunity to look at the data in a meaningful way, take the lesson, process the loss, and move on. Now, the second thing we can do here is spending time with our loved ones, right?
Yeah.
In those moments of failure, find your support group, find your wolf pack, find your teammates, find the people who are going to be happy to bring you up. And listen, we know it's difficult to showcase failure. I know for ourselves here, as the business has had its lumps over the years, it's been difficult to say, hey, things aren't working. Yeah, things aren't going the way we want. Hey, we aren't getting the results we're after. It can be very tough. Your ego's definitely bruised. But guess what? When you're surrounded by people who care about you, they can allow you to see some things that maybe you weren't looking at. Maybe you weren't shining your flashlight on. I know in those moments where we've had some pretty colossal failures, it's been my friends and loved ones who've said, yeah, but you've been doing this for so long. Yeah, but this other thing you tried, it did work. So keep going. Those have been crucial moments for us to power through that failure. And what's funny about all of this, and the last tip that we're going to share actually comes from Dr. Sean Stevenson, a good buddy of ours. Ask yourself this: what's so funny about this? Right? When you look at failure through the lens of humor, when you look back at failure through the lens of comedy, yes, maybe it's not going to be easy, but what you're doing here is you're going to take that same experience and shift your focus from the negative into a more positive emotion. And who knows, you might actually get a good laugh out of it.
I think this is also why so many movies that showcase dark humor are so funny to a lot of us, because though it's cringy to watch, we're able to laugh at it because we've been in those situations, and it puts us to a place where we don't want to have to go back to. But however, being able to laugh at it from that lens is the first step of you gaining from it.
Now, the third myth that we want to debunk today is the idea that confidence is just a feeling. Yes, I know what you're thinking. What do you mean? Of course confidence is a feeling. Well, we all want to feel confident, and we think that once we feel confident, everything's going to be easy. And of course, we as coaches get this every time, people asking us how they can finally feel more confident. But let's delve into the etymology of confidence. The idea that confidence is a feeling is rooted in pop culture. Man, how poisonous is pop culture?
It's utterly destructive.
It really does. It poisons the mind. In fact, Russ Harris talks about the fact that this notion of confidence as a feeling has come into our Western culture only a few decades ago. And Dr. Stephen Hayes is going to talk about this next week as well. The original meaning of confidence, however, is quite different. 100 years ago, if you had asked people what confidence means, they'd have said, well, trusting yourself to do what matters. And we just have to look at the roots of the word confidence to see this. Confidence comes from the Latin confidere, and this translates to with trust. Now, when we look at the roots of words, we can now start to see that if we trust ourselves to do what matters, well, of course, that's coming from a place of confidence. The most confident people on the planet, they do the actions of confidence.
Yes.
They do something with trust and with knowledge, knowing that doing so is important.
Well, what other word do we know that has con in the middle and the beginning of it, right? Con man, what is he doing, right? Gaining your trust.
With trust. He's getting your trust to take action.
Yep.
Now, we are guilty of this too. We always talk about feeling more confident just because this is how the word has been used in our culture. But we certainly believe that it's important to make this distinction. In reality, confidence is nothing more and nothing less than taking action and doing what matters. I know that in our Core Confidence group, our video-based group coaching program, the first exercise that our coach Michael does with the group is to ask the question, what would you do if you had unlimited confidence?
And that's a wonderful question. I mean, what would you do?
Think about that for a minute.
Sure.
Would you run a marathon? Would you jump out of a plane? Would you approach that attractive person? Would you run into the networking event and run the room? What would you do if you had unlimited confidence? And what comes of this, of course, is a long list of things like we just talked about. We can go to the party, we could talk to more people, we can go outside, we can have more deep connections with people, we can take on new challenges, mental, physical. If we are confident, we need to act with trust. Act with trust. Trust in yourselves and take action. And that is where I love the skyscraper analogy that you have, Johnny.
Yeah, I've talked about this before, and we discuss it in class. And this is where the difference is. So we talk about how you shouldn't view it as a feeling, and that's the way pop culture has us viewing it. Great, fine. Then how should I view it? Well, this is it, right? So we talk about confidence as if it's a structure, because we talk about building confidence. Let's do what we can to maintain our confidence. Let's go out and put it together. And so we're going to talk about it as if it's a structure. So if we're going to talk about it as if it's a structure, then we should view it as a structure. Now, anything that we build takes time. And we're going to use the Twin Towers here. This is a nice visceral visual. So how long did it take to build those towers? Obviously, that took years to put those things together. And your confidence is no different. It takes years and building it. Everything that you do is going to help maintain it and build it. But we also understand how easily we can bring those towers down. I mean, we've seen that happen. And in fact, your confidence, much like those towers, can be brought down very easily.
And here's the thing. When we think about these structures, right? We don't just build a structure and go, oh, that structure is going to be around for 1,000 years.
Exactly.
We have a team of staff members who are replacing the windows, changing the floors, keeping that structure upright.
Well, yeah, let's look at that. What if we were to build those towers and never ever touch them again? What is going to happen? Nature in and itself destroys, and those towers are going to deteriorate. They're going to be overgrown. They're going to start to slowly collapse. So you already have nature in it itself looking to take out those towers. And I can tell you that your confidence, if you just do something here and there to build it and then don't touch it again, it will slowly start to deteriorate. So you have that working against you, right? Now, what would be metaphorical planes into the side of your structural confidence? How about losing your job? You think that will mess with you? How about a relationship collapsing on itself and a trusting partner
Taking advantage of you.
Taking advantage of you. That would be a metaphorical plane into the side of that confidence. And these are things, much like nature in itself, that at some point in time is going to happen. You are going to have this loss, these things that are going to happen. Now, if you remember the towers, those planes hitting them wasn't the very first time that they've ever been attacked.
Right.
There's been other times. There was a
bombing beneath in the basement.
Yeah, there was a van rolling fertilizer being parked into the basement in the parking garage, and that didn't take those towers out. Why didn't it take those towers out? Because those towers were built to withstand that. And your confidence, much in the same manner, is going to need to be able to be built to withstand attacks like that, to withstand the loss that is inevitably coming your way just in life in and itself. So the way I see it, and the way we look at it here at the Art of Charm, is you have two choices every day that you wake up. You can either contribute to the forces that are looking to tear down your confidence, or you can actively participate in forces that are looking to strengthen and build your confidence. And when you look at it in that manner, that is a very easy choice. And so what am I going to do? And not only that, I can plan my day, my week, my month, and my year, and actively looking for opportunities to strengthen my confidence, to strengthen that structural confidence. And that's very important. And what are those things that we're going to be doing? Well, that is going to be taking more opportunities to walk in the unknown with the flashlight and illuminating places that I've never been. And that is going to unlock that. And that's going to strengthen it up. So when inevitably that loss comes your way, you will be able to withstand it. Your towers won't come down. Yes, you've taken a hit. Yes, you've sustained some damage, but it's not going to destroy you.
Right. And if we think about confidence in three factors, and this is our CAKE equation. Love using acronyms. This is taken directly from our boot camp course. On day one, we talk about how to actually break down confidence into something that is not a feeling.
Yes.
And it's something that we can actively work on, as Johnny said, day in and day out. And when we think about this CAKE equation, the C in CAKE is confidence. It breaks into three factors: attitude, knowledge, and experience. And if you focus diligently on improving your attitude, gaining knowledge, and gaining experience in life, you are actively building that tower of confidence. Now, there are going to be many opportunities where your confidence is going to be shaken.
Yes.
And in those moments, you can look through this same lens and say, okay, was my attitude in the right place? Did I have enough knowledge going in? Or maybe I needed some more experience. And in all of those situations, whether it was a physical challenge, a mental challenge, an emotional challenge, I've come back to the same three factors. Was my mindset right? Did I have enough knowledge? Did I have enough experience? And when it comes to building confidence on race day, last weekend, why did we feel so confident? Well, number one, because our coach, Chris, focused on having the right attitude.
Yes.
Focusing on the right things, realizing that if we got in 10, 11 miles in distance, we could get to a place of 13.1. It's possible. The second thing is the knowledge of what to do on race day, right? This is the stuff you guys can expect. This is what is going to happen. This is how to prepare yourself.
Well, and 2 weeks prior, we even went on a 5-mile race just to get a taste of what it was going to be, the energy and what was going on, so that we would be able to pace ourselves and not get wrapped up in what was going on.
Because let's be honest,
the energy
training
was going-
runs, you're on your own.
Yep.
You're not in a crowd. You're not competing with other people, jockeying, trying to catch someone else. You're running on your own. And lastly, that experience. All those miles logged leading up to race day, well, those three things came in to factor in our confidence on Sunday. On Sunday morning, I knew, based on my training, my knowledge of the course, and my attitude going in, that I was going to have a successful race.
For myself, I on the 5 mile race, I got swept up in getting ahead, getting away from people. I had a bunch of adrenaline going. I forgot my watch, so I wasn't able to put Strava on, and realized how easy it was for me to get influenced and manipulated to race ahead, only to get caught up in my first mile being at 7:20, and at that moment realizing I can't keep this up, not at 40 years old. And of course, I was winded. And granted, yeah, I was able to do the 5 mile. We were well prepared for that. But that allowed me to know that on race day, in those corrals, amongst all of those people who were amped up and fired up, that how I was going to go about it. I had a strategy, and it was won over from those 2 weeks earlier.
Now, when you think about confidence with trust, it starts with your attitude. Do you trust that you're going to be able to accomplish your goals? Do you trust in yourself? That attitude is the ability to stay positive even in the face of temporary setbacks or adversity. Positivity is going to open you up. Negativity obviously is going to shut you down.
It was funny. I was just doing a Facebook Live on the family page leading up to the race, and there was a few people that were going to be there cheering us on, and I let them in to know that in moments where I was questioning myself and I was having difficulty, and when you're doing something like that, it's going to be there. That in those moments, I was going to start smiling as best and as loud and proud as I possibly could. And if you saw me smiling in those moments, you know that I'm having an internal dialogue and I'm trying to have some fun with it. And that was my plan. And of course, in those moments, knowing what I was going to do when I had those moments and I did put on that big smile, then the only thing I could do was laugh about the process that I was going in, which made that funny.
Absolutely. And when we look at the 3 factors, attitude, knowledge, experience, attitude is often the hardest for us to improve.
I agree.
Especially when we're lacking in confidence. So let's talk about the other 2 factors. Knowledge, I feel at this day and age right now, you're listening to us on a podcast.
Yep.
You have access to more knowledge than ever in history.
Well, everything's out there. You have it.
So when it comes to lacking confidence, knowledge tends not to be as big of a factor for most people. They've spent some time and energy there.
Well,
but it definitely helps to go in over prepared, understanding what's ahead of you. I know for myself on race day, if I had no idea what to anticipate, I would have lacked a lot of confidence lacing it up and taking off.
Well, there is a small part of that, of not being so prepared, that I think that if you are a little bit arrogant, a little bit ignorant about things and you don't know any better, it can help. I can certainly say that as an entrepreneur, that I was able to accomplish some of those things because I just didn't know any better, and that helped. I definitely think that sometimes I feel that overanalyzing the situation or getting this knowledge can definitely hurt at times.
Well, that's the thing. Because it's the easiest of the 3 components for us to get, we tend to spend the most time there, right?
Yes.
It's easy. It's easy for me to go online and watch YouTube videos and read books and listen to podcasts. I mean, there are countless clients who've come through the boot camp, sat on the couch, and told us, what, Johnny? I read all the books.
I read all the books.
I watched all the videos. I've listened to every single one of your podcasts. I still can't approach that person. I still don't know what to say. I run out of things to say. My mind goes blank.
And that is going to bring us to experience. But before we get to that point, the other one is, what happens if I get here? What happens if I get to this point? This is where everyone that I've read about has trouble. Well, why don't you worry about that when you get there, rather than not even trying, right? Because you're worried about this point where a lot of other people had trouble. You haven't even got off the couch. Why are we worrying about that? So that brings us to experience.
Right. And experience is the one that is difficult to get, but actually can help you change your attitude, can help you take this knowledge and make it actionable. When we actually go out and run, not just watch running videos on YouTube and get all pumped up for the race, but when we actually log the miles, we're doing the hard stuff that builds confidence come race day.
Yeah.
Now, when you think of all of those areas of your life where you feel really confident, and most of us listening to this, it's probably in our career, well, we have these 3 factors firing on all cylinders. You went to school, you studied your balls off, you worked really hard, you got all the experience in the apprenticeship and the residency when you were making peanuts, and you worked under someone and you gained all of that valuable experience. And through those 2 things, you started to change your attitude. You started to believe that this is possible. I can do this.
You know, to go back to something you were saying about watching all the videos, the day before the race, you watched a couple race documentaries to get amped up, to motivate you, to pump it up. Now, that was the day before the race. That wasn't before you decided to train for this race, to learn all about running and what you need to do. No, you dove into it to get the experience, so that when you are able when it does become the day before race day, you can watch these videos to amp yourself up, to motivate, rather than to give you too much knowledge to where now you're going to have anxiety over things that you don't know about.
And I understand that knowledge around race day and watching the documentaries, that helps with mindset. There was some interesting mindset stuff there. It also showed me other people's experience.
Yeah.
But it certainly did not simulate what was actually going to happen on race day.
No.
And I think that's where a lot of us get hung up. We get hung up on the easiest step of gaining knowledge, watching other people do it, reading everything we can, doing that Google deep dive and clicking around and going on subreddits. But we tend not to put focus on getting the real world experience and really focusing on changing that attitude. And when we hire a coach, well, what does a coach do? A coach articulates for you an action plan to get the experience, and then a good coach will hone in on your attitude and mindset through that experience. There were some weeks where we got overconfident and Chris was like, you guys ain't seen nothing yet.
Yep.
And then there were other weeks where we're like, I don't know how we're going to finish this race, dude. This sucks. And he's like, you guys got it. You have more in the tank. And that's what a coach can bring out. A coach is going to do a reality check on your attitude. A coach is going to focus in on the crucial knowledge that you need to have, right? When we are in a situation like we are today, where we can just consume knowledge from any source, trusted or not trusted, well, it can become analysis paralysis.
Yeah.
We can have too much information for our own good. We can be pointed in the wrong direction because we took all of that knowledge into consideration.
You know, how many movies, and there's one that comes up specifically, which is Heartbreak Ridge. It's a Clint Eastwood movie where he was, I can't remember the fight that they were going into, but here was this older, grizzled veteran who was going into the boot camp and training his cadets. If I use the wrong terminology, my apologies. And there was the movie was about his fight with the learned scholars of military and all the red tape. And basically it was this fight of, if you weren't there, you can't tell me what to do. And I think there was a lot more of this bureaucracy that came in as now as this knowledge comes out, where making these decisions from 20,000 miles away is not going to help when you're in it.
Absolutely, right? Every movie we've talked about over the years comes back to that. You can have as good of a plan as you want, and everything goes out the window when you get punched in the face.
I could just imagine, right? So here I am, I'm on mile 10, right? And previously, that was as far as both of us had run. So here I am walking into the unknown, and I'm nervous. You know what I'm going to call? I'm going to get on my iWatch here, my Apple Watch. I'm going to call my mom and see what she's got to say, right? Mom, listen, I'm just past mile 10, and I'm not quite sure how I'm going to make this happen. And my mom could tell me, well, listen, I know you, and you're going to get it done. Great, thanks, Mom. And I'm off to finish the other 3. It doesn't
right.
work.
I wish it worked that way.
Absolutely.
So knowledge is easy for us to accumulate, but often we overlook those other 2 factors in building confidence. Changing our mindset starting to believe that things are possible is a step in the right direction towards feeling confident, towards acting with trust in ourselves. But ultimately, experience is where that rubber hits the road. And that's why in the boot camp setting, we focus on these 3 areas. We distill down the best knowledge around socializing, but also shifting those attitudes. And we focus on experience. Everything in the boot camp is experiential. It's immersive, so that you're not just passively taking notes from me and Johnny. You could do that listening to the show.
Yes.
We take you out in Los Angeles to get the experience to build that confidence. Now, when we think about confidence in this manner, it actually becomes something that we can have a plan to build. We can have a plan to work towards, right? It's not some fleeting emotion. Oh, I wish I felt more confident. Oh, I'm going to think my way into acting. It doesn't work that way.
Absolutely. And upon listening to this, you should feel, well, it shows that you have 2 choices here, right? Am I going to get up tomorrow and start actively working on these things? Or am I going to watch another video about things I'd like to do?
And next week, we're going to have Dr. Stephen Hayes on, one of the founding fathers of acceptance commitment therapy.
ACT.
Which is all about building this self-confidence that we're all chasing. And it's going to be really fun to have a great conversation because we've built a lot of the boot camp principles around ACT and its ability to not only change your mindset, but change your life. And when we talk about building confidence, that does change your life. When you can start trusting in yourself to take those actions, living outside of your comfort zone, well, that's where life truly happens. I never 6 months ago would have imagined I would have completed 13.1 miles with my best friend Johnny and my girlfriend Amy. We crushed our time. We had a great time doing it. And now we're ready for that next challenge.
The next one. We've already been kicking around some ideas, and we haven't inked anything yet, but I think within a week here or 2, we'll figure that out. But we got some good ones up there.
We would love to hear from you.
Yeah.
What would you do if you had unlimited confidence, and what's stopping you from taking those actions? Let us know. We're always excited to hear from you all. You can email us at questions@theartofcharm.com. We're going to be taking your questions on building confidence this entire month, or through social media on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter at The Art of Charm, or you can always send us a voice message and we might just play it on a future episode. Also, do us a favor and write us a review in iTunes or your favorite podcast app. It would mean the world to us. In conclusion, these were 3 myths about confidence that we wanted to debunk today to help you start rebuilding your confidence. Number 1, artificially boosting your self-esteem in order to become more successful in life is not supported by science. Instead, do it the other way around. You need to start taking action. If you do that consistently, then you will rewrite that story that you've been telling yourself about who you are. Yes, confidence is to a certain degree genetic, but no matter how confident or successful someone is, there's just no way to go through life without failing. And that's a good thing because it allows us to grow. And lastly, the myth that confidence is just a feeling. This is something that Western culture has been pushing for the last few decades, but instead it's a quality of action that you bring into everything you do. It's the idea of trusting yourself to do what really matters, and in the end, that's all that counts.
Welcome to Celebrating Act 2. Celebrating Act 2 is the user manual for the second half of your life.
It's great to be back with all of you, and one of our favorite people, the brain whisperer, Steve Campbell, and of course, my partner, John Coleman.
Thanks, Art. Hey, Steve, good to see you.
Hello, good to see you again. Always good to see you. It's always a joy.
You know, I was talking with some friends recently about, in particular, children's sports teams. There's still some people who to avoid hurting the self-esteem of the children, they want to, sometimes they keep score, sometimes they don't keep score, but mostly what they do that bothers me is they want to give every kid a trophy. So that there are no losers, there are only winners.
Yeah.
And I have mixed feelings about that. I think at a certain age, very, very young,
Sure.
Winning and losing isn't important. It's learn to play the game.
Mm-hmm.
But there quickly comes a time when, if it's a game, and it's designed to have winners and losers.
And losers, yeah.
You have to learn to accept that.
Yeah.
And I mean, there are good things about sports.
Oh, yeah.
And competition.
Yeah.
And winning and losing.
Yeah.
I mean, we learn from our losses, don't we?
Yeah. Oh,
so
yeah.
Here's my question for you: is self-esteem seems to me something that's very important for all human beings, and yet it also seems to me that it can be misused. You can have too much of it, or misplaced
Absolutely.
self-esteem.
Yeah.
Maybe would be
Yeah.
a better way to put it.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah. Let me start with an observation that's really interesting. The Tokyo Olympics were just completed a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Most of the athletes lost.
Good point.
Only a few won. That's the nature of athletics. Most of us lose. So what do you do when you've been spending your life for this event and you lose? That's where self-esteem comes in. So let's look at some observations about self-esteem. Self-esteem is simply how you see yourself. It's very much connected to your self-talk and your self-images. And your self-images really come from your self-talk. So here's some interesting observations about all that. Number one, our mind will not let us be unlike ourselves. What does that mean? What does that mean, Steve? Well, let me share with you a very, very famous study that was done by Dr. Stephen Danish, a psychologist from Virginia Commonwealth University. He studied lottery winners. And he got his doctorate doing this. And he noticed a trend among lottery winners who were impoverished. Do you know what they would do when they won all this money? They'd lose it. A person won $5 million in 2 years and now he lives in a trailer. Another person won $60 million and she's on food stamps. Another person used her collateral for a loan which he could not repay. Another person opened his business with $1 million and declared bankruptcy 5 years later. Why did they lose the money? Because their self-images were one of being impoverished. And a person who is impoverished doesn't have money. And there is this real switch there. And the brain couldn't handle it. So they took away and they lost the money. Let's go back. Our mind will not let us be unlike ourselves. In fact, we can take that a step further. We don't let ourselves be any better than we believe we are. Let me say that again. We don't let ourselves be any better than we believe we are. So let me share with you a story of my wife, Mary. For the first 10 years of our marriage, she smoked. And when our children were born, she would go in the backyard in the corner and smoke. She would sit down at a chair and smoke with her Diet Pepsi. And she would say every January 1st, this is the year, this is the year, this is the year I'm going to quit smoking and quit smoking. And it would work for a week, sometimes for a month, and then she'd go back to smoking. Why couldn't she quit? Here's the reason. Because her self-image, one of them said, you are a smoker. And she had had that self-image for 35 years. And her brain would say, well, if you're a smoker, why are you not smoking? And in a week, she would come back and pick up the cigarettes. Then one summer, she flew back to Michigan to watch her father die of emphysema, which is one of the most horrible ways to die. And I picked her up at the airport in San Francisco. She looked at me and she said, you are looking at a non-smoker. and she hasn't smoked since. What did she do? She made a decision. She replaced her self-talk. Notice I didn't say change. I never use the word change when I'm talking about the brain. Why? Because the brain hates the word change. The brain doesn't want you to change. The brain wants to keep you right where you're at, because change always involves something different. It always involves something new. It always involves something risky. It always involves something maybe unsafe. And your brain's job is to keep you risk-free. So when you start using the word change, the brain's going to say, no, 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 don't change, don't change it. So what Mary did is she said, I'm replacing the self-image I have as a smoker with one as a non-smoker. And why is that risky in a way? Because the old self-image is still there. It's up there somewhere, entangled way in the back of her mind. And she could bring that self-image forward anytime she wanted to, but every single time she chooses not to, her brain rewires that self-image so it becomes stronger and stronger and stronger. That was 25 years ago. She hasn't smoked since. If I bought her a pack of cigarettes, she would look at me with the strangest look on her face. Why in the world did you do that? I am a non-smoker. Okay? So let's talk about then where our self-images come from. They come from our self-talk. And those self-images determine how we feel about ourselves, which is our self-esteem. So let me give you an example. I loved to draw dinosaurs when I was a little boy, and I have 3 sisters, and one day I spent a Saturday drawing a T-Rex. Took it to my sister Shirley, who's the oldest. She's the expert on drawing. She had her drawings on the refrigerator of our house. And I said, look, 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 look. And she had her friends with us, and she didn't want to be bugged by her little brother. So she looked at the picture and she said, oh, Steve, that's really stupid. You can't draw. Shirley gave me an opinion, which I then recorded right up here. I can't draw, Shirley says. I did the same thing for Sally. Sally said the same thing. I put another image up here. I can't draw. Then I said, well, I'm going to do this for Mom, except I'm not only going to draw one, I'm going to draw a stegosaurus right on my wall, which I did with crayons, paints, plaster, the whole thing. Ran down to the kitchen, come see, come see, come see. She opened the door. Oh, Stephen, what have you done? You can't draw. What did she mean on the wall? What did I hear? I can't draw. Now, here's the dangerous part. When Mom said I can't draw, and Sally and Shirley, the brain began connecting those 3 opinions. And it created a pattern. And from that pattern came a self-image. I can't draw. And I've been saying that to myself for 74 years. Over and over and over and over and over. Now, this is really important to understand. If I had a desire to draw, I could go to the community college, take a class. I probably wouldn't be great, but I could learn how to draw. I have no desire for that. My desire is to become the best teacher I could possibly become. That's where my self-esteem is. If I decided that drawing is really important, something that I'm not good at, where would my self-esteem go? Pew. So what I do is I look for things that I'm naturally good at, which is teaching. Now, here's where it can get dangerous. Let me look at the work of Dr. Maxwell Maltz. Dr. Maxwell Maltz was a plastic surgeon, educated at Columbia University, and he specialized in female facial reconstruction. Women who had been burned, who had been hurt in accidents. When he began his practice back in 1954, he noticed a pattern. He would do the surgery. It was obviously successful. The wraps would come off. Of course, there was still scarring there, but it was obviously successful. And more often than not, the patient would look at the mirror and scream out, "See, I told you it wouldn't work," even though it did. And it took 3 to 6 months for the patient to finally see how successful the surgery really was. Why could not the patient see it in the beginning? Because her image, her self-esteem, had been wired up here all of her life, or since the accident. And it took a number of months for the patient to finally acknowledge, yes, it was successful. I don't have the scarring. I don't have the big bulbous nose. I do look different. That's exciting, and it's scary. What's the scary part? The scary part is this: that your brain believes everything you tell it, without question, no arguments. So, talk about myself. I have always been bald. I was in this horrible accident when I was 19 years old, and the hair all came off. I have not been able to acknowledge that for years and years and years. In fact, I had a comb over, and I saw myself with a lot of hair until I met Mary, my wife. And after being married for about a couple months, she said to me, "You know what? I could save you some money by giving you a haircut." And I said, "Great." We put the chair in the backyard, sat me down, put a towel over my shoulders, and she took the comb over and she just went whap and cut it off. And I screamed. I said, "What are you doing?" And she said, "I can never imagine you with hair. You've never had hair, you've always been bald, and that's why I love you." And what happened after that is when I looked myself in the mirror, I said, "You know what? I'm really good looking without hair. That's all right." And my self-esteem came up. Why? Because my self-esteem is connected to my self-images. Now here's the exciting part. Our self-images are coming from what we are saying to ourselves about ourselves. So I said to myself, until I was 25, I'm not good looking because I'm bald. But we can see what Mary did. And she switched it. And I began saying to myself, you know what? I am good looking. And what did my brain say? Oh, okay. Wait a minute, is it true? Did you know your brain doesn't ever ask that question? According to the work of Dr. V.S. Ramachandran out of UC San Diego, he wrote a wonderful book called Phantoms in the Brain. And he showed that we say to ourselves things that are absolutely untrue, but we believe them because the brain does that. And not necessarily have to be true. So I began saying I'm really good looking, bald or not. And that's my self-esteem rose up. And that's how I see myself. So what can we do with that? What can we do with it? Number one, realize that how you see yourself are coming from what you are saying to yourself. Let me say that again. Dear readers, dear listeners, how you see yourself, your self-images, are coming from what you are saying to yourself in the past, no, right now. Why is that so exciting? Because you can replace that. You can replace it. Let me share with you one of my favorite stories to close. And John and Archie, you've heard this story so many times, but it is so effective. I taught math at the University of San Francisco. And after the first day of class one semester, a student came to my office, sat down. She said, Mr. Campbell, I'm really glad you're my professor because I'm a C student in math. I said, what do you mean, Sue? She said, I have never gotten above a C in a math test. I'm a C student. I said, well, let me work with you. And I did. She got an A in the first midterm. I gave her the test, and she absolutely freaked out. She said, and then she said, oh, Mr. Campbell, this is a mistake. What do you mean, Sue? She said, I have never gotten above a C in a math test. You must have made a mistake. And I said, I didn't, Sue. This is a genuine A. Then she looked at the test herself, and then her self-esteem just rose, and she said, do you know what this means? And I said, of course I do, Sue, but I want you to tell me, what does this mean? Mr. Campbell, this means that when I flunk my next test, I can still maintain my C. I said, Sue, just get an A on every test. She said, oh, I can't. Why? Where was her self-esteem? Where was her self-image? I am a C student. So I sat down with her. I said, Sue, answer me this. What would you have done if you had flunked this first test? Do you know what she said? She said, easy, I would have studied like crazy to get an A on the next test. Sue, just get an A on every test. She said, I can't. Why? I'm a C student. I've always been this way. I am bald. This is how I was raised. This is the way I think. This is where I get stuck. Or. Dear listener, do you know when your old life ended? It ended 1 second ago. So when did your new life begin? 1 second ago. Now do the math. 60 seconds per minute, 60 minutes per hour, 24 hours per day. In one 24-hour period, you have 86,400 new opportunities for a new life every single day. If you live to be 90, those opportunities raise to 2,883,202. All you have to do is take them. It's your choice.
I love it. I love it. It's your choice. That's great.
So, the next time you're feeling down or you can't do something, talk to your brain. It'll listen.
That's right. That's right.
And
he not only listens, but he decides. He's a captive audience. He not only listens to you, but he believes you. And when you have high self-esteem, like you two guys, and we do also, he does everything to raise that self-esteem.
Right, and also,
what else can I do to have higher self-esteem?
I would suggest to people, if you want to know more about how to raise your self-esteem or change your habits, go to the playlist on YouTube, The Brain Whisperer, and you can put in a search word for affirmations. And by telling your brain what you want it to believe in the right way, you'll have a head start on convincing this thoughtless brain.
That's right.
Was that an oxymoron? Your thoughtless, not an original thought brain, that you are whatever you want yourself to be.
That's right.
For more on Celebrating Act Two, visit our webpage, follow us on Facebook, subscribe to us on YouTube, and tell your friends.
welcome to your Boost Willpower hypnotic download from hypnosisdownloads.com. My name is Mark Tyrrell, and I'm a Director of Uncommon Knowledge. Now, to get the best from this download session, please now make sure that you're seated in a comfortable chair or lying down. As you begin now to relax very deeply, I'm just going to say a few words about willpower. Do you know the old Chinese proverb, "Great souls have wills, feeble ones have only wishes"? Your capacity to take positive action, your willpower, shows your strength of character, and you can strengthen your character by exercising your will. Willpower is the determination to succeed and the ability to control oneself and one's actions. Willpower enhances self-development and freedom. It increases confidence and the ability to achieve. I wonder if you've already noticed what a strong will it takes not to use that willpower, because it certainly takes real determination not to make use of all the natural willpower you possess. And you can use that determination to work with that willpower and give up on giving up, becoming one of life's achievers. So many things in life are much more achievable than they first appear. How many times have you summoned up the willpower to do something, and then, when you've accomplished it, thought to yourself, that was easy? And even with the things that aren't so easy, I'm sure you can remember that sense of achievement you felt when you'd exercised all your willpower and reached that goal despite everything. Because you know you need to set yourself clear goals and plan how to achieve them step by step before setting your willpower to work. Tell yourself there's no going back and pretend it's a mastermind challenge, so once you've started, you have to finish. Willpower means never giving up if you really believe in your dream. Willpower is an energetic intention, an energy leading to compulsive and sustained action directed at bringing about your plans and dreams into reality. And hypnosis can increase the power of your will because hypnosis also depends upon a narrowed focus of attention. Willpower is a laser-like beam of what we call intentional focus. All great plans and projects begin within the imagination, but it is the strength of your will that brings them to fruition. And you know your willpower is naturally there. Sometimes it just needs a boost, just like a rocket needs boosters to give it that initial blast off. And once it's had the initial boost, that rocket can travel easily on its journey, blasting onto its destination. And now, you can just let your eyes close, if they haven't already, as you begin to relax very deeply. Noticing how everything can begin to slow down as you begin to feel this calm relaxation flowing through your fingertips and into your toes. And rest how each breath can slow as you relax more deeply. Deeply breathing in that relaxation, allowing that to circulate gently around your body, carrying comfort and calm to every part. Those muscles letting go and relaxing, taking a well-earned rest, taking time out from those less relaxing, everyday things, like a journey into relaxation. and calm. Massaging deep inside, digesting that calming warmth, allowing that wave of relaxation to surround you now, like a warm glow, wrapping itself around you like a soft blanket. Every muscle and fiber slowing down, vibrating gently and gratefully, allowing that rest to soothe every cell, feeling the relaxation that can hover in between those cells, spreading outwards, over and through and around you. That wonderful calm that only such deep relaxation can bring. How time can slow and almost stand still. Just allowing that relaxation to slowly build as you rest deeper. Noticing the color of that relaxation as it envelops you. Perhaps the color changing with each breath. A deeper color for a deeper relaxation. A calm, comforting shade. Anticipating how the color of that relaxation can change again as you rest more deeply. Changing with each soothing breath. And the air around you dancing gently as it relaxes deeper. And then slowing down, vibrating more slowly and relaxing deeper. And I wonder if you can imagine standing on a great wall, a great wide wall, perhaps the Great Wall of China, looking into the distance as the wall snakes out of sight far away, hugging the contours of the land, the rolling hills, dipping up and down, almost like a roller coaster, smoothly following every contour, sinking deep into the valleys and climbing through the mountains, gracefully disappearing into the clouds, fluffy white wisps drifting around the stone. And now, getting a sense of setting out on a journey along the wall, that wide path leading into the distance, feeling the comfort of the ground beneath your feet, and relaxing deeper with every stride. The crunch of the stones beneath your feet, getting a sense of movement, the fresh air up here, a sudden refreshing breeze caressing your skin, breathing in the clear air, relaxing deeper with every calming breath, picturing your destination, the immensity of the wall, so old and strong, magnificent and serene, knowing that once this was just a grand idea. Maybe many people laughed at the idea, the notion of a wall thousands of miles long being built in days before cranes and technology and building equipment reached sophisticated levels. The notion of a wall comforting and protecting, the vision of those pioneers thousands of years ago, their will to succeed, the notion that anything is possible, the achievement of that far-off goal, the result of that willpower, the desire to reach the summit no matter what, noticing how those solid foundations have allowed the wall to endure, to survive the centuries, a legacy of ancient willpower, and noticing how relaxed you can be with that thought, that notion that anything is possible, getting a sense of that now, building within you. And now, thinking of those areas in your life, those projects and goals, where having this supreme willpower will allow you to put those endeavors into overdrive. Really think about what you want to achieve. All those areas where you just need that initial boost, that willpower boost to set you off on your journey. Just as a rocket needs that initial boost, setting a true course to those goals, allowing that willpower to naturally take over. Good. And now looking down from the wall, noticing a line of metal figures, ancient Chinese warriors made of iron, erect and proud, noticing their gaze, how incredibly focused that gaze is, feeling those stares, the intensity of their iron-willed force, constant and unrelenting, the incredible intensity of those warriors of old, unwavering and firm. That's it. And now notice those iron figures, those iron warriors, come to life. And turn those stares of pure will towards a chalice of magical liquid. Almost like a laser beam homing in, that combined will, the incredible intense stares of all those iron-willed warriors, focused and coming together on one chalice of magical liquid. That combined will, that irrepressible combined iron will floating into that chalice, filling it up with pure and utter willpower. Noticing how that liquid can change colour as the chalice fills, the colour of pure willpower a magical elixir glowing with energy and vitality. Excellent. And you can walk towards this chalice. That immense will drawing you in, like a magnet, drawing you closer, sensing its pure power. The colours intensifying with every step, glowing brighter and brighter, feeling the warmth of that power radiating outwards until you are right in front of it. Reaching out and grasping that chalice. That's it. Feel it in your hands, the contents of the combined will of all those iron warriors from days of old. And now bringing it to your mouth, touching your lips, anticipating that refreshing taste, drinking that magical elixir, and drink it now, feeling that wonderful power deep inside enter into you, digesting that willpower, the combined will of all those ancient iron warriors right now as you drink that back, filling up your mind and body, spreading to every cell right now. Good. And now, drifting forwards in time, taking that ancient iron will with you, that's now a part of you, it's now inside of you, that wonderful old power, that intense combined willpower, noticing yourself achieving those goals, setting those targets, using that willpower to keep going when others fade, easily and naturally, with energy and purpose, driving forwards, feeling that sense of self-empowerment and freedom right now, noticing doing those things in your future that you're going to do. Great. And now further into the future, knowing how well you've used this willpower, enjoying those achievements, that sense of a job well done, noticing that tasks that used to be daunting can be undertaken easily with real focus, intentional iron focus, using that powerful strength of will, just getting a real sense of that now, really exerting your iron willpower in future times. And then really getting a sense of almost like a button inside your mind. A button with iron will printed on it. Get a sense of what that feels like when you switch that on. Almost as if you can feel that in your mind being switched on, pressed down right now. Something that you can do at will. You can switch on your willpower at will, you're going to find. So just practice switching that on and off right now. And notice the buzz you get each time it's switched on. and now, drifting back to the here and now, bringing with you all that strength of will, that wonderful willpower, your unconscious mind knowing you've learnt well today, knowing you can access this power anytime you need to, naturally and easily, coming back to the room with a renewed sense of energy and vigor, becoming more aware and opening your eyes. Excellent. And remember, the more you relax to this download, the more benefits you're going to notice. Remember also to check out other useful and associated sessions from hypnosisdownloads.com, such as improve concentration and focus and achieve your potential. My name is Mark Tyrrell of Uncommon Knowledge.
have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very hig I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me. I have a very high self-esteem. My opinion of myself is the only one that matters. I love myself in every way. I am perfect in every way. I have a great personality. I have gratitude for my self-esteem. I am loved because I love me.
Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I'm joined by somebody very special today, my very good friend Jenna Bay, and she is phenomenal. All the guests that I bring on, they have a tremendous amount of value to add. That's why I bring them on. And everybody has their own special area of expertise. And on the show, what we try to do is we go down memory lane essentially and find out their story, their journey. Jenna, I mean, she's just phenomenal. She is an expert on neuroscience, epigenetics, quantum physics, child development, and she's also a virtual course. She has a specialization in nutrition. She actually started her career as an elementary school teacher, and she built up her virtual coaching practice from there. And she now supports women and children in terms of child development. So her main goal is to empower women, especially moms with kids. So if you're a parent, you're a mom, then this is the interview for you. This is going to be an amazing conversation and you're going to find a lot of value from it. She has her own book series, which she's promoting right now, because that book series really helps you understand child development, and it essentially just takes off the pressure from you as a parent in terms of learning about how you can help your child develop and nurture them, etc. It takes the pressure off, and you can go ahead and just have those books available to you. So it helps you to help your child grow into a complete person. So with that, please help me welcome Jenna to the show. Jenna, thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for that introduction, and thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure to have you on. Jenna, I mean, we connected before. We had a call before, this one, and you blew my mind. You're so passionate about what you do. You really want to help women with children, so specifically parents and moms. And I know you work a lot with women, but you also help men in terms of understanding child development and nutrition, etc. So remind me of how you got started down this path, because you were actually a teacher in elementary school, right? So how did it all start from you being a teacher to where you are now as a virtual coach?
Yes, great question. We all have our origin stories, and mine started when I was really young with having a learning disability and not knowing how I would be able to have a full life. And there was times where they thought I wouldn't even get into college or university and even get into the next grade. So that started out with low self-esteem. And as I built my neurological system and having the functions of the brain coming up to my proper age, I learned a lot about the brain. And that's kind of where it started. Then when I was 15, I lost one of my best friends to suicide. And I hit an all-time low. And I really needed to discover for my own benefit why someone would do this, why this was something that needed to be done. Why did this seem like it was the only option? So that really started my investigation into the mind, and I started learning and researching about neuroscience at that time. And then that led me into learning about quantum physics and just how the whole world works. And this was just in high school. So it became just one of those passionate things. And sometimes when you're going through grief, some people will go to faith as a way to move through it, and others go to different outlets. And this was mine. Mine was motivated to figure out, why does someone like country music and someone like rock? Why does someone think this way and others think this way? I really, really was on a quest for this. When I became a teacher, I decided to go through for a teacher because of my experience at a younger age. I really wanted to build kids up, and I wanted them to know how good they were, because when I was young, I didn't feel that way. I felt like I was stupid. I felt like I was ugly. I was also very chubby. So it's just had all of these issues that I brought with me to my adulthood. So I really wanted to see if I could knit that for a future youth that were growing up. So I decided to do teaching. Once I got there, I just realized that I couldn't do the things that I really wanted to do because there's so much you have to do as a teacher. There's the curriculum that you have to follow. Then there's a whole bunch of other rules and regulations that are there to help support your growing the child, but it wasn't really what I wanted. So I decided to open up my own business where I was working with families on building nutrition, because through my experience with neuroscience, I learned how valuable nutrition is. So that's when I went back and got my degree in neuroscience and nutrition. And this is a degree that is ever flowing. I find that I'm a continual researcher, which is why that's kind of how I introduce myself. I'm not stagnant with any degree, because in science, we're constantly changing. We're constantly learning new things, and same with child development. But that's always been my specialty. And as I was building this practice, I was learning all these different fears that parents have. And I worked a lot with women, but I also do work a lot with men too. Men are also parents and coaches and teachers and leaders. And what I learned from all of this is that we're so similar, and that we are going through so many different things, but they all relate back to the same, that we all just want to feel good, and we all want to raise thriving children. So I went through this quest of how do we do that? And as I was a nanny as well, so I come from a different experience. I'm not a parent yet, but my experience of being a nanny, a live-in nanny, and also a teacher has a different perspective on child rearing. And then throwing in my educational background in it, I felt like I had so much value to add to families. So through my experience, I'm learning that I do, and that the things that I'm able to share with them and guide them with and support them with helps with thriving in themselves and their lives, as well as in their children. And that led me to this. This led me to my book series and helping women thrive. And my website basically is the hub for all of this. And I really feel like in order to have children that thrive, are the parents, the leaders, the teachers. If you're a parent or you're an influencer of children, you are a leader. That developing those leadership skills is one of the most important things. And that's what my book series does, as well as my nutrition courses and all of that that's on my website. That was really long-winded.
No, it was great. It was fantastic. I mean, first of all, you're into everything. I mean, I love that. You had everything from neuroscience to quantum physics to nutrition to child development. I mean, there seem to be very kind of unrelated fields.
Yeah.
But actually, if you think about it, they do integrate quite a lot, right? I mean, there's
a lot.
Yeah, there's huge intersection there, especially when it comes to child development. I mean, if you put that in the core, then the quantum physics and the neuroscience and the nutrition all make sense, right?
Oh, big time. Everything is in a relationship. We're in a relationship with anything and everything. So that's even our phones or our cars and of course the people in our lives. And one of the basis things of a relationship is your interaction. And the basis of an interaction is action. And every action is followed or is created through a thought, which creates your emotions. And through neuroscience and quantum physics and epigenetics, what everything will tell you is that we're all made up of cells, and these cells are constantly vibrating. And this is the energy that creates our world, creates our lives, creates everything. So when we get that under control, which is what the book series is all about, is how to handle our emotions and become so emotionally intelligent that we're able to use our minds to create the reality rather than facing it.
Right. Wow. I love that. Absolutely love that. So your book series, Jenna, I mean, what is the ultimate goal of that book series? What's your mission behind it? What are you hoping to achieve?
Yes, that's a great question. So every book is just one strategy. So instead of creating a thick parenting book or a leadership book for an adult to read at the end of the day, I've never met a parent who said, oh, I have tons of time at the end of the day. So I wanted to create something that you could do with your child and learn at the same time, immerse yourselves in it together, and build that neurological wiring for emotional intelligence. So here's the thing about the emotional intelligence is that it's something that we're constantly working on. It's not something that you can have and then you have it forever. You're exercising your mind like you exercise your body. And that's what each of these concepts in the books do. So one of the ones that we're going around right now with is superhero powers. And it's one concept. And the concept is just that every single person on this planet is here for a purpose and they're valuable. Even in those moments when you feel depressed or you feel like there's nothing worth living for, or those times when you're struggling or when you're comparing yourself to someone else because they're the better mom or they're the better this and or their body's better than yours or something in that moment, when you can come back to your individual superhero power, you remember that you're here on this earth for a reason, to add value, and every room you walk into is different because you're there. Anyone that you interact with, one conversation, the conversations that you have on this podcast, one conversation can change your life. And if you walk into the grocery store and you think the cashier is going to be so excited that they get to meet me today, because you're going to add that little zest that no one else has but you. And when we understand what that zest is, that's our superpower. And we have a lot of them. And it's celebrating that everyday superhero. You know those times when someone holds the door open for you or gives you a smile and it makes you feel like you matter. That's a power. That's because everyone matters. And we forget that. We get so busy in our day-to-day lives that we forget to think about what's going on around us or what other people are going through. So having this concept, and I hear now the testimonials coming back from parents saying that their whole life has changed because they're focusing on what their child is doing right rather than what they're doing wrong. And having that simple mindset shift of just constantly looking for what your partner's doing right rather than what she's doing wrong or he's doing wrong. And it makes life a lot more fun. And when you get to use your unique talents or your gifts or just be the best version of you that day, it makes life a lot more fun. And that's the bottom line, is we're supposed to have fun. Life is supposed to feel good. And so it's really about, that particular book is just about finding your uniqueness, owning it, and then using it to better the world.
Wow. I love the message. That's really powerful. And you're right, you know, people do need to hear it, because a lot of the time you are so kind of busy dealing with the day-to-day routine and the day-to-day chaos that you forget to step outside of your normal, you know, environment and think about the higher level stuff, essentially. So, and especially when it comes to parents, I mean, parents, as you said, they don't have time. They don't have any time. They're always busy. They're always doing something.
Always,
so yeah, it's so amazing that you've created this book series for them.
There's like they have been told, like I've been told a lot that they're called parenting books disguised as children's books, and I just want to premise that I'm not at all ever suggesting that this is how you parent or that any parent needs help parenting, because I'm a firm believer that every woman and every man that I work with that are parents, they're naturally become leaders. It's just innately in them. And for me to come in and say, this is how you should parent your child is totally absurd, because every child is so different and no one knows your child better than you do. My whole intention and goal with all of these strategies, and that was just one book that I went, there's like 15 that are coming out, and more to come after that. And they're there just to uplift you and to remind you of your power, because you don't necessarily need anything else outside of you. You got it inside of you. I'm just there to remind you of what you already know.
Wow.
And that's just, it's important that you just, the parents feel supported, because especially moms and dads, of course, that it can feel so lonely and so overwhelming, because you can have these moments of pure bliss and everything's great. And then the next moment it's, am I doing this right? Is this the right thing to do? I don't know. Is this what I'm supposed to feed my child? My child won't even touch a vegetable. What do I do? Like there's always this panic. So my goal is just to answer these questions that all parents have, and have a hub for them so that they can just know that they're not alone, and everything's going to be okay. They've got this, and here's our just added strategies that you can take it or leave it.
Awesome. Well, Jenna, yours is a beautiful mission and an amazing message, and your book series sounds absolutely phenomenal. And for people in the audience, if you are a parent or if you know anybody else who is a parent, then you have to check out this book series. If one of your friends, neighbors, colleagues, if they're about to become a parent, well, this will be an amazing present, wouldn't it? I think so. So go for it. Check the book series out. It's absolutely amazing. We'll put all the links below in the description, so you can just go ahead and click the link below in the description and you can find out more. But let's talk about your nutrition course, because I know you're a specialist in nutrition as well. Yeah. So you're passionate about child development, and you've done a course in neuroscience and nutrition. So tell me, how can we combine these three very kind of far-fetched, unrelated fields into something that helps us learn more about who we are and empowers, especially the parents? How does it actually empowers the parents?
Absolutely. That's a great question. Thank you for bringing that up. I am really passionate about helping maximize human potential. And if we want to help our children thrive, then we also need to thrive. And the bottom line of being a leader and being in a parenting or a teacher, like being a family, you are a leader. And I work a lot with companies too with that, and we'll get into that in a bit. But working in the leadership, you are an influencer, and rather than a dictator. That's how you'll get a lot farther. And in order for you to thrive, you need to love who you are and own who you are and be confident in who you are. And that's challenging. And after you have children, you lose touch with who you are. Your identity shifts completely. You're no longer who you were. You're someone even greater, but we lose that, oh my gosh, like this is who I was, now who am I? And there's a different connection between you and your partner now, and there's another being who's so dependent on you that we forget about nourishing our own bodies and nourishing our own minds. And when we become stable in our nutrition, where we feed our bodies, we're feeding our minds, we become able to equip ourselves with being the best leader and model for our children. Also, we go through this transition in our bodies as well. We tend to have extra weight when we deliver or give birth to a baby, and that's natural, but we forget that, and we put these high expectations on ourselves that we need to get right back into that fit body we had before, or even a body that is more fit now, or whatever the case may be. And a lot of times we don't have time for that, and we're exhausted. So feeding our bodies is really important, having that self-care. So this nutrition course is really to help with that, with helping you thrive so that your children can thrive, understanding what foods help support you and your brain function as well as your child's. And it's really catered for disordered eating. I work a lot with compulsive eating, anorexia, bulimia, all those types of terrible, hard habits that we have in these mindsets. So this course is about that. It's about shifting that mindset, helping you relate to your body, how your body works. Because here's the thing. We often eat according to what our mind thinks. So we read about a paleo diet, or we read about being vegetarian, or see the videos, and it makes sense to our minds, but not necessarily to our bodies. Our minds don't eat. Our brains do, but our minds don't. And yet we give our mind all the power. So this course is about coming back into your body, listening to what your body needs, and eating from that rather than from a diet piece of paper or rules and regulations, deprivation, restriction, and all of that. We're eliminating that and moving more in towards, what does your specific bio-individuality need to thrive?
Wow, that sounds really amazing. And you know what? You are absolutely amazing. I mean, you're blowing my mind by how you're linking these very kind of unrelated, far-fetched concepts very elegantly, and explaining, the whole kind of thing behind child development, and how you actually form relationships and energy, and what people are focusing on, what people are doing right, and how do you actually build a relationship with your child, and then how you need to thrive as a human being. So you need to achieve your full potential by eating right and helping your child eat right. It's absolutely amazing. I absolutely love it. And for people in the audience, I mean, if you're a parent, then come on, this has just been absolutely phenomenal. Jen has added so much value to us, already. And she really understands this stuff at a very deep level. I mean, you can just sense it just by the way she's linking things, just the way she's explaining things. She's really passionate about it, and this is what she is here to do. This is her mission. So seriously, I would highly encourage you guys to reach out and check out her book series, her nutrition course, and reach out to Jenna and start a conversation. Jenna, you talked about something that I think seems to be a recurring pattern. I mean, I've had some really amazing people on my show. I've been blessed to, have them on and have conversations with them and go deep. And the one kind of underlying theme I've noticed, the fact that they have at some point all experienced a deep level of pain in their life. But what they did was they were able to use that pain, they were able to use it as fuel, and essentially achieves a transformation where their pain helped them achieve, actually see clarity in terms of what their mission in life is, what their passion is, but they discovered that through their pain. Would you say that happened with you as well?
I would, and that actually brings up a really important point for being a parent. Is one of our major goals, and when we're influencing children in any degree, is that we want to protect them. We want to make sure that they don't go through what we went through. So we want them to have a better life than we had. And sometimes when we do that, we become overpowering, and then we create codependency, and we don't allow them to have their own experiences and their own devastations. And same within, like with high school, I'm speaking about this right from personal experience with families, is that when you're working with that age group, they're craving independence. That's their time to move away from the nest. And when we try to protect them and try and regulate everything that's going on for them, that's when we get even more rebellion. And even in your personal life, I know that you've had some pain points, and you almost, when I was talking to you, use that as your launch pad. It was something that made you who you are today. And although it was painful and something that you wouldn't want to experience again, or even wouldn't want to wish it on your worst enemy, it's something that you experienced, and it helped catapult you to become the person you are and have that compassion. And that's the same, that I would totally agree with that. When suicide was a huge shock to me. I didn't even know what it was. And I felt guilty for having joy after that. I felt that if I was happy, and it was me not honoring my friend's life. And so this has it's been such a journey, it's made me who I am. And I'm also, instead of focusing on suicide prevention, my books and series and website and all that is on happiness promotion. And that's one of my biggest passions. And that started because of what I've experienced. So you're totally right. And I think everybody's story is so fascinating. And that's why I love listening to your podcast, because you hear such amazing stories, and the people that you attract, which makes sense because of the energy we talked about earlier. You give off this amazing energy, and when you think of who you are attracting, that does also indicate how you are vibrating. So you're doing a good job.
Well, thank you, Dana. You're very kind. This is really amazing. I mean, the fact that everybody who has achieved a high level of success, can point to their pain at some point in the past and say, this was the thing that helped me, become this person, or, find my mission in life, or, find my passion in life, etc. So it's really amazing. This is kind of like a recurring theme that, I've noticed. But also the fact that, what does it take? What do you think it takes to really use that pain as as you call it, a launch pad, rather than break down, give up, or fall into a deep depression?
Great question. And that is, again, the motivation for my books. It's building that emotional intelligence. It's one of the most important, impactful things that we can do as influencers. So that's influencers of children, that's influencers of our teammates, of our employees, of our employers. It's us becoming so emotionally strong. And what I mean by that is understanding emotions, that anger is not bad. It's just when we deny it, that's when it gets pushed down and we enter either into depression or we lash out. But when we allow our anger and we learn ways on how to handle it, then we're able to move through it and allow for it, and then grow from it and become who we're going to become. So when we have these strategies and these tools, which my books teach you, you have them at younger ages, then the life that you are going to lead is going to be absolutely incredible. And it's never too late to learn these. Like I have a lot of adults that buy my book series just because they're helpful for everyone. And when we learn them, we are now able to influence and teach those who are depending on us or looking up to us. And then this whole world shifts, because when one of us is in alignment, it influences a lot of the other ones in our lives to be in alignment. And that's my main goal.
Wow. Yeah, I love it. And you're absolutely right. The fact is that, you know, your book series, it talks about higher level stuff. So it's not just talking about this one very specific strategy that will help you to solve this one very specific issue. It's bigger than that. It's broader than that. And it actually helps you essentially achieve, you know, that transcendence, which helps you to, you know, grow and think at a higher level, at a higher plane. So, you know, I will highly encourage the people in the audience, especially if you're parents, to go and check out those books, because it'll help you, again, develop emotional intelligence yourself, but also, you know, help your children, you know, achieve that as well, to help them develop emotional intelligence. Now, Jenna, that kind of brings me to the next bit. Are there any strategies that, you know, parents can be using to help their children develop that high level of emotional intelligence?
Honestly, immersing them in the strategies. So when you work on one of the strategies that the book outlines, there's lots of companion materials. So there's things on that they can hook into once you get the book that will help with, like, there's videos and activities and all of that stuff. If you do homeschooling, there's curriculum there for it. And it's just immersing them and being excited about it too. So it's one thing for the child to read it, but when you read it with them repetitively and you immerse them, so after the book's over, we practice that, like how at the end of the day, asking those questions, how did you use your superpower today? Or at the beginning of the day, how are you going to use that superpower? Or what's your, you know, that having those really great conversations. And then from these books too, there's a ton of inside jokes. And these are kind of my favorite ones to read when they send them to me through my website. So if you ever have any, send them over, because they're so funny. And when you create an inside joke, you create that bond. And there's a whole lot of neurological science that I could go into about that. But the main point is, when you have those connections, that development, so much happens. So immersion is basically my number one, and just having fun with it, just exploring together, and that quality time is so important.
Awesome. Now, are your books for a specific age range, or do they have a limit on age?
They don't. They are great for kindergarten to grade 5. They are in some classrooms, and they are poems, so they're repetitive. So they help with word recognition. They also help with memory, and the novelty of it helps create this excitement for it time after time after time. So a lot of adults will tell me, we have to read the same book over and over. So this is created in a way that when you do, it's actually really good for your neurological development. So we're building that foundation for our children, but also in ourselves. So when we repeat it, it's actually a really good thing, and our brains won't get too exhausted about it. And so they're really for anyone who wants to increase their emotional intelligence and learn how to become a better leader and influencer. They're good for probably kindergarten. Younger than that, they do actually. I do have some book readings with like 3-year-olds, and they're great too. Like I have some that are remembering the affirmations, and they're walking around their kitchens saying it. So really, I don't want to put an age limit on it, because every child, every person seems to be benefiting.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Jenna, what does it mean to you when you get those parent testimonials on how they have actually grown themselves, or have their children to grow into a fuller version of themselves? What does it actually mean to you when you receive them?
It means the world. There's nothing better, because when I think of a child or a family thriving, that is my ultimate goal, my ultimate passion. And there's nothing in the world that I would rather have than having a healthy family and having individuals in this life know how important they are, how worthy they are, and how good they are just because they're here. I'm a firm believer in that, and I believe in maximizing the human potential in every single one of us. So that brings me so much joy.
Awesome. And to be honest with you, I can sense your passion. You know, it really is there. It's real, and you know, I'm sure the audience can sense it as well. You are coming from a very genuine, deep place, and I love that. That's awesome. Jenna, in terms of actually going forward into the future, you're doing this book series, etc. But I know you also work with you know, parents in terms of you coach them, you have retreats organized. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? And for people in the audience, again, you know, Jenna is a virtual coach, so it doesn't matter where you are in the world. You can actually reach out to Jenna and start a conversation and see where that goes. But she does a lot more. So let's go down there, and you can maybe talk to us about what other things you're working on.
Yeah, so they're called Executive Pursuit, and they're retreats. There are some for families, for couples, for just individuals. Then we go into different organizations and different companies. So last week we were just at one of our biggest companies, Nike, and what we do is we help increase the innovation and collaboration within a company to help catapult them forward and keep them at number one or make them number one. And that's one things I'm really passionate to when it comes to being a leader. You know, it doesn't matter if you're in a family or if you're in a business, it all really equates to the same thing. It comes down to being that amazing influencer and not a dictator. So simple things of just a prime example. If you recently, one of my families I work with, they couldn't get their 5-year-old to brush his teeth, and it was really important to the mom that he brushes his teeth, and he hadn't lost his teeth yet. So his dad was thinking, well, it's not a big deal because he still has all of his teeth. So like whatever, he'll just lose them, and when the adult teeth come in, then we'll really tackle it. But her idea was, well, no, I want him to get that habit now so that when it does happen, he doesn't have to establish it. So as a leader, it's really important for us to be influencing that. So we have to model it. We can't ask those who we are trying to get them to do something that we're not actually willing to do ourselves. So they did. The two of them modeled brushing their teeth morning and night in front of him and just talked about how fresh their breath smells and how good it feels. And then he wanted to be just like his dad. So then he naturally picked up the toothbrush himself. So when the desire becomes something that's inside you or inside your child rather than an external motivation, it's an internal inspiration, they're more likely to continue to do it on their own.
Wow. I love what you said there about internal inspiration versus external motivation, because I think parents especially struggle with that quite a lot, because they're trying to get their child to do something like eat their food, tidy up, you know, make sure they get dressed on time or brush their teeth. And, you know, the child is clearly not, you know, following those instructions. So what do you do? I mean, there's just like, come on, get on with it. Or there is a better approach where you try to instill that internal inspiration. I absolutely love that. And that's a great strategy.
Thank you. Yeah, there's tons of free videos on my website too that parents can just find some value there maybe. And I invite them to go check out or check it out, jennabain.com, which I know is in the link below. And but any way that I can support too, like I'm happy to answer questions or anything like that too. So I'm here to support.
Awesome. I love it. Now, Jenna, I am one of my previous guests. He said something really amazing. And I'm wondering if you shared the same opinion. And he said that actually children read energy. They understand energy. They're not very good at communication. They're not very good at sorting out through emotions, but they do understand energy, and they can read your energy. They can, you know, read what sort of what's going on, the environment, and etc. But they might not actually know what's happening, but they do understand the energy. What do you think?
100%. And I would even go back further, just in the research studies that I've done, is we have indication that they can read energy through the womb. So they're already getting vibrations there. So when they are come out to the world, that's one of the main reasons why it's so important for women. I love to coach pregnant women because their nutrition needs to be on par, but also their mindset, their energy, because their baby's actually also eating that. And I would totally agree with all that he said. And I would even say that we all are that way, not just children. And so when you have a child and their caregiver yelling at them and saying, "Don't you know I love you?" They aren't reading the words or listening to the words. They're reading the vibration. So if they know the words, they're thinking, but your words do not line up with your actions. So I'm even more confused now. So we have to remember that absolutely and I mean, that's the same with like our pets too. And even when we go into another country, we might not know their language, but if someone smiles at you, you know that vibration. You can feel that happiness. If you feel a scowl or you feel like you're not in a protected area, you feel that too. Or when you're facing the other way and you can feel someone looking at you. I don't know if you've ever had that experience where you're at a store or something and you're like, oh, and then you turn around and someone is looking at you. And it's that same thing. We read vibration. We are all made up of energy, up of these cells. And so absolutely, I totally agree with that. And that's why again, the series is just one of my biggest passions, because it will definitely transform families and leadership skills in major ways.
Oh, wow. Awesome. I love that. Now, Jenna, I'm very conscious of your time. So very quickly, before we wrap up, where can people go to find out more about you and how can they connect with you?
My website's the best place. You'll get all my social media handles there, and there's books and my videos and everything. So blogs, all that's there. Just check out that and send me a message if you ever need or want to chat with me and ask me a question. I'll do a take it or leave it video on it and help better society and all the way around. We're all in this together. I firmly believe in that.
Awesome. For people in the audience, make sure you go and check out those links below in the description, and make sure you do go and check out the book series, you check out the nutrition course, and you actually reach out to Jenna and start a conversation. She's absolutely phenomenal. Especially if you're a parent, you have no excuse. Seriously, you have no excuse not to reach out to Jenna and start the conversation. She added so much value. I mean, the stuff that she talked about, it's just phenomenal. And before we actually started recording, I talked to Jenna and I said, you know what, there are times in the interview where sometimes I get goosebumps. And I'm actually looking forward to getting some today, and I did. I ended up getting goosebumps, and one of the things that she said was super powerful, and I loved it. And I actually got goosebumps for the fact she said anger is not bad. It's only bad when you oppress it. So wow, I mean, just absolutely amazing. But imagine teaching that to your child, understanding that yourself, embodying it, but also sharing that with your children and helping them understand that anger is just an emotion and it's how you express it that really matters. So powerful. And that was just one golden nugget. And there were many, many, many of them in this conversation. Everything, where she talked about the interaction and how that requires action and how energy links everything, and what people need to focus on is what other people are doing right, and the nutrition, the stuff we talked about in terms of child development. It's been a phenomenal conversation. And Jenna, you know what, I'd love to actually stay on and talk more and go down different rabbit holes, but unfortunately due to time we have to cut this short, but I'm definitely looking forward to round 2.
Me too. Thank you so much. It was such an honor to be here.
Thanks, Jenna. Guys, make sure you share this conversation with other people who are close to you. Maybe they're your friends, your colleagues, your brothers, sisters, cousins, whoever, especially if they're parents or they're actually, hoping to become a parent, then I think this conversation will really help them. So make sure you share it. Also, guys, subscribe to the channel because it helps us grow and it allows us to actually have more amazing guests like Jenna on the show, so we can talk to them and we can actually dig deep and find out more about their lives, their journeys, and their expertise. So I'll never forget this. I went to my team
I looked, you know, we had some people that were zooming in from out of markets because we have business in various states plus here. And you could just look and they had that glazed look. Like, I don't know what we're going to do. I know he's going to tell me we're folding. I know he's going to tell me I'm getting fired. I know that's what he's going to tell us. And instead what they got was, hey guys, we're not going to operate in fear. I've got X number of months of operating capital. Mm-hmm. And I've got these different trip wires. So if we trip this wire, this will trigger this event. I got this trip wire that will trigger this event. I said, you guys can go home and tell your families you guys also have jobs. And you can also go home, by the way, and take the $300 or $400 that I just deposited in your account in the morning. I want you to go to grocery stores right now and load up.
I'm Mark Drager, and as an entrepreneur and strategist, I've built a multi-million-dollar marketing agency. I've helped launch startups and transformed international brands. And yet, despite all the success, I still wake up every morning with the feeling that I'm just not good enough, that I've not come close to hitting my potential, and I may never achieve the high hopes that I have for myself. I believe that we all have something to prove to the doubters, to the haters, to the voices in our own heads. And so each week, I share real, tactical advice and the most interesting and inspiring interviews, because my goal is to help those of us who have something to prove show the world and ourselves that we have what it takes to make it happen. Welcome to the We Do Hard Things podcast.
Today's guest is a serial entrepreneur who was raised in poverty, so much so that at one point he was actually homeless. But he did not let that stop him. He went on to build up multiple 8-figure businesses. Now, what I appreciate most about having the chance to speak with him is that he's not all talk. He started from nothing, he built and he lost. He's seen success and he's seen major failures, and he carries that into everything he does. Whether it's as the best-selling author of the book, The Journey Principles, or the creator of the life-changing program, Transformation U, or even as the man who helps people like you and me go from excuse land to building massive success. He believes that you are not living a life you love, not because you're not capable of it, but because you just don't know how to get there. I cannot wait to share with you the insanely inspiring talk I had with the man who can help anyone reclaim their hope and go from stuck to unstoppable, Stephen Scoggins. The place that I want to start the conversation in is, you mentioned within your bio, specifically 30 years of hardship. 30 years of hardship. I'm 37. I feel like I've run a business for 14 years. I built a multi-million-dollar company. Great, but I'm 37 and I feel more behind now than I did in my 20s. I feel that when I was in my early 20s, I had more hustle, more progress, less to lose, less at risk. I was bolder. I was more ambitious. And so when I read 30 years of hardship and everything, I go, like, isn't time running out? Is like, when does this get better?
Yeah, I mean, you would think so. I grew up in an interesting time and situation. My grandfather survived Pearl Harbor, which started the alcohol train into my father. Right. My mother had suffered a lot of physical and emotional abuse when I was younger. And as a result, by the time I was I think I was maybe 5 years old, they had already divorced and went their separate ways. And then I was raised by my grandmother. Well, that was great for like 2 or 3 years, like super, super loving, super encouraging, super empathetic, and like everything that you would want a parent to be. Right. Well, she comes to me when I'm about 9, just after I turned 9 years old. She sits me down and she says, Stephen, I need your help. And of course, I'm 9 years old. I literally have a G.I. Joe in one hand and a Transformer in another, right? Like, I'm like, okay, maybe she's going to ask me to take out the garbage that I can barely lift, right? So I'm thinking about through that. And, and it kind of going through that scenario. And then she says something that I'll never forget. She said, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here. I'm very sick. And even at 9 years old, I was kind of like, I wasn't exactly sure what she meant. I wasn't exactly sure where she was coming from. But then she made me pull this chair over from the kitchen table. When we lived in a little 1,000 square foot brick house in Wendell, North Carolina, pulled over to the stove, and she began teaching me how to make oatmeal and macaroni and cheese and hot dogs and all this kind of stuff. And my brother was 3 at the time. No, I'm sorry. My brother was 6 at the time. I had to get him up and get him dressed and all kinds of stuff. And that was essentially the start of what I've referred to as a massive uphill battle my entire life. Now, being where I am now versus where I came from, I'm incredibly thankful that was my journey. Incredibly thankful. It has taught me a different level of empathy when people are going through various struggles. My dad and mom came back into the picture about the time she passed, which is about a year and a half later. Chemo got the best of her. She had cancer. So my lifeline, my stability, my safety net, that was the first time I can remember it actually being yanked out from under me. That was the one time that I had the hardest time recovering. It took me several years. I had to repeat the 5th grade and all kinds of stuff. But, from that standpoint, I went to go live with my dad, and when I went to go live with him, I went into the construction industry immediately. Every Saturday, every Sunday, every holiday, every weekend, that's where I was at, working, carrying studs for $1, $1 an hour. But, it's funny. The one thing the construction industry taught me growing up throughout it was it taught me how to use my hands, which taught me how to use my head, which now I get to use my heart. I was very fortunate that it forced me to face things that I didn't want to face. It forced me to face fears I didn't want to face. I mean, all of that stuff. And that's when I met my first mentor. I was probably 13 or 14 years old. He was my dad's employer. And I remember him, he used to drive around this white Jeep Grand Cherokee, right? And they always had a dent in the right-hand rear bumper because the dude was forever backing into stuff. And he would just get the bumper replaced, and he would do it like a month later and whatever. He was in his maybe 70s at the time. He had perfect dentures, perfect big white smile and all this kind of stuff. And, but he took a liking to me, and I never understood why until he put me in his car to talk to me. I was working on my dad's framing crew. It was hot as Hades outside. And I was like, he's got the AC on. I don't care if it smells like mothballs or not. I'm getting inside, and I'll sit in there as long as he wants to talk to me. Don't care what he tells me about. Well, I'll never forget this because he sits me down and he goes, did you know I used to work for your grandfather? I'm like, no. Did you know your grandfather taught me the construction business? No. Well, your grandfather's the best carpenter in this state, hands down. And he said he would be a multimillionaire 10 times over, be far wealthier than I ever would have been if he had just stopped drinking. Stephen, I've watched the dude go from your grandfather to your daddy, and that's how he talked, right? Your daddy. I remember that. He goes, I don't want it to happen to you. You work hard, you're smart, you deserve more and you deserve better. I'm like, again, I'm like a teenager, early teens. I'm like, okay, all right. And then he goes, I want you to hear me out. I said, okay. He said, I'm gonna ask you a question. I want you to give me an honest answer. I said, yes, sir. All right. He said, what's the difference between a rich man and a poor man? I'm like, well, duh, money, right? Dude, if he could have slapped me in the back of my head, I think he would have, right? Because I'm like, I was like, duh, what do I know? I know, but all I know is poverty, kind of more or less, or paycheck to paycheck scenario. And he goes, no, the difference between a rich man and a poor man in any area of their life is the way they think. You can choose to think like me, or you can choose to think like your daddy. And you got to decide now, not when you're 50. And I was like, man, it stunned me. And then he says, I also want you to remember this. You got to be willing to do today what others won't so you can have tomorrow what others don't. Now here's the contrast. Not even a week earlier, I remember my father, we were on a job site, and I was telling my dad about my big dream to become a professional ninja. I seriously wanted to be a professional martial arts ninja guru because I idolized Bruce Lee and all this kind of stuff. And
so I wanted all that to kind of furthest thing for a little boy in North Carolina, man.
I don't know. I grew up throwing stars and nunchucks. I don't know, but and he laughed it off, and I'll never forget this because this is like a week before. He says, Stephen, Scoggins don't get ahead. They just get by. I'm like, I feel like I'm meant for more than that. Like, I don't know what that is. I mean, I wasn't thinking entrepreneurship. I wasn't thinking owning companies. I wasn't thinking of developing teams or leading. I didn't know how to lead myself, let alone believe in myself. And that conversation and that conversation collided right at the same time. And that's when I actually started reaching out and started reading. You know, the problem is because my household was always unstable financially. We were always getting the lights turned off and the cockroaches in the mobile home we were in and all kinds of stuff. And my dad had a successful company, and then unfortunately went through a downturn in the late 90s or about mid 90s during the Gulf War and some stuff like that. We went through all that and we lost everything. Foreclosures, repossessions, all of it. You know, and I watched my dad work his absolute butt off. I mean, absolute butt off, 18-hour days, day after day after day, never stopping, but he never could actually, quote unquote, get ahead, right? He kept making bad financial decision after bad financial decision after bad financial decision. And then he make a bad relational decision after a bad relational, like it was like this influx of like every single area of life I watched him struggle with. And as his oldest son, all I wanted to take it away from him, take it off of him.
And
right, because I would watch.
Was the alcoholism a side effect of something bigger or deeper, or some kind of mental health issue, or in your mind, you know, the
well,
alcohol was?
I think the alcohol started with my dad specifically as a way to fit in when he was younger, right? Because you know when he was going to school. You remember the Grease Lightning days. Well, that's his era, right? So the leather coats and the slick back hair, and you're either a prep or a jock or grease, right? So, I mean, that was kind of his thing. And, you know, I remember him getting, he tells a story about his first, not his first car, but I think his third car was like a 68 Camaro with white interior. And he's like, you know, and how he wanted to be like fast off the line and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's where it started. And then it got intensified when he joined the Marine Corps. Right. So he went all the way through the ranks, got to about the place of what they refer to as a gunny sergeant. And he worked, so he was stationed at Parris Island as well as Camp Lejeune at different points in time. And I don't know if you've ever been to those areas, United States, but they are relatively uneventful. So what do you do with jacked up Marines, right, that are being trained to, you know, to the hilt, not giving them any kind of outlet? Well, they go hang out at the bar.
The drink and shoot, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, so it's it's kind of like, I think that's kind of where it started. Now, my mother, on the other hand, was a little bit different. My mother, on the other hand, actually had a dysfunctional family after my grandparents had separated and had divorced. My grandmother, who raised me, my mother's mother, spent a lot of time, unfortunately, trying to fill the void of the husband that she lost, kind of thing. And as a result, she would attract different men. Of course, I didn't know this. I didn't know this until I was well into my 30s. You know, I couldn't understand why my mom struggled to be a mother to me for so long until I understood where her influences came from, right? So we went through that process, and as I discovered that my grandmother wasn't great with money. My grandmother actually struggled with alcoholism, which I didn't know because I never saw her drink when she was with me. Turns out she stopped drinking the day I was born and referred to me as her second chance.
Isn't it strange? I mean, you talked about empathy, but isn't it strange how, as you get older, with more perspective, and you realize that everybody's just doing the best that they can, and you think they got it all figured out, and then you hit, you know, the same age. I remember the moment, you know, my mom and dad divorced or separated the week I was born. You know, my dad left the week I was born. And so I was never raised in a type of household with two parents like that. So I didn't lose anything or mourn anything for that. But, you know, I hit the age, I have 4 kids. When we had my second child, so we had a daughter and then a son. I have an older sister, and then you know, I'm the son. Same age difference, same everything. Yeah. And when my son was born, something really got me angry. It got me angry because I looked at him in the hospital and I turned to my wife and I said, "This is the moment that my dad decided to leave." Right? Like 2-year-old daughter, baby in my hands. This is the moment. And then I had to address it with him, and I had to talk to him about it, and I had to work through it and all of that stuff. But you talked about empathy. I find the struggle is as I get older, I become more aware and I become more empathetic to certain situations. And at the same time, I become less sympathetic as well. How do you balance that level of empathy with also the fact that, you know, sometimes you got to push through. Sometimes you got to be hard. Sometimes you got to cut people off. Sometimes the empathy doesn't help. How do you balance that?
Yeah. You know, it's funny. I always lead with empathy, but then kind of back it up with understanding. And here's what I mean by that. So I came at a point in my life, I was probably 28 or 29. My first company that I built from the ground up was doing decently well. And I was getting the phone calls and the, the answering machine version of the phone calls long before we had these technology devices everywhere, right? And my mom would ask me, why don't you ever come over? Why don't you ever come over? Come see me, just, she was being a typical mom. And I would go spend time with her. And, and unfortunately, every time I went to spend time with her in that season, it was always a discussion about how bad life was for her, right? Kind of almost like the victim kind of mindset a little bit.
A pity party.
Yeah, it was a pity party, right? And then there's a couple things that I won't share publicly that she chose to do that directly affected me, that gave me every right to be very angry, be distant, all that kind of stuff. Problem is I was carrying that with me, which was harming me, and it wasn't allowing me to even potentially connect with her. So here's what happened. I had a buddy of mine who's also in the influencer space. His name's Chris Lacurto. In fact, I need to introduce you guys for sure. And I met him through the Dave Ramsey organization. I'm good friends with their organization, and he doesn't work there anymore, but he used to. And I remember him talking about his mom and about how he had to heal from his mom and all this kind of stuff. And so I was very inquisitive. It's like, well, how did you do that? Like, he goes, it was simple. He said, I finally realized that every parent has never been actually trained to be a parent other than the parents that they were visibly associated with. And I was like, I've never thought of it that way, right? Because up until that time, I was just judging my mom and my dad every time they made a mistake, right? Well, then he took it a step further. He goes, if you truly want to get healing and restore all of those relationships and you truly want to work through that, here's what I want you to do from now on. He says, now he and I are both people of faith, so take what I'm about to say with a little bit of grain of salt. And in that, he said, I want you to start to realize that there's a creator that loves her just as much as they love you. And rather than view her as this villain, what if you actually viewed her as the child with skin up knees that's simply asking for a parent to pick them up?
Mm-hmm.
The crazy part is like, I had to ponder on that for probably a solid month, but in the moment, it instantaneously unlocked like this weeping fit out of me. I just started crying like crazy, because all of that judgment, all of that burden, all of that stuff, I was saying, it's all your fault, right? And then as I began to change my perspective, shift my beliefs a little bit, even in that moment, it was like a weight lifted off me. And then I was able to go back to her and begin to rebuild a relationship with her and actually teach her the same thing I was just taught. Mm-hmm. So my mother is now walking around in freedom where she used to be walking around with chains on, so to speak. You can either choose to become the person that your parents have been, right? Because there's a good chance you're going to marry one of your parents. There's a high likelihood statistically, right?
You're
good, bad, or indifferent.
And then you're going to become one of them as well.
Yeah, exactly. Or you can look at their mistakes, learn those lessons, apply those new principles, and heal from those things and actually be the thing that cuts the quote unquote bondage, if you will, right? I don't know if any better word to say it. Just, for example, have you done anything with Ancestry.com? Like, you ever gone down the rabbit hole of all right, so I have. Okay, well, they have this thing that's called the Ancestry DNA Kit. So I went down the rabbit hole first.
Talking to someone about this morning, because on my dad's side, we don't know anything about our family past my dad. We just don't know anything above that. And so I was just talking, I got to do this DNA test.
Yeah, so I did it like a year ago. We're Scandinavian, so technically I'm part Viking, which is kind of funny because I'm like 5'0". And then we have the southern tip of Scotland, the northern tip of Ireland, and then Denmark and Wales. So that's the thing. Okay, so I went as far back in my dad's tree to discover how the Scoggins, quote unquote, came to be inside of the United States of America. It turns out my family was sent here on a penal. But here's the thing. The reason I'm bringing this up is because They got arrested, prosecuted, and put on a boat to basically become indentured servants, if you will, here to the United States, or what became the United States, because they were trying to feed their family, and they basically killed a deer on a lord's land. So I've had hundreds of years of poverty, hundreds of years of, we don't get by, or we don't get ahead, we get by. Like hundreds of years where that's been. And I remember this. I was, again, I spent this time praying. It's one of the things I like to do. And I did this when I was like 13 or 14. I was in the trailer park that we had to move into after my dad lost his business, that Steve Myrick actually owned. So Steve Myrick actually owned this mobile home park, all the units, and allowed us to move into one. And I had this like surreal, somber moment where I just thought I was going to go for a walk. It was a fall night, stars out everywhere. I don't know. I almost feel like I'm being called out of the mobile home. I walk down the street, go all the way down to the park, which is probably a good 6 blocks from the place my dad stayed in. And out of nowhere, I was just staring at the stars. And then literally, I just found myself like kneeling down and saying, there's got to be more to life than this. I don't care what it takes, what needs to happen, what I need to do differently. I want to be the one to break this family. And in that moment, not knowing any better, I actually used the word curse. 2 things happened. First of all, I'm very thankful that I actually asked for that. Second of all, I did not understand what I was asking for.
How hard?
Okay, because, yeah, dude, to break through all this crap, right? I had to face homelessness. I had to face a suicide attempt. I had to face all the failure and all the limiting beliefs and all the junk that come along with generations of not believing you can measure up or become something more, become stronger and better. I had to face my attraction to toxic relationships because that's what I witnessed, right? It's like I walked around with a big L on my head saying, please date me, right? I had to face all that stuff. And as a result, now I get to sit here and have this conversation with you. Hopefully that somebody's going to take something away from this and actually go have their own moment where they're saying, let me be the one. But I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to hurt, but it's going to be so, so worth it. The life that I live now, dude. Oh,
so if I can ask 2 questions. One, can I circle back on I understand the polarity of the 2 moments, the conversation with your dad and a week later having this conversation. Was it actually a choice? And is it a choice that you had to make over and over and over again because you were tempted to regress and to go back and to give up and this and that? Or were you actually built for this? And it wasn't a choice. It's actually coming natural to you. You just needed someone to show you to connect the dots. Because if it's a choice, it can be taught and learned. And if it's inherent to you, then you got really lucky.
I think habits are inherent, but choices are chosen, as strange as that sounds. So what I mean by that is, yes, I had Steve Myrick. Yes, I had Susan Bath. Yes, I had Dave Ramsey and John Maxwell and all these other people lead me along the way that I've actually had the distinct honor of and pleasure of spending one-on-one time with these people over and over again, right? That's a rare opportunity. I never take that for granted. At the same time, I did have to make the initial choice, okay, which was yes, I'm going to do this, but I did regress several times. Right. I had that conversation with Steve as a young teenager, but yet, 19 years old, I find myself sleeping outside and sleeping in cars and just trying to figure out where I'm getting food from and shelter from.
Right. But how do you not go, you told me it wouldn't be this hard. You told me all I had to do was just, not be like my dad. And now look at me.
Yeah. For me, it's always come down to 4 different phases. And a lot of reflection time. And I don't think people do enough reflection time. I think people, when they do reflect, they judge and condemn themselves. Like, I made this mistake. This is who I am. Like, they tie their identity to their mistakes. And because they tie their identity to their mistakes, they can't actually tie their identity to their strengths. They're so focused on looking in the rear view mirror that they're like,
sorry, say that again. Say that again for me.
yeah, I mean, they're so focused on their mistakes that they're not focused on their strengths. And as a result, they don't get to move forward. You know, it's like driving a car, wanting to go from here, and I'm in North Carolina, to California, so coast to coast, but never looking in forward, always looking like this. Like, you can't look backwards and keep the car on the road, right? And when I began like really studying myself, I really, you know, one of the things that irks me, and I think when Evan and I were chatting not long ago, I think it kind of irks him too. But right, so because he has this thing where he says, "You're one of the good guys." I'm like, what does that even mean? Because like people kept telling me that. Like, what does that mean?
I know what that means. I know what that means.
So,
if he said you're one of the guys, he didn't even tell me that. That means you're one of the good guys.
yeah. All right. Yeah. I mean, but so here's how I took it. There is a world full of quote unquote gurus, but nobody wants to be a guide. So there's all this theology, there's all this philosophical behavior, there's all these 10 ways to do this and 3 ways to do that and 5 ways to do this and 6 different ways to do that and 3 different ways to do this. And, you know, here's the 5 top 10 ninja hack secrets for mindset and like all these different buzzwords, right? And I can't really say anything. Some of my videos are named that way. But at the end of the day, it's because people don't want a guide. So what I thought I would do differently is I thought that maybe the change would be if I could break things down. At the end of the day, I've been trying to summarize these things, and I came down to this, what I refer to as the 4 phases of transformation. And you can't skip them, and you can't do them out of order. But if you'll do them repeatedly over time, the choices are actually made for you. So your routines actually reinforce the person you're trying to be, not the person that you are. And the first phase is, I just call it gain perspective, right? So you look at things from as many possible different angles as you possibly can, ask as many questions as you can about your identity, about how you were built, about where you came from, about your parents, about your friends, about your economy, about your environment, your geographical location. Like, spend time with a pen and a pad and ask as many possible questions that you can possibly do that. Jot down all your answers, and then go to the top 3 people that are closest to you and do the same thing over again. Hey, what do you see? Right? Because we don't objectively see ourselves. We see ourselves by our actions, we see ourselves by our intentions, while other people see us by our actions or our outcomes. Right? The next phase is to actually recognize and remove a roadblock. All right. So case in point, one of my main roadblocks in becoming the person I am today was getting past this thing where I felt like I was worthy and valued enough to actually experience a life that I was dreaming about. Now, a lot of us will dream about the life we want, but then we tell ourselves all the reasons why we can't have it.
Yep.
Right? Seriously. Like, and then you start to think, then you start to make progress, and then you're like, and then somebody says, well, you're not who you think you are. And all of a sudden you go, I guess I'm an imposter. You have to understand where it comes from and rip it up by its root. It could be a number of different things, okay? But if you can gain enough perspective to recognize what those things are, then you can remove them. Most people don't actually take the time to recognize them to begin with, which is why they keep biting them in the butt. That kind of like shifts how you look at just how you assess yourself, and then how you assess yourself on a regular basis to keep yourself moving forward. The third one, everybody and their brother talks about all the time in 50,000 different ways. I don't care what influencer you're listening to or what let's organize a plan. Where do you want to go? What are your opportunities and what are your threats? I believe that nobody does it because no one comes alongside of other people as a guide or a mentor and says, this is how you do it, right? We can say, set it out. What are your goals? Well, I want to make $1 million. Okay, well, you need to make 10 first, right? There's this fear of not taking action simply because you don't know any better. Like, for the longest time, I didn't want to touch anything or take any step forward or gotta go move forward in any way, shape, or form until somebody said, hey, you're going to make mistakes and it's okay.
Yes.
Like, it's okay. Like, it's okay. I'm convinced I sit in the seat that I am sitting today, not because of my successes, but because of my failures that taught me something. right? We look at failure as final all the time, and we shouldn't. I know it's cliche, but we shouldn't look at failure as final. It is an opportunity to learn. Either you learn or you win. It's one of the two. You know, when you look at the final phase, which is work your plan, which is just putting in the work, right? All right, so there's at this time of this recording, you and I are like everybody else in the country. We're facing COVID. We're tired of hearing about COVID. We're tired of having to argue about masks and who's doing what or whatever.
Hold on, I'm in Canada, so
What
we don't argue.
COVID
about masks. No, we don't argue about masks. We all just put them on.
Well, you're lucky. All right, so my country is lucky about masks. So,
we just do what we're told by the government. The government says do it. We go, okay, we do it.
I think we did that at first, and then now it's getting a little like, come on, dude. But anyway, in this particular environment, the U.S. economy was going like gangbusters, right, for several years on a row. Okay. Well, I weathered the 2008 downturn, which was, for the U.S. economy, which is all housing, right? So, and hence I was in the construction industry, and I was one of the last guys standing. And at the end of the downturn in 2008, because I put those principles into place and began using those principles over and over, it became second nature. It's like muscle memory. When you do martial arts and you do certain techniques over and over again, it becomes like crazy automatic. Same thing happens in life. Same thing happens in business. I don't remember which person said this, but obviously they said success leaves clues or leaves footsteps or something like that, right?
Tony Robbins. Okay.
Success. Right, shout out to Tony. There you go, Tony. Yep. And if you follow the clues, it's Hansel and Gretel had to follow the crumbs, right? It's the same stinking thing, right? It's the same hero's journey over and over again. You are where you are. You got to face something that you never thought you'd face. You have to get stronger. I mean, it's Rocky Balboa. It's Luke Skywalker. It's like every single hero that you know, right? There's this massive adversity that you face, and then you get to go through the transformational moment all over again, and then guess what? You get to start all over again, right? Go to the next level. Seriously, I mean, that's essentially what it is, right? Well, most people are living by the wrong movie. So if you change the way you think, you'll change the way you act. You change the way you act, you change the way you get results, right? Most people don't want to look at that stuff. They're so ill. I don't have enough money to get around. I'm tired of crying in my pillow again because the one I just broke up, right? Not realizing that all of that stuff can actually be prevented. Here's what I mean by that. So in the U.S. economy, our guys shut down our government as a whole, unified, all of them, all the knuckleheads, shut down the entire country. The one thing that I did differently than other business owners that are currently struggling is I began preparing for a COVID-like experience long before COVID was ever here. While everybody else was saying, let's run with the bulls, let's run with the bulls, the whole bull market thing, the bull's here, let's get it. I was going, okay, bull's here, that's awesome. Let's make sure we take enough advantage of it, but let's also realize that there's always a bear that follows the bull. Mm-hmm. Right? So my company's out of debt. I had, 6 or 8 months of operating capital in the bank. Okay? So when everybody else was like, okay, we're shutting down. And I'm not taking away from business owners that struggle, because I have been there, which is how I learned the lesson. So this is the lesson they probably need to learn, right? This is how you learn that lesson, right? Be prepared. In fear, they're laying off people left and right, all kinds of stuff, and then they're beholden to any kind of stimulus and all this kind of stuff. I was prepared, and as a result of being prepared and having cash on hand, not being in debt, not being leveraged, owning my properties, my live event, like one of your early questions was like, is it choice? Like, what is it? Is it choice? Is it something that you get luck into? Yes, it's choice. It's you choosing on a daily basis to live by principles in life and business that are predictable in that they always bring results, albeit many of those results happen slowly over time. Mm-hmm. Impatience is what ends up basically becoming catastrophic. That's my opinion.
I've got to say it's interesting because so I started my business in 2006, very, very small, $7,000 of capital, service-based business. So I was only 23 at the time. Didn't know what I was doing, but let me tell you, 2009 was not fun for us. Ate through all of the cash on hand, had a 3-month period with no work, no invoicing, nothing. I found maybe about a year ago, I found my daily journal of,
Yeah.
for like April 2009 or something. And it said, on number one, it was like, finally a paying client. Like it was like April. But I have been, that scared me so much that I'm anti-debt as well. I'm not super bullish. And so for the last 3 or 4 years, I've been actually kicking myself for slowing our growth down.
Mm-hmm.
And going and speaking with my controller and saying, I don't understand. Like, people are taking money from here to pay over here, and they're leveraged and all of this stuff. I can't even think this way. Why aren't we more aggressive? Why aren't we leveraging capital and resources the way that we leverage people? Like this is killing our growth. And yet then when this all happened, I was like, oh, okay, that's why.
This is a reminder. Yeah,
this is why my conservative nature is actually paying off, because I mean, listen, 2010 to 2020 was a 10-year run where for 4 years I'm like, recession's coming every 7 years, typically on cyclical recession's coming, and waiting and waiting and waiting, and then going like, am I just the fool? Like, am I the fool because I'm wasting time and I'm not leveraging finances well enough, and I'm not this and I'm not that. And so hearing other business owners, because you talked about the fact that construction isn't sexy for Forbes. Well, when you're focused on an entrepreneur podcast or scaling podcast or growth podcast or whatever it is, nobody wants to hear that you built it very, very slowly without financing. Like, nobody wants to hear that story.
Maybe that's why I'm struggling. But it's true. I mean, look, there's a lot of entrepreneurs, I'm sure, even listening right now, that they have a dream, they have a goal, they're out there doing it. Maybe they're 6 months in, maybe they're a year in, and they're at this decision stage where a bank is like, no, seriously, let me lend you money. No, seriously. You can get a nicer piece of equipment, a nicer toy. We get brand new servers, and
don't do it, man. Don't do it.
Don't do it. I mean, there's no reason to do it. Just be consistent. Right? When these downturns and stuff happen, if you're consistent and you're putting money away for a rainy day kind of thing, some would call it emergency fund, some would call it just savings, right? Maybe it's in a money market, so it's making a little interest. It's not going to be a lot, but at least it's something, right? Then when things like this happen, and they will happen over and over and over again. Why? Because people are dumb. And I don't mean, I mean, we make. Right? You were talking about the economies and how they're cyclical, and every 7 years, like, it's fear that drives the spending habits. Anytime someone's scared, watch the stock market. Like it's a big yo-yo. All right. You can choose not to participate in that stuff. You can, like, I remember this. I got, a little over 400 team members in one of the companies that I'm, and people that were, and then one of the I had this, COVID happened. They made the announcement that, hey, we're going to start, and the state started shutting down slowly. We were one of the last ones to kind of get shut down, which I guess we're also one of the last ones to open. So for that matter, but that whole thing began. I'll never forget this. I went to my team. I looked, we had some people that were zooming in from out of markets because we have business in various states plus here. And you could just look, and they had that glazed look. Like, I don't know what we're going to do. I know he's going to tell me we're folding. I know he's going to tell me I'm getting fired. I know that's what he's going to tell us. And instead, what they got was, hey guys, we're not going to operate in fear. I've got X number of months of operating capital, and I've got these different trip wires. So if we trip this wire, this will trigger this event. I got this trip wire that will trigger this event. I said, you guys can go home and tell your families you guys also have jobs, and you can also go home, by the way, and take the $300 or $400 that I just deposited in your account this morning. I want you to go grocery stores right now and load up.
Buy that toilet paper.
Dude, yeah, toilet paper and the water and, like, I don't know. But anyway, North Carolina is weird about water, toilet paper, and milk and bread. But, but it removed the fear. But I made those decisions that had those outcomes years ago. How can you lay the groundwork by choice now that is reinforced by a principle-based behavior that gives you the outcome to pivot when you need to pivot? Because if you're not thinking ahead, you're going to get left behind over and over again. It happens. It's cyclical, right? Building a business doesn't have to be difficult as long as you're consistent. It's not like you're going to not have days when things don't work out and you lose a customer, or maybe you're mad at a customer and you want to have a verbal. Well, if you can take fear out of each one of those situations, then you're able to operate when nobody else can.
So anytime that you grow, there's tension. You you mentioned when you were 19, the movie reel and what have you. I was having a conversation 1 month ago today with Evan, our mutual friend, Evan Carmichael.
Yeah.
And, I'm very good friends with him. He's been pushing me very hard for the last few years. And I said to him,
That's only he can do.
What's that?
That is only he can do.
Yeah.
That's only he can do.
I get a very unique version of it that I'm very grateful for most of the time. But basically everything was like a month ago, a lot of things were crumbling around me. And I've been able to rebuild and repair and whatnot since then. But I'm talking to him, and while I'm talking to him, I get this text, which is like from someone, which is kind of like a linchpin, right? Like they're like a domino person. When they fall, everything else kind of falls around.
Yeah.
And I said to him, dude, if you didn't push me so hard, I wouldn't have any of the problems that I'm facing right now. And what I meant was, if I was living a smaller life, and if I may be unhappy, but I'm unhappy now too. But at least I was ignorantly unhappy back then and not dealing with all of this stress and pressure and all of these things. Thanks, Evan, for pushing me to be better. Now I get to deal with harder things. Like, thanks so much for me now having to deal with even tougher things. Like, maybe I was happier back then living ignorant and unhappy versus self-aware and unhappy. And he was like, screw you, Mark. Do you know, he's like, we're friends, but do you know the gift that I've given you? Do you know how hard, I've pushed you? Do you know how much time I've put into it? And now you're going to say like this to me? And I said it in jest, but there is some truth to it. Like, if he hadn't pushed me, I wouldn't be dealing with any of the things that I'm dealing with now. And so in your life, struggle after struggle, challenge after challenge, what I struggle with is knowing in the back of my mind, I feel like if at any point I just give up, things would be easier. I can't give up. I don't know why I can't give up on things, but I really go like, I'm always just like, if I just gave up, things would be so much easier. Have you found in, the embezzlement or the struggles or the businesses or the foreign staff or this, like, don't you ever just want to give up?
There have been numerous times where I wanted to give up, and here's what would happen. I would literally go to bed that night thinking, I'm done. I'm done. I'm exhausted. I've been betrayed. I've been giving. No one cares. Because I'm a proponent of taking really good care of your team, loving on them, mentoring them, all that kind of stuff. And I found that just getting rest recharged me just enough to take another step. And then I had this interesting epiphany about 2 years ago while going through the embezzlement stuff, is that no one climbs a mountain without their legs getting stronger. And you can stay in the valley of life, or you can operate from the peaks. Now, as soon as you get to one peak, there's going to be another peak that you see on the horizon.
After every mountain is a mountain.
Exactly. And then I decided, the other thing that I decided is, after because when you go back and look at your life and you're able to see that this thing happened and it should have taken me out, but it didn't. And then this thing happened and it should have taken me out and didn't. And then this thing happened and it should have taken me out and then didn't. What you see is, when you have the tenacity and the willingness to learn from mistakes, from people, from mentors, that you truly become unstoppable, right? So we use a slang term called stuck to unstoppable, right? We help people go from stuck to unstoppable. And, especially, and at first when we first started talking like that, people were like, that's cute. It's nice, whatever. And I said, no, you don't understand. Are you making the progress you want to make right now? Yes or no? Well, no. Why? Why aren't you? And they give you, I don't have the money. I don't have the resources. I don't have the relationships. I don't have this. I don't have this. I don't have that. And I'm like, what if you just went out and tried to serve somebody, right? What if that created momentum to move you forward? Because I had I have lots of interesting epiphanies. One of the epiphanies that I had was the greatest purpose you can ever have in life is serving the person you used to be. And I think Evan even put that in his recent book. Something along those lines, like the same wording, which means to me, that tells me that means it's a life truth, right? Rather than looking at your adversity as a stumbling block or something that's going to hold you back or whatever, instead look at it like the Navy SEALs Buds Camp, right? Lifting logs, doing the push-ups, getting drowned underwater, being brought back to life, learning how to be a sniper, like all that stuff. Making that shift, understanding that as trials came and didn't take me out, I was going to get stronger, prepared me for the next level, which is what you just got through saying, right? That means it's a life truth, right? If the longer you're looking for bliss and utopia and stuff like that, the further it's going to be from you. Because what happens is you go through a growth cycle and then you get a bliss cycle. You get to experience the fruit of that work that you did here, and the sacrifice and the fears you face and limiting beliefs you face. You get to that point, right? And then for another 6 months, maybe you get to go buy the nice car. Maybe you get to go out and do the nice thing and go to the nice travel, and right? The tricky part is not getting lost, like not losing yourself in the win or in the struggle. The tricky part is understanding that you cannot have one without the other. It's the yin and yang, right? Peace, harmony, joy, contentment, hope, all of that stuff is found in the center, right? Why is it that people in third world countries can make a soccer ball out of leaves and be totally happy, but yet we get totally depressed if someone doesn't give us enough likes on Facebook? We want to harm ourselves because someone told us they didn't love us.
At Starbucks, they spell your name wrong on the cup.
Exactly. How dare they, right? It's just like, come on. Like, you're not looking at life with the right lens. You're looking at life through the lens that everybody tells you should be looking through. The most successful people on the planet do exactly what Steve Myrick taught me to do years and years and years and years ago. They think different. Look at your struggles as a tool to propel you forward, not to hold you back, not to take you out, not to keep you in fear, not to lose all hope. Okay, because the strength comes in reclaiming your hope, like saying, that's mine, you can't have it, I own it. And you're going to have lots of people who are going to come in your back pocket and try to take it out of your back pocket, right? You get to choose about whether or not you release that or not. You are going to face difficult stuff. It's going to happen, okay? And the further you want to go, the more difficult things are going to happen, okay? At the same time, if you want to have a legacy that outlives you, okay, then you have to do something that's going to affect change long after you're gone, right? I built a construction company. Fantastic. Yay me, right? I got great team members, okay? My gift is not the fact that I built a multi-million-dollar business. That's what maybe the world would say, hey, this is awesome, like he's whatever. That's not important. What's important to me is, how did I lead that team? Do they have more opportunities to better their lives and better their family because I was one of their leaders? Was I worthy of being followed? Was my character and my integrity and my passion, was it so succinct that they had never had a doubt that they should just keep going? When they went through struggles, did they have me to say, hey, look, keep going. You got this. Come on. Just one more step. Just one more step. I know it hurts. I know your legs are burning. I know you want to give up. I know you do. I know you don't feel like you can breathe. I know it. I know. I've been there. I know. Just do it. Trust me. Trust me. Just please trust me. Right? That created what I'm walking into now. Right? Is this ability to affect lives at impact at scale. Rory, a good friend of mine, Rory Vaden, he helps a lot of people build a lot of personal brands. He helps them get clear and even helped me with mine to a degree. Actually helped me a lot, to be honest. One of the things that he shares with people a lot in building personal brands is he says, what's the one thing that you've earned the right to talk about? earn's a big word.
I used
Earn
to-
implies sacrifice.
So I do brand strategy within my with people, and I always say that if you want to go to market with something, nobody is waiting for you to show up. No one is like, oh, thank goodness you're here. I needed your services, and here you are, right? And so earn is the perfect word, because it's not only what you have to earn the right to talk about, you have to earn existence and attention and you have to earn the right for people's attention. You have to earn so much and then deliver on that and so on. So that's perfect.
I mean, it's one of the reasons why I've been so thankful for people like Evan and Bo and some of the other people that we're definitely, mutually connected with, is because I've been trying to do this, what you and I are doing right now, which is just share my heart, share my experiences, and hopefully, drop some value where somebody can, just one nugget that they can keep them moving forward, for 5 years, trying to cut through the noise, 5 years trying to cut through the clutter, 5 years saying, hey, look, I've actually done it. I'm not just talking here's my playbook. Here's how I did it. Like, I'll walk with you. Let's talk together. Like, let's reason together. Right. And it's hard, but it's supposed to be. Why am I going to get mad if another speaker gets chosen over me for a different event? Okay, that's fine. Shouldn't affect how I perceive in going to market or going to help people, because I'm actually wanting to help people, right? And one of the things that you learn, I know that the three of us, Evan, myself, and you have all shared this. Once you get to the place where you've earned an income that's like really more than, I don't mean, and I use this loosely to kind of know what to do with, so to speak. It's, you've earned the right and the respect to steward wealth. Let's put it that way. You learn that it's empty. It's totally empty. Okay, I got a nice house. Okay, I got a nice this. I got a nice this. And you look around, you're like, is this what my life measures up to? Mm-hmm. Interesting fun fact. So top 1%, okay, have 8 to 12 mastery level skills at any given genre. Okay. Tony Robbins, good example. Okay. Tony Robbins has mastered the business in the life mastery space. Like, he's the godfather that set the stage for a lot of us other knuckleheads. Okay. It is, right? And like him or hate him, quote him or not, right? The guy paved the way, but he learned from Jim Rohn. Mm-hmm. Right. And then Jim Rohn learned, like, you see what I'm saying? It's like, the deal is people at that level, top 5%, top 1%, have 8 to 12 life mastery skills. I'm sorry, not life mastery, mastery level skills. However, only 22% of them share it with somebody else. So they leave this earth after accumulating wealth, after traveling all over the world and doing all kinds of fun stuff, and, Kilimanjaro and, whatever, in Belize, and flying on private airplanes back and forth, and you see them on the Instagrams, and they're driving their Ferraris around, and they're flying, they're got to make sure I got the picture in front of my airplane, and, kind of thing. And I probably shouldn't say that.
I think we know who you're talking about. Your friend down in Florida.
Yeah. So the question becomes, I have zero problem with people earning wealth. I have personally, I have zero problem with people earning that wealth as a result of serving well. The tricky part is did you affect the life in such a way that had you not been there, life would have been different? Jim Rohn poured into Tony. Tony's affected millions upon millions of people. Some of them went on to be incredibly high performers. Some of them didn't. That's where the choice lies, right? You can teach all the principles you want, but you can't make anybody take action, right? So all of that rolled up into one to say, you just got to keep going. If you feel like giving up, just keep going. Just keep going. Take one more step.
Wasn't that something? Stephen's story can help us fight our own uphill battles in life. The 3 takeaways for me for this conversation were, number 1, be willing to do today what others won't, so you can have tomorrow what others don't. Number 2, transform your life with baby steps. Don't think about the giant leaps. And number 3, prepare now for the challenges before the struggles come. You cannot operate in fear. Fear will keep you standing still, and standing still is death. I just want to remind you, that I would appreciate it so much if you went over to Apple Podcasts, leave us a review, leave us a comment. It would mean a lot to me. If you're not subscribed, be sure to subscribe. And if you want to connect directly with me, you can find me on IG. Remember, those of us who have something to prove can show the world and ourselves that we have what it takes to make it happen. But you have to think big. You've got to be bold, and you must say yes. Why? Because you, me, all of us, we do hard things.